No more Mega Man.
We're not
Yeah.
speaking anymore.
TLDR, this is just a roundabout way of me saying I like Mega Man, and I wish there were more Mega Man.
I have not played the entirety of a Mega Man game.
Mm.
The
But you've dabbled.
the closest I've gotten is actually like the Battle Network series, which is weird because I hate strategy games.
Mm. Yeah, I haven't really touched any like I haven't really tangentially related Mega Man stuff. Or, like it is Mega Man stuff, but I'm only really familiar with Mega Man Classic. But I would like to get into Mega Man X because I also heard that series is also very good.
Mm. Yeah, I've also heard. I heard the Mega Man lore is really interesting. I
It's
like.
definitely something I want to check out at some point.
Yeah, I very much enjoy lore in games that don't appear to have it. It's lore dumps in video games that aren't focused on their lore is great.
Sorry.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
fucking in your chat. You look cleaner than usual.
I
I'm so sorry. I don't know why that just fucking tickled me.
I shaved my facial hair for the first time in like 2 years.
Oh
That'll
my
do it.
gosh. Yeah, that would do it for sure.
Yeah, no, I look like a baldy. It's very very upsetting.
You look 10 years younger.
True.
Don't worry. I might have noticed, but chat definitely did.
Yeah, no, chat was like on that shit. It's like, how dare you
Yeah.
shave?
No, yeah, I probably don't shave my face enough. It's like not that I don't like being clean shaven. It's just I'm lazy, you know.
Yeah. Do you keep your like the scraggly hairs on your chin there just for the brand?
Oh, for sure. Right. It would be pretty off-brand if.
If you ever had good facial hair.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. I want my cartoon character to look as disheveled as I do in real life.
People just expect me to have facial hair now, so I almost never go clean shaven. I just can't do it anymore because if people see me
Right.
without it, it would be fucking shocking.
Can you please?
Oh, yeah.
Can you please dress up as Jim Carrey's Dr. Eggman for Halloween? I am absolutely begging it. I need it.
You know what? I can.
Gosh.
I can totally do it.
Please.
The mustache is getting there.
It would
It's getting
be
Oh
longer.
yeah,
so
you
funny.
rocking the mustache.
Yeah, it's getting there. Well, I got the full beard, but the mustache is longer, so it could work.
Oh, there you go.
It would look on point.
Do you guys care about them new Sonic movies? Do you have any opinion whatsoever regarding those?
I've only seen the first. It gets the job done. It's entertaining. It's
I
not
think-
bad by any means.
I
That's all you
think-
can really ask out of a video game adaptation.
I
But
But that's not
That is
necessarily
true.
true at all.
No, I think that is true because, like, I would say a lot of video game adaptations are really bad, so it is just enough to ask for it to be entertaining and good.
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure. But
Mhm.
like in a different universe, it could be one of the best movies ever made.
Oh, sure. I don't
Yeah,
know.
one day.
Think about whenever people mention video game adaptations, my mind always goes back to the Doom movie with Dwayne the Rock Johnson
Oh
and,
yeah.
and Carl Urban. Just like that could have been so much better. But
Oh,
oh
man.
my god.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, there's a lot of video game like movie adaptations that I feel like have been forgotten.
You know what's a
Like-
really underrated one?
Yeah, what?
Prince of Persia. They made a movie out of that.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did.
I've seen it.
That movie is actually really good. Like if you are completely isolated from the fact that it's referencing a video game, pretty sure it's a video game first.
It is.
Then it's on its own. It is a good movie. It's very
Oh, crazy.
entertaining.
Yeah, people in chat are also mentioning Arcane, which is a TV show based off League of Legends, and I have
That
only
still
heard.
like technically
I've-
counts.
Yeah, I've only heard good
I would
things
say it
about
counts.
Arcane. I really want to watch it. It's on my list. Me and my girlfriend are supposed to watch it
Oh,
at some
yeah.
point.
See, I have a problem that I absorb like mainstream entertainment media passively through watching like other people talk about it.
Yeah, right.
Likewise.
I always
Yeah,
have to.
that- Sorry, what was it?
I always have to rephrase what I say because I don't want to say like, "Oh yeah, Arcane's really good" because I haven't seen it. It's just that I've heard like every credible source on the planet say it's really good.
Oh
So,
yeah, for sure.
so you know. But
Yeah,
I
no,
also
I'll
do-
talk
I
to,
do the
to
same
my
thing.
friends about like a show, and I'll be like pretty detailed about it, and they were like, "Oh, so you watched the show?" And I'm like, "No,
Yeah, but you should.
no, I just watched an 11-hour podcast on it."
Yeah.
I do the same thing. I absorb a lot of mainstream modern media via osmosis. I don't have the time to sit down and watch it all. So I'll watch like a 20-minute review. You're like, oh, okay, that sounded nice.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the return on an investment, you never really know.
Yeah. Well, people in chat are already telling me to say sniper balance things because that is how we are going to open.
Is that how we're starting? All right, let's do it.
It is deeply important. But first, I do want to say a few things. This is entirely selfish. It has nothing to do with anyone else on the panel. It's just me. But it's important enough to where I feel like I should mention it. I went on hiatus. I am on hiatus from making videos for like a week because I realized a few days ago when I canceled stream and made a brief announcement about it. I realized a few days ago that I have devoted the last year and a half of my life almost to making videos, and I haven't like been a person in a while. So in every context I've been like lucid, or I've been the coffee man at my college, or the English teacher at the English job that I do, and I haven't really been Levi in a while. So I'm taking like the next week and a half off. I do have a video. I have the thumbnail finished. I have the intro written. I just don't want to work on it because I need to like be a human being for a week and a half. So
for sure.
So yeah, so the people who care about me as a creator, don't expect a video until October. I'm probably still gonna stream. I really want to stream Epic Mickey when it comes out. I just pre-ordered it yesterday. But other than that, don't expect anything from me as I want to take a little bit of a break just to be a person.
On that note, we're going to argue about Sniper.
Yes. Yes, we are. Okay? Because the day before I had this epiphany, I had a much better epiphany about I fixed Sniper. Okay? Sniper has been fixed.
Uh-oh.
I did it.
Oh,
okay?
no.
Because everyone in chat thinks I'm wrong. But they're all cringe and stupid. No one gets it. All right? So here's my Sniper balance proposal. And I want to preface it by saying it's not really a balanced proposal because this is more of an alternate reality. A universe we could have lived in where Sniper would be fixed now. But it requires that things change in 2007 when the game releases. Because if you made this change now, it wouldn't work for many reasons. So in an alternate 2007, Sniper releases, right? But the devs clairvoyantly foresee the issues that would exist in the present day. So instead of making Sniper hit scan, they make a few more changes. In this alternate universe, the projectile system in TF2 is much more robust, given that it is an integral part of the Sniper class, as all of his shots are now projectiles that can be reflected. They can be about as fast as any projectile. What matters is that they are reflectable. The fact that the Sniper fires projectiles as opposed to hit scan means that he has any level of counterplay from things like the short circuit, which doesn't exist yet, or from Pyro's entire existence. Meaning, and also this means that people can actually move out of the way of Sniper. Meaning he is much less oppressive even from long range while still maintaining his long range capability. The Huntsman doesn't exist in this timeline because A, too redundant, and B, the projectile system in this hypothetical works entirely as intended. There's no lag compensation that makes projectiles fucky. Imagine all of the source jank you think of when you think of projectiles in TF2 gone. It doesn't exist. Projectiles are, if you hit the person, bad things happen. That is my proposed change.
You just want a Huntsman without an arc?
Well, the Huntsman, but you can scope. The Huntsman has ammo. The projectile is probably slightly faster, and there is absolutely no source jank, so the arrow isn't fucking massive and shit.
Well, the difference being the arrow uses the collision hull and not the hit scan hitboxes, so you'd have to find a way for a projectile to use the hit scan hitboxes instead. And Valve's workaround is it's actually a very intuitive workaround, but one that creates a lot of inconsistency. Have you seen how it works, Lucid?
No.
The Huntsman?
No.
Okay, so
I have an idea, but I haven't seen it.
So let me send you a couple of pictures. So TF2 hit scan hit boxes.
But Zesty, I want to be clear. The hitboxes, how stuff works in current TF2 doesn't apply in this hypothetical. This hypothetical is any world where it literally works perfectly. There is no issue with it.
Listen, I need to like fucking. Oh, here we go. This is a beautiful picture. This is exactly what I need. Okay, so, sir, because we need to kind of try to put this into a context of modern of like what TF2 actually is. Otherwise, people are gonna be like, "Oh, it's fucking stupid," right? So, like, look at this picture. This is how these are the hitboxes work in TF2 right now.
Okay, hold on.
So the big red box is the collision hull, and the collision hull is the same size for every mercenary.
Yeah.
This is the box that defines interactions with the map and also projectiles, meaning the hitbox is really big. And then the smaller boxes that are mapped to the body, that's what hitscan uses. And the huntsman's workaround is, first, the huntsman collides with the collision hull, and then it maps a ray to the closest hitscan hitbox. So in reality, the hitbox area on the collision hull is fucking massive. So that's why it has like a massive amount. That's why the headshots are not only inconsistent, but also like if you aim really far to the left or right, it still counts as a headshot.
Yeah.
So in your world, where sniper rifles are now effectively railguns or huntsmans without arc, Valve's workaround to find some way to use collision hulls and hit scan at the same time. It is very intuitive. I think it's actually a very smart solution, but it creates a lot of inconsistency. And my curiosity is, how could this work in the context of the actual game and not like a different game with different hitboxes and different physics and what have you?
Okay, so everything is the same except for this, basically. The only by some miracle, everything progresses the same except for the huntsman probably doesn't exist in an alternate world where this is the case. In fact, there's probably an unlock that is a hit scan sniper rifle that we all hate because it works differently than all the other ones, which is a funny thing to imagine. But yeah, no. So the reason why I propose this is because it offers a way for sniper to still be a long range class among short range classes, but have literally any counterplay from long range. Also, I think that it would be cool as fuck if the pyro could reflect a sniper's headshot back at a person in the front line, like ultra kill style, and just annihilate them with a massively like high critical hit. It might even be its own mechanic because it would be so cool.
Or like Genji.
Yeah, like
Overwatch.
Yeah, like if you could reflect a sniper's bullet and headshot someone else, that would be fucking incredible.
I've done that before.
Yeah,
It
So,
was
like-
so cathartic.
So like, would this be the fastest projectile in the game? Would it match existing projectile speed, like an existing projectile speed, like the direct hit or something else that's very fast?
It would probably be like direct hit fast, probably.
Okay, that's at least like, I feel like going too far beyond that would defeat the purpose of turning it into a projectile.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because like you have to make it fast enough to where it is reflectable, but not so fast that it's or it's not so slow that it looks weird or unintuitive.
I mean, to me, it just sounds like you've created a different weapon that could be fun to fuck around with in the game. It would merit a lot of experimentation to see whether or not it would be viable or fair. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about turning, because effectively you're adding travel time to a bullet, right? Which in a lot of video games I think it's fun in a game that isn't super PvP reliant. If it's not PvP reliant, then I think it's a more entertaining mechanic to have. But as soon as you start incorporating things like lag compensation, because you can't avoid that in a video game, even though you said like you were existing in a world where compensation isn't a thing, you know, it would just be hell.
It would be. I guess it would not be like as notorious as TF2's is.
I'm trying to remember, what was this fucking game? I can't remember this. It was a massive online multiplayer shooter where you had like 3 factions fighting over giant towers, and there was like 100 people on a server at once. What was this fucking game called?
Is it Battlebit?
No. God, it's futuristic. It's a futuristic shooter.
PlanetSide 2?
PlanetSide, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, the sniper rifles in that game had travel time on the bullets, and that sucked so much. That was not fun.
I think that we would be looking at Sniper a lot differently if this were how it were from day one, and I don't think we would have any. I don't think we would have any balance issues with the class without us having to sacrifice any other part of the game. That's what I believe.
Like I think
Someone make it a mod.
I would love to see this. I think it would be very interesting in a regular TF2 environment if we, like I said, we'd have the unlocks. Like the reason why I phrased it this way is because a lot of people were just like, that's just the huntsman, and it's like I feel like that's like a disingenuous way of looking at it, because in this world everything is a projectile. So like modern day
How would the scattergun work?
Oh well, no, sorry, no.
I'm sorry, my not
Or what do you
not
mean?
everything. I meant sorry, every
You
sniper.
scared me
My
for a minute.
No, I meant like every sniper rifle probably is a projectile. So you're not
Okay.
looking at like, oh, that's the huntsman, because the huntsman doesn't exist.
See, I feel like that could have been something they could have made. They could have used that as a way to make the Sydney sleeper more interesting, or that
True.
it behaved like an actual dart
Yeah,
instead
right.
of a bullet.
Yeah,
I think that would be more interesting, but that's a different world.
yeah. But yeah, I proposed this at 4 a.m, and I'm standing by it. This is my perspective. This is my personality now. That
This is the hill you'll die on.
if this is how
if this is how TF2 were from 2007 onward, we would not be having conversations about sniper. It would just be we'd be like, oh, okay. Someone complains about
I
sniper,
don't-
we'd be
I
like,
don't
get
see
better,
this-
switch to pyro, bitch.
See, listen. I do not see this as a serious approach to rebalance sniper. I think it's a horrible idea. I'll just be blunt. I think it's a horrible idea to give sniper a projectile. But I think it's a cool idea for a weapon concept. And like I just said, that could be cool for something like the Sydney Sleeper. But as an otherwise full-on replacement for sniper, I don't know.
What bothers you about it? I'm curious.
Projectiles so in general, things without damage fall off are a pain in the ass to fight against, especially when they're high damage. There's only a handful of things in TF2 that, one, don't have damage fall off, and two, have really, really long ranges. And when you do that with a projectile, it becomes, okay, so one, it becomes easily spammable, because then a sniper won't even have to aim anymore. He can just kind of just fire off these really high rapid speed projectiles with no fall off down a choke. That would be AIDS to fight against. But then you have things like, and the way it's balanced out with like Demo Man's grenade launchers is they have a really high arc. You have to really lob your shots forward, which impacts your accuracy. And they also have they have a limited range because of it. And those like balancing factors would be removed on a projectile-based sniper rifle without arc. I don't think it would be very fun to play against, because at least with things like the direct hit and all other rocket launchers, those have damage fall off. So if he's spamming these super high speed projectiles down a choke, they're only doing like the direct hit does like 59 damage each at max fall off. So it's not going to kill you instantly. So whereas if he's doing like quick scopes, down a fucking choke, and they're guaranteed to do 150 damage if they hit the head, it's just, there's just one after another coming. I don't think that would be very fun.
I think the fact that he has a projectile, because if you're at a choke, right? Are you picturing like I don't know, like any Dust Bowl hallway, and he's on the other end of it,
really anywhere where players could come from. I see this happening on common pathways on upward route, because spam is a big part of TF2. There's no getting around it. It doesn't matter if the map is choky. It doesn't matter if the map is open. Spam is a massive part of TF2. And the way Valve balances that out is with damage fall off or arcs.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have either of those things for a projectile, it becomes really, really AIDS. Or it has to be low damage enough, like a flare gun, for example, because that doesn't have fall off and the arc is very shallow. It has to be low damage enough with a slow enough of a projectile speed that it's very easy to move out of the way. Or follow-up damage with it isn't that impactful unless it's like a genuine bonus, like hitting someone who's already on fire. So it rewards hitting multiple shots or comboing at a close range, where you're not really meant to dodge a projectile at close range, right? So
I think that, because when you say like spamming the projectile down a choke, I guess I'm picturing it doesn't have a very fast firing speed, so it's not gonna, like, there's not going to be a wall,
even with like
right?
the sniper rifle's current firing speed, right? You can keep the same base firing speed with the sniper rifle. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. But even at that base firing speed, that is very high damage projectiles at very high speed, that if fired from very far away, the person's not seeing them getting fired at them. And so if they're coming into a choke where they didn't know the sniper's there and firing, and all of a sudden they just walk in the path of this high damage projectile and go boop, and they get one tap, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, but it sucks in base game too.
No, it sucks in base. Yeah, well, I mean, it sucks in base game, but
at the very least, you can do something about it. That's the whole. That's like the premise, is that In both situations, the only difference is you can't see it. But in both situations, you are getting a high damage projectile fired at you regularly. Except in one of them it's instant, and in the other one you can move out of the way or reflect it. And I would
see, like I don't disagree, but I in that it introduces counterplay in that you can move out of the way and dodge is the upside, but the downside is that if you still don't know the sniper is there, you can move in the way of a projectile you don't see coming, and then you die, right?
Yeah, but that's
or if you're moving into, or if you're coming into a choke that in that moment looks clear from your point of view, and then as you round that corner, and all of a sudden here comes this 150 damage. It's like coming around a corner to a crit, right? Like you're coming around the corner to a crit rocket. That sucks.
Well, yeah, but is that bad too?
It's frustrating, yes.
What? So you would change that? Can you? I think it's fine that you round the corner and die sometimes because I think that you learn from it. You learn to.
No, sure, no, yeah, I agree, but I think it makes it. Thing is, there's that, but it becomes frustrating to fight against when it becomes one after another. Because like you think about it this way, I think a sniper would still be able to shut down a common pathway even with a projectile-based sniper rifle.
I disagree. I think as long as there is a pyro on the opposite team, I don't think that you would be able to. Like, because after how many years now? Fucking 15 years of the game being like in existence, there would be the skill ceiling would go both ways, where there would be pyros good enough to reflect because they'd have to do it even more often now. There'd be pyros that are good enough to just reflect projectiles more consistently. And
see, I disagree because I still come across a lot of pyros even with high hours that still can't deal with a direct hit.
Imagine if we lived in a world where one of the class's whole existence was so that the pyro could reflect them, like more so than even the soldier, because at least like with the soldier, it's not like an instant "I died now" thing. It's like, oh no, if I don't reflect this back, my team doesn't get to push. It's a little bit.
See,
different.
but then also to that point, sniper, I feel like it then exacerbates sniper's power, like the sniper's strength at any range. Whereas at least with hit scan, hitting headshots at point blank is harder. Like, or someone who's close to you moving rapidly, that is harder to do. Mm-hmm. If you turn his weapon into a projectile-based thing, like the direct hit, it makes his hip fire even stronger because now a quick scope you don't have to be nearly as accurate, and then you can still be rewarded with high damage. And then to that point, why would a sniper ever hang back? Because he could just get closer and hit shots easier than having to deal with travel time.
Well, no, because if he gets any closer, he's at more of a risk because now he doesn't have his long range advantage. He has to trade either shots being very difficult to hit or being easily flankable.
I mean, that's the same thing with Soldier, right? The only difference being he is slower and has more health.
Yeah.
Like with like the direct hit, right?
Yeah.
So it would basically turn him into like a medium range class,
which would be good. Because now he isn't the only long-range class in the game, and if he wants to be, he has to be incredibly good, and he's still counterable from that range.
I don't know. I still feel like this would be a recipe for disaster. I think it would. I think it would still suffer from the same problem where people would get just as good with the weapon that you're describing as they do with normal hit scan sniper rifles, and it would be AIDS to fight against.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because there is any amount of counterplay.
There's at least some, yeah, but then again, that counterplay can't really take place unless the pyro is just kind of sitting there waiting for that projectile to come and then reflecting it back, because the sniper's presence isn't even there. It's still super far behind the enemy lines. The pyro is still dealing with all of the people that are closer to him, including other projectile-based classes. Most of the time, like a pyro's focus is going to be on the people in front of him and not the sniper way far behind the back lines. He's not focusing on those projectiles. He's focusing on the projectiles being shot at him from close to medium range. And so most of the time, pyro's not going to be focusing on that sniper's projectiles. He's focusing on people who are closer to him. So unless the pyro is like by himself and is aware the sniper is over there and is waiting for those projectiles to come to him, then in that moment there is at least some counterplay.
I think that if this were the version of the game we have had for 15 years, it would be less like extreme than the way you're making it out to be. Like, I think it would be much more part of a normal pyro's job would be to look out for snipers and prevent them from doing things.
I strongly disagree with that. I
would
very
love
strongly disagree with that.
someone, if there are any modders in chat, please make a version of the game where everyone is stock. There are no unlocks, and the one change is that Sniper now all of his bullets are a projectile. I want to see it. I want to play it. I want to see it. It would be an interesting experiment at the very least.
I mean, I will happily eat crow if I'm proven wrong, but I really don't. I don't see this being better. I really don't.
You really don't see it being better than the current state of Sniper?
I honestly don't, because I'm just envisioning grenade launchers with no arc and just traveling down straight lines and doming people for 150 damage. That's not fun. It really isn't.
See, Zesty, you don't understand. I'm a visionary, okay?
I'm not thinking of the here and now. I'm thinking of the what would be. You know, you don't understand.
I mean,
you know, Zesty, as someone with 4 hours in TF2, I think Lucid's right.
Here, listen, I'll tell you this much. In a vacuum, if this was like a Rats Instagib situation where everyone was using the same weapon, then yeah, that could be fun. But in the context of the other 8 classes and how they interact with each other, I really don't see it.
Maybe in this alternate universe, Heavy finally gets that shield everyone wants him to have, and then everyone can just hide behind him. You know,
Heavy does not need a shield. I do not know enough.
I was joking.
God, it triggers me. I feel rage boiling within me. The notion of a Heavy
TF2 was more like Overwatch. Maybe I would play it more. Just saying.
Yeah, when are we gonna get like fucking Tracer in TF2? When are we gonna get like a sexy mid-30s medic lady to heal me? That's what I need. Otherwise, I can't play TF2. I can't play TF2 anymore.
Chat, I want, because people are like attacking me as a person because I have this perspective. This is crazy. I for the record, this is like a little bit tongue in cheek because we can't prove this to be true, and I do think it would be bad if it were added to the game tomorrow. Okay. We can agree there. I don't want this to be added to the game. I'm more thinking of an alternate 2024 where this change were made way back in 2007, and I do think it would be better. I'm not bending the knee. I'm just clarifying. I don't think I don't want this.
You will not concede.
No, I believe this isn't. It's not even really an argument because it's entirely based on an alternate future we can't know to be true. But it is something I believe to be the case.
So now you are you're a grifter. You are a evil, sad, and bad. You hate cats. You clearly don't like chocolate chip cookies. You want all people who enjoy chocolate chip cookies to die a very quick and rapid death inside of a toaster bath.
That's true. That's
true. Obviously, you are truly the embodiment of pure evil because of this opinion on Sniper you have.
Oh man, that's so
we
good.
love you anyway.
No, we can't love him. We cannot love him anymore because he had an opinion on a video game.
Oh, you're right.
This is epic. Okay, well, someone in chat's very mad at me.
Why? What are they saying? Read it. I want to hear it.
There is objective information we can use to deduce why the future, quote unquote, is bad. You are ignoring all of it. Your idea is bad. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you could use objective information to predict the alternative future that doesn't happen.
Like we need a fucking DeLorean, dude.
Yeah, like to learn, now it's different. It's one thing if we're talking about like objective information to prove like, oh, if I had eaten shit like 10 minutes ago, I'd probably have a stomach ache right now.
Oh yeah.
It's not that. Like this is like, oh, if something very fundamental about TF2 had been changed 15 years ago, the game we're looking at would probably be in a better state. And for all I know,
being added.
Yeah, and for all I know, it could be in a worse state anyways, but for a completely different reasons. Like for some reason, them adding them changing this about Sniper for some reason means that the flare gun doesn't exist for Pyro, and then that makes the game worse overall. Like I'm willing to admit that could happen.
If Sniper wasn't added, I wouldn't have been doxxed. The bot crisis wouldn't have been. The world would have been a much better place.
That's true. But yeah, okay. So that's that portion of the stream. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
It's over.
Me too.
Okay. Order of business number 2. Before we get to the video, or 3 actually. Before we get to the video, I know I'm edging the chat with this video we're gonna cover, but I do want to bring up we are not gonna cover the Kaluka video that everyone has asked us to cover. Although I did want to say something brief about it, and we can well, everyone who's seen it, I think that's just me and Zesty can talk about it. I'll go first a little bit, just to say, like, it's very obviously I want to respond to the UFR adjacent people for the most part, but I don't want to mention that UFR exists. So I made this video the video responds to our arguments or things that we've talked about, kind of in a vacuum, because it can't mention that we exist. So instead, it just, there's just this argument against the ether, Twitter, or things in the TF2 community, when in the reality, the only people really saying them regularly are the people who are on this panel right now, minus Bradley.
I mean, he also just made up several other arguments that were never mentioned on this podcast as well. So there's that as well. And a lot of them were made in bad faith. A lot of them were posed in a disingenuous way. A lot of them where he would pose his argument and then say, oh, if you disagree with this, you're just stupid, or whatever else he used to describe people that held the opinion that he disagreed with, or the stance that someone could hold but he doesn't consider important, and therefore it's not worth addressing, even though it's clearly important to the person that's bringing it up. So yeah, and it was a very, very, very obvious bit of bait, which in my opinion was rushed out so he could squeeze in that Raid Shadow Legend sponsorship. Got to get that money, but that's just me, not Lucid's opinion. That's mine.
Yeah, that is not my opinion, to be clear.
The evidence of that is, and the only thing that I think is worth addressing from that video is the fact that he was completely wrong as to how Valve earns money from workshop items. He said in his video that a workshopper told him how it works, but either he lied or the workshopper lied to him, because it was completely wrong. So how it actually works is that, yes, 25% of sales go to the workshoppers, but only from items that are sold through the in-game Manco store. Otherwise, maps, hats, unusual effects, taunts, and skins, they all get a cut of key sales, and that percentage varies from update to update. And so usually, Valve adjusts the percentages based on the volume of content added to the game, so it results in about roughly 1 to 2.5% per individual item. This is a rough estimate. Naturally, all the people who get content in the game can't tell you exactly what that percentage is, but it works out to roughly 1 to 2% of key sales per individual item. So when he comes up with a gross underestimate of the actual amount of money Valve earns on an annual basis, he ballparked a figure of about $5.5 million roughly, when in reality, that's about how much money they earn in a single month. Probably a little bit less. I would say more conservatively around $2 to $3 million per month from TF2 based revenue. Of course, this varies from month to month based on the popularity of the case that was released. And also, he didn't take into consideration that not only one case is being opened on a single month, you have the entire history of all of other TF2 cases that are also being opened at the same time of brand new updates in order to get the brand new unusual effects, amongst all the other cases that came before that that are not tiered unusual cases, all the older crates and Manco munition crates, amongst all of the other tons of other items that are sold on the community market. It is quite literally impossible to track all of the transactions in this game. And then he also does not take into consideration the sheer volume of keys that are bought from the Manco store specifically for trading. Not to open cases, just regular keys that are purchased to trade. And not just for TF2 items, but also for other Valve games, namely Counter-Strike. When Valve disallowed for Counter-Strike keys to be traded because they were being used for a lot of scams and for laundering items, a lot of those guys went over to TF2 keys, and there are massive volumes of these keys going in and out of the game and being purchased directly from Manco. So his estimate of the amount of money that TF2 earns is very, very, very low. So
also,
that's the only thing worth addressing.
Well, no, I also wanted to say I was frustrated by that part of the video for a different reason. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the amount of money that Valve earns off keys. Has literally this much to do with a boycott. Unless your argument for a boycott is that it would take away a significant part of Valve's stream of revenue, which might be which is part of Zesty's argument, but that's not. I don't think. No offense, Zesty. I don't think that's even the most compelling reason to do a boycott, because I think that doing a boycott is principally good.
And a lot of people
course.
a lot of people in the comments were saying like, "Oh no, I think I don't really care how much like cuz we could just do this. Me individually, if I boycott the game, I affect Valve's bottom line like a minuscule amount if I do it. So it's like, why would I want to do it individually? And it's like, oh, because I think it's the right thing to do. And that's
it's
and
a
of course, yeah.
principled stance.
yeah, and that is the reason why I'm like, I don't even think it's really worth going into like how much does this affect Valve's bottom line if literally everyone doesn't spend money. It's like I'm not interested in that. I don't think that's
agree.
even,
I agree.
because that's like a much worse or much more indefensible point of view as opposed to just it's the right thing to do. And he opens that part of the video by saying, "Oh, if you think it's the right thing to do, cool." Which is like, why even bother? That's like the most compelling argument. We don't have to just respond to this fucking worse argument over here, or this argument that few people are making. And I don't mean to make you look less zesty. I'm sorry.
No. And I agree. The thing is, like, a major point that I was driving home, not the only point, but a major point that I was driving home about a boycott is that it makes Valve look bad. If you have one of their flagship titles not having money spent on it, right? Like, oh shit, everyone's not spending money on TF2, the hat simulator, you know, the one where you buy, sell, and trade hats. They're not spending money on that game anymore. Oh shit, what's going on there? What the fuck did Valve do to piss these guys off, right?
Yeah, optically it's not good at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, and that's like the much bigger angle that of course this has been months now, so I don't remember exactly what I said. So naturally, someone's going to take what I say here and then go back to what I said back then and like juxtapose these things and go, "That's not what he said." But it's a much bigger blow to make Valve look bad by not spending money on the game. And obviously, yes, the amount of money that TF2 earns Valve is pennies compared to their other titles. However, I still stand by that percentages don't matter because all revenue streams are taken into account for a company's budgeting. If suddenly there is a deficit of millions, that's money they don't have to play around with anymore, that they normally have to work with every time they make a budget. So that would have a tangible impact, but that's lesser compared to the more visible thing of, that makes Valve look bad.
I think we should add spunding mini into our vocabulary more often.
Spunding mini.
Yeah. Zesty, you said spunding mini on TF2.
Sorry.
And no, don't apologize. That's fucking awesome.
No, I flub my words when I speak too fast, but you get my point.
Why would you want to spund so many people?
I would.
You get my point regardless. But
yeah, no.
Anyway,
of course.
like I think, but in my opinion, that's that is the only part of his video that is worth discussing. The rest is nonsense.
Yeah, I think it is not a very well argued video. And like I said, I think it largely is badly argued because he can't acknowledge our arguments specifically, because then he would have to acknowledge our existence, and he isn't willing to do that. Or at least it doesn't appear that he is willing to do that. I don't want to be so egotistical as to assume that is the reason solely why he did it the way he did. But it seems like he was.
There are definitely a handful of people that are making the arguments that he is saying in his video, but they're by no the majority.
Yeah, no, it's. I have not seen them outside of this show and people we have covered or brought on to this show. So
that's actually not what I meant.
Oh,
so
okay,
like some of the arguments that he poses are kind of derivative or twisted.
Oh, you mean the
versions
things he
of
said?
the
My bad.
opinions that we have. Yeah, the things that he
sorry,
said
my bad.
are kind of like twisted or derivative forms of the points that we were making, and then he posed them as this argument that's like this widespread thing that not that many people are actually talking about. As kind of a way to, as kind of like the one I want to bring up, I can't because it's extremely sensitive, but it's not the argument. And first of all, it was barely even brought up here. And then the ultimate consensus was, who cares?
Yeah.
But
who honestly, yeah. That's the one where I like, okay, that one's probably just Twitter. But like the rest of them are like irrelevant or things we've talked about.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, we're not covering that, so don't ask, stop asking, don't want to. That there's all the coverage you get, you greedy little morsels of coverage.
Greedy little morsel. You greedy goblins, you!
Yeah. They're like clamoring, they're like, I want discourse!
Yes, have your morsels.
But yeah, now that that's over, 40 minutes into the pod, the Bradley, would you like to introduce yourself? You've been here the whole time.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah. Give me one sec. Alright, yeah. Hello, I'm Bradley G. I make animated video essays.
Nice. Go team. That's it.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
It sounded like you were
I
like
love
pulling a
that.
script
That's
out.
it.
That's a good bit. But
Wait,
yeah,
wait, can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, did you cut out?
did you cut out?
What did you guys hear?
I heard I make animated video essays and then nothing else.
And then stopped. And that was
Oh.
it.
Oh yeah, no, I added a little bit more to that for sure. Yeah, I mean, I only have 2 on my channel so far, but I'd definitely like to make more. And yeah, no, the YouTube channel is just sort of an experiment to kind of challenge myself to see how well I can argue, I guess, and to test my own media analysis skills, and to sort of challenge myself as an artist as well.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I think your videos are very, very good, and everyone should go subscribe right now.
Aw.
Bradley makes excellent videos, dare I say it. Yeah, no, definitely
Thanks,
go
man.
go check out Bradley. Definitely very excited to have him on to discuss our topic today. But before we continue again, because I really like edging the chat, Alan, what do you think about literally anything? Because people in chat have been wanting to know. Okay.
Give me a topic.
Anything we've discussed in the past 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, Bradley G's videos pretty good. High production value. I just watched them before stream because Levi started it an hour late. I think.
No.
I can't prove that, but I really think it was an hour late.
Alan is not.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I eventually would like to. Yeah, so so far I covered live action Disney remakes and also the new Daily Wire adult animated comedy that came out back in May.
Yeah.
I was a little late to the party covering that one, but I'm glad I got it out there. I would eventually like to talk about video games as well, because I do have many of an opinion regarding that as well. So
Many
You
other.
Yeah, we'll
should
see.
become a food review channel. Talk about weird, obscure food items. Make
Oh, that's
essays
brilliant.
about that.
You should eat every plant from Plant vs. Zombies in a salad.
someone probably already did that. I'm willing
Yeah,
to bet
probably.
that video absolutely banged.
Nah, I don't think it's been done. You should do it.
No, that's some
well,
evergreen content right there.
I've been watching a lot of PVZ content, and I don't think I would have seen it by now.
Someone's doing
No,
it,
no.
or someone's doing it now, or has already done it within the last 20 seconds of you mentioning it.
No.
That's how fast things move
Should
now.
have DM'd you the idea. Fuck. Yeah, she would have loved to eat some sunflowers.
There's sunflower seeds. You got sunflower seeds. You can eat those.
Yeah, but who's gonna put that in a salad? That's
A lot of people do.
gross.
Like shelled sunflower seeds in a salad are really good.
Yummy.
Ugh. Shelled? No, you're supposed to spit out like the outer shell of a sunflower seed. You're not supposed to eat the entire
what
thing.
Are you a fucking degenerate putting shells in your mouth? God.
What is that not what you're describing?
I'm
Putting sunflower?
I'm kidding. No, well, so like when you shell a sunflower seed, you just have the meat. You put it in the salad. It's really good.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, it's good
Alrighty.
shit.
But yeah, no,
Highly
starting
recommend.
now, I'm doing Plants vs Zombies content for sure.
Yes. I love
Oh,
Plants
yeah.
vs.
Zombies. It's so good.
Yeah, I'd actually kind of dig those games.
But
I
yeah.
think people have mixed. I'm okay.
No, wait, you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say that I think people have mixed opinions on PVZ 2, but that's the one I played the most and I enjoyed it.
Mr.
That's all I was
G,
gonna
what we
say.
do here is tangent. Please talk about whatever it is.
Who?
No, that's fair.
Oh yeah, Mr. G. I thought you were talking about someone in
That is
chat.
indeed my last
It's like
name.
Mr. G.
But yeah, today, go into the video finally. Bradley, feel free to join the watch together so you can see the video.
Oh,
It's
I
in.
thought it was in it.
Oh, maybe Alan's not here. Someone's missing. I assumed it was
I'm
you.
not in it.
Alan, you fucking. I thought Bradley wasn't on the ball because he's new, but no, it's the host who's not on
What are
the
you
ball.
talking? We are 40 minutes into the stream.
Shush.
I think that's just bog standard. That's normal.
Yeah,
It is.
45 minutes. That's pretty good.
I mean, we can drag this out. I can tell you about my IKEA experience today.
Oh yeah,
let's
go for it.
hear it.
Actually, yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, I went to IKEA. It's great. I got a bunch of shit for my room that I refurbished. Dropped $500 on particle board furniture. It's great.
Lord.
Someone in chat said, "Take your nap, Grandpa, Sleepy Alan."
Don't be mean to me.
Take your nap, Grandpa.
That set him off.
Okay, chat's complaining that we're edging them too much. Let's get into it.
This
This video is called "The Mechanical Arms Race That Kills Online Games." I have not seen. I've skimmed through it. Zesty has seen it. Zesty, what do you think?
Oh no, I lied. I've seen the first 2 minutes. I've not seen the entire thing.
Oh boy, Bradley,
I
have you
didn't
seen
lie
it?
because I didn't say anything. Yeah, I saw it.
What do you think of it, Bradley? You're the only prepared person on the pod.
Yeah, I even put down some notes. I was extra prepared.
Ooh, he's
Yeah,
ready.
it was all right. It was somewhat informative. There were a lot of parts that I thought, well, a few parts that I thought were maybe a little bit unnecessary. And I don't know. I'd take issue with the solution section of his video, but we'll get there when we get there.
Problems and solutions. I'm excited, but yeah, for the record, like 6 people sent me this for us to look at, so it's in demand.
Oh boy,
Oh, nice.
Alan, you left. Come back.
I hit play. I'm here.
Okay, we're hitting play. Ah.
Oh my gosh.
Multiplayer games, particularly player versus player games, are a very difficult thing to get into. No other type of entertainment media has the minimum skill requirement that can be found, particularly in modern titles.
Yup.
I would strongly disagree. A lot of older, very old Quake, obviously, have an extremely high bar for entry for the basic skill requirements to not get your shit pushed in every 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, sure. Quake, but just look at the entire fighting game genre.
I was
I mean,
gonna say-
also
I was
that,
gonna
yeah,
say,
that, there you go, perfect, yeah.
I was gonna say
And
melee.
around since the 90s. Yeah, it's Smash Melee. Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely not a new thing.
But
Yeah,
the general
but-
premise, yeah, I agree. It's the
Yeah, for sure.
PvP games in general are like if you're just up against someone with just marginally more experience than you get your shit pushed in.
I think that the issue, and because I anticipate that I'm going to disagree with this video heavily, but we will get there. I think that the difference is just that there is an absence of casual games, not that competitive games are in excess, if that makes sense.
It does, I think.
Yeah, because like if there were more games that were filling a more casual yet skill based niche, then I think that we wouldn't be seeing this issue. But we'll get there.
For decades, gamers have been enjoying and mastering a huge variety of games. And as the medium ages and the technology that drives these experiences improves, what gamers are capable of continues to expand. Gaming has been a staple for so long now that some have played their entire lives. Some have even built multi-million-dollar careers. Professionals who play games competitively at live events in front of millions of spectators and fans, all by refining their craft over tens of thousands of hours.
Okay, so we're setting up like the importance, why we're setting up why this has become the way it is before we've said what the thing is, which is an interesting way of going about it. Because like if you don't know the title, I guess that's kind of weird. But if you don't know what the video is about, then you're you're gonna be a bit lost when you're in this part.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I think he's done everything good so far. It's definitely good to set up the premise.
Yeah,
It's compelling, it's engaging.
Yeah,
It's good so far.
Agreed.
Makes me want to keep watching.
Yeah.
The rise of the competitive gamer has been nothing short of meteoric, but it does make you wonder, what happens when everyone you play against is super competitive? Competitive culture in gaming is rife and touches every game, whether it fits or not. Sweats, tryhards, cheaters. Familiar accusations to those who...
Okay, so those two
I
of
wouldn't
those...
put cheaters there.
I was like,
but-
I wouldn't put cheaters there either. Cheaters are completely different. I wouldn't include those at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not even addressing the main issue, which is the mechanical arms race.
Yeah. Also, well, I guess that would be the mechanical arms race. It's just like a different kind of arms race, you know, because like cheating improves, you know.
Oh, sure.
In something...
But it has nothing to do with the developer.
Yeah, no, that's more of a like a gamer anti-cheat. Separate. That's a separate issue from you know, people getting better at games, people getting better at hacking games.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, I wanted to say, and I want your guys' thoughts on this before we really get into it. I believe that if a game is able to be, if you were able to get good enough at a game to where you can invalidate everyone else around you, like totally and completely, then the game is designed poorly. What do you guys think?
100% agree.
I think I agree with that for sure.
I 100%
Why would
agree.
you blame the player for being good at a video game?
Yeah, because and I think that because someone brought up that Splitgate 2 is coming out. There was a tweet that went viral.
Yeah.
There was a tweet that went viral about like, oh, this guy's already learning tech, and it's and someone quote tweeted it and was like, oh yeah, this is ruining the game, or this is why video games die is because of people like you. And I'm like, if the game is designed poorly so that you can do this, and it's like a really broken way of playing the game.
Oh yeah.
That's the game's fault.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize we were gonna be talking about Splitgate so soon, but yeah.
Yeah, if you're not designing your game for newer players to at least have some kind of tangible impact in the presence of higher skilled players, probably not going to be engaging for new people to join your game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of silly when people blame players for trying to get good at something, as opposed to blaming the game for being designed so that there are no limiting factors and therefore people can be as good at the game as they want without being put in check by any sort of counterplay.
Right. Yeah. No, like the skill ceiling of. I was just gonna say the skill ceiling of Splitgate is like it's so astronomically high because, like, not only do you have to have like very good gun skill, but it's also like there's a mechanic everyone has that, like, to use effectively, it's you got to be big brain.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like all your like assumptions about
So go back
PvP shooters.
I'll go back to what you just said about, I may have misheard you, but like everyone needing to know the same mechanic.
Oh no, I was just saying everyone has the same mechanic, this super broken movement mechanic.
I see. So, you touch on something very interesting, and something that I do touch on in this next video that I'm working on, where games, at least in my opinion, if everyone's using the same mechanics all the time to play against each other, then you really need to have some kind of checks and balances to where minute differences in skill aren't heavily exacerbated and overly punish someone for not being as equally good as the next person. Because if you don't, then if you're just a hair not as good as the next guy, you just get your shit pushed in, and then that doesn't make for a fun game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then
what about chess?
Well, chess is markedly different. That's strategy.
Yeah.
Excuses.
Chess is interesting because I feel like a novice at chess versus a professional. Obviously, a professional is going to do really well. But if a novice is to go against,
they're basically both playing a different game at that point.
Yeah. If a novice was to go against someone who's slightly better than them, though, they still have a chance of winning, even by like accident. I played against a friend. Like, you know, the whole have you ever heard of the trope in sports of like defense is really easy for people who don't play the game regularly. So like you'll be playing basketball, and the defender is a new player, but the defender is really good because the defender wouldn't fall for things that the traditional player would because he's not thinking the same way.
Oh, interesting.
It's like that is a sign of good game design, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
But also, I really want to finish my point because someone in chat is now very angry at me, but I didn't get to finish my point.
Oh, sorry.
So if a game is well designed, if you still had a good time, even if you lose.
Yes. Yes.
If the
Based.
if the mechanics
Yeah,
are
because-
engaging, you still feel like you're contributing towards the game, even
Yeah,
if
exactly.
at the
There's
very
still
end
like a
you
level
lose.
of control you
Yeah,
have.
you still lose, but you had a fun time getting there. Whereas the entire game isn't based around winning or losing, simply because you were inferior to the next guy. That inferiority doesn't become the sole primary focus on engaging with the game.
Right, you're right. Like you still need to feel as if though like you had some level of control over the outcome of a match.
What game? This guy says, "What games are like that?" Team Fortress 2.
Team Fortress 2.
Team Fortress 2 is the perfect example of a video game where you can lose at the very end, but still have a fantastic time getting there.
Yeah.
This is because the game is specifically designed to amplify the individual's player experience for as many skill levels as possible and for as wide a range of engagement as desired. That's why you have a variety of different classes. You have the pyro or the engineer, where if you suck at aim, you can still have a tangible impact on the flow of the game. Or if you want a video game that exacerbates minute differences in skill with pinpoint aim, you have the scout, you have the sniper, etc., etc.
You want a game that sucks when you're losing? Overwatch 2.
Quake. Oh God, when you're getting your shit pushed in Quake, there's nothing you can do. If you get in a 1v1 with a guy in Quake who's just a little bit better at you, you have no hope. You're done.
See, Alan, I'm curious. What do you think about how Overwatch feels when you're losing?
No, I mean, yeah, I agree completely.
No, I want your specifics. I was curious.
Well, if you're losing, it's something you can improve on, or it's your teammates, because the amount of players is so low, and there's lots of entropy. Sorry?
Never mind. Continue.
There's fewer teammates and there's less entropy, so it's like, okay, well, we lost that fight because we didn't wait for this person to be back, or this person didn't ult at the right time, or
stuff that's not in your control.
Yeah, but that's the frustrating part. But when you can notice, oh, I could have done that better, that's where it's like, oh, okay, well, that was on me.
Yeah, the frustrating part of a game like Overwatch, at least in my experience, is when you only have control over so much, and there is no benefit to the game. You can improve at an individual character to a point, but that point is not very high relative to other games. So if you don't win a game, it's usually not because you aren't skilled enough to have won it. It's that it doesn't matter how skilled you would have, or it feels like it wouldn't have mattered if you had played perfectly because your team did bad things and therefore you lose. And there's nothing to be gained.
Do you think that's
from
just
that.
do you think that's just a natural consequence of it being a very team-oriented game?
I think it's just the thing of the medium.
Yeah, I think it's because the game is so focused on being competitive, so that it feels the need to be incredibly focused on teamwork, and they think that I think there is a mentality that if a person is able to carry their team, then the game isn't competitively balanced, which I think is silly. But I think,
weren't you just saying earlier that if you can completely invalidate the other team, that's a problem?
What do you mean? In reference to what?
So if I can carry my team single-handedly in Overwatch, isn't that an issue?
I mean, like if someone is good enough to carry their own team, they should be allowed to do it. An individual. What I mean, you're correct. I should be more specific. An individual should have a greater impact on the game at large than what is currently had in Overwatch. If the goal is to have fun. If the goal is not to have fun, or rather if the focus is not on fun and is on being competitive, at the expense of fun, then what is it place is fine. But I think it makes for a more fun and more rewarding video game experience if a single player can have moments where they go off and they're able to do a lot more to benefit their team by themselves.
I think if you are very mechanically skilled, you can carry a decent amount in Overwatch. You just have to be much better than the enemy team.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, I feel like some heroes will just get like completely invalidated by like a counter pick on the other team.
Yeah, but then you can counter the counter pick, and like if you're Pharah and there's a half decent soldier on the enemy team, you're basically done.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that just means you can't play Pharah right now.
We've lost Zesty.
Right.
We have lost Zesty. He fucking died. He got sick of the Overwatch conversation.
Can we get some F in the chat?
Yeah, no, I think the issue I foresee here is like if you're going to have a game where because kills don't matter very much in Overwatch relative to other games, I think is the thing. Or
what do you mean kills don't matter?
I once again should rephrase. It's not that kills don't matter. It's that
it's not the primary objective.
No, it's not that either. It's that getting to kill someone doesn't feel like you have overcome something. And that's I know that's like a subjective way to put it. But when you kill someone in Overwatch... hello, welcome back, Zesty.
Fucking internet cord got yanked out in the most literal sense.
Oh, no.
That's crazy. If you're going to kill someone in Overwatch, it doesn't feel like an accomplishment. Whereas I feel like in other games, if especially in TF2, if you are able to kill someone or a group of people, it feels like you have done a very great good, or that you have accomplished something.
Mm-hmm. What do you think that the meaningful difference is, more specifically between the two?
In one situation, you feel like you've overcome something individually, because I think that paradoxically, I think that eliminations matter more in Overwatch in terms of how much they affect the game, just because there's a lower amount of people. Yet in TF2, when I kill someone, I feel like I've overcome something, because I was able to personally outwit the person, rather than they were in a bad place and now they're dead because...
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think TF2 generally has a higher skill ceiling than Overwatch?
Individually, yes.
Probably
universal. I mean, like, as in an individual can become better. The individual has a higher skill ceiling. You could argue that as a team game, Overwatch has a higher skill ceiling. Although I might even push back against that. But certainly on an individual level, an individual can get much better at TF2 than they can Overwatch. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That does, yeah, it does make sense. I mean, what you mean is like like when it comes to like full teams against each other, there's a higher skill ceiling if they're all working together versus 1v1s.
Yeah.
Well, like,
But you got to understand, that's exactly how TF2 is designed. Like, Overwatch was explicitly designed to be a heavily coordinated team-based game, whereas TF2 was designed to optimize the single-player experience first and then have team play fall out of that.
Yes.
Those are words explicitly from the developers themselves, not my own thoughts.
Okay.
No, but Zesty, what you just said, just because you said it, I think it's racist.
Oh, shit, guess I'll die.
Get out.
Inhabit the online gaming space. You can't go 20 minutes in an online forum without someone complaining about someone else. And while extremely common, it's not always unfounded. Play any online game long enough, and you're bound to run into someone who takes it extremely seriously, who treats it like a day job, despite the clear absence of pay or even recognition. Someone who has optimized the game down to the finest details through thousands of hours of trial and error. Is this a bad thing? Like, sure, you can do...
No.
Inherently, no. And I think in modern times, it's become more exacerbated. I don't know if he gets to this. So in earlier games, there was no incentive to win other than personal satisfaction. Whereas nowadays, largely thanks to skill-based matchmaking systems, you have to win the game and try your hardest in order for the game to become fun. At least that's what games tell players they need to do. Whether or not matchmaking systems are actually effective is a much bigger argument that I still think needs to happen in the very near future. But I think nowadays, like the presence of stakes in a video game is much more prevalent than they were in the past.
I agree. It is. Oh, sorry. No, you go, Bradley.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like generally across the board, or specifically with like FPSs.
I would say across the board, not just FPS games, but like I would say across, like when it comes to PvP games, it's just a general observation.
I think it would. I'd even probably extend it to games across the board, with things like speedrunning becoming more. More popular. I think games across the board have just become more competitive inherently. Which isn't a bad thing when it is put in the player's perspective. Like I think it's also an advent of online gaming to an extent, because used to you'd want to be the best Smash player out of your group of friends, and once you achieve that,
you wouldn't really feel a need to get past that because you're only operating within a group of people that you know. Whereas now you're operating with everybody on planet Earth, and there will always be someone better than you potentially, and you want to get better than that better person, which
So
pushes
someone
people to be
asks,
like this.
Someone asks, how have the stakes changed in winning in an online video game? So before, when you just had the personal satisfaction and your own like organized tournaments between friends, nowadays you have matchmaking systems where if you perform poorly, you get placed into lower quality matches.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
perform well, you get placed into higher quality matches. You also have the existence of things like battle passes, where if you perform poorly, you progress slower. You don't get your money's worth. You don't get your shiny little trinkets as quickly. You don't get the bang for your buck, right? The harder you try, the more you're rewarded with shinier trinkets and the illusion of getting into quote unquote better games. There are just objectively more reasons to try your hardest and try to win than there were back in the early 2000s or the 90s. Simple as.
Not to mention that like a ranking system has been far more common now.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And then
than
like
in the past, it's like in every game.
Yeah, and when it comes to ranking systems, those only started really taking hold in like the mid to late 2010s. Before that, they like the existence of like a game coordinator, not even a matchmaking system, but a game coordinator didn't even exist at like a high at all.
Yeah, I think
I'm not, and like this guy's completely missing my point. I think he's arguing in bad faith at this point. Of course, there were divisions, but they were entirely player controlled and operated for those who wanted the higher engagement level of play, largely for the personal satisfaction.
Yeah,
like the games themselves were not telling the player that you need to win, right? They're only doing it because they wanted to.
Yeah,
it didn't used to be the default.
Yeah, there wasn't the first and foremost was an individual investment, and then the secondary was being better than everyone else.
Exactly.
You know, being better than you were yesterday was the focus before, but now it's being better than everyone else. And yeah, I think that I think absolutely that that has become more of being better than everyone else has become more of a focus as opposed to being, you know, improving on your own terms, so to speak.
Or just improving because it's fun. Like it's engaging and fun to improve because the game is fun and it makes you feel good to do that in the video game, right? Whereas I've seen a lot of other people, largely anecdotally, where they're like, actually Counter-Strike is, I think, the perfect example of this, where people fucking hate the game, but they keep playing it just so they don't lose.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Sorry, say your thing.
No, I was gonna say that, and that can be fine. It's just when the game isn't desired around eliciting that kind of mentality out of people, what ends up resulting is a paradox where the game isn't fun, but people want to play it, and then you go, why do you want to play it? It's like, because it's fun, but then it's not, they also will in one breath say it's fun, and then in another breath say they hate it, and they're just playing it for the rewards at that point, but they're not playing it for the game itself.
I have friends that do that. They play to grind their daily rewards or their dailies. They don't nearly enjoy the game as they once did. They just do it because it's habit, or like this guy says, effectively working.
I'm a Destiny 2 player, so I understand.
There you go.
But yeah, I do not think that it is bad that people want to get really good at games. As this
no, of course not.
I don't think it is bad in any context. I think that well, I mean, I shouldn't say in any context. You know, like get good at the game and I'll kill this child. But like in any reasonable context, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it is bad when games don't limit the amount of good that players can do. But yeah, hooray.
Is this a bad thing? Like, sure, you can do whatever you like with your free time, but does this have any sort of notable impact outside of annoying the occasional Redditor? Could competitive culture, for example, kill off a game's player base?
Good competitive culture. Oh, sorry.
I won't say anything.
I might. Let me think.
Hold on, I'll be right back. You guys say things.
Alrighty.
Can competitive culture can it 100% irrecoverably kill a video game where no one wants to play it anymore? Obviously not. But can it absolutely make a game less fun?
Examples of that happening?
No, of course not. But can it make a game less fun? Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think it largely depends on what the intent is.
Oh, sure, of course.
So you know, you got games like Counter-Strike and Smash Melee, and those are like very high skill ceiling games with a high skill floor as well. You know, and those games aren't suffering. You know, those games are still, pretty healthy.
No, of course, yeah. They're still very healthy in it, and there's also a lot of different contexts in which people are playing the same game, right? Like Counter-Strike at basically every level, everyone's playing the same game. But what matters is like the level of intensity that the person is seeking out in that moment. Where at like the lowest levels of play in Counter-Strike, you're just dicking around in casual with the same guns, movements, mechanics, positioning, what have you, same objectives, slightly different rules because of larger team sizes and different balancing, what have you. But they're not trying their hardest to win. They're just trying to chill out in casual. But then at the highest levels of play, then obviously in that moment, everyone is trying their hardest to win. It greatly depends on the context and where the game is being played. And the same thing for Smash Bros, right? If you're chilling out with friends, right, just hanging out, you got a few buddies over playing the fucking game, and then you're like, your one guy sweating his dick off, everyone else just had a couple of beers, like, dude, what the fuck you doing? We're just having a good time. It's like, I have to win, motherfucker. I had a buddy like that, motherfucker hated that shit. Like, dude, we're just hanging out after school. Why are you like wiping the floor? We're trying to chill out. Take it easy.
Yeah. I have a bad feeling I might be that guy.
No, I mean, I don't fault you for it. Some people just kind of do it reflexively, without thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, trying to wipe the floor with people in Smash Ultimate or whatever. But it's like, I play the game more than like all of my friends, so often they'll gang up on me and.
No, yeah, I was at the receiving end of that, where I had a buddy of mine who was really, really into fighting games, and I would oftentimes go after school, go to his house and play it, because he was the guy that had all the game consoles. I had none, so I would go to his place, we'd play games, and he'd boot up Tekken and would just fucking like I would go like, it would be like 0 and 20, and I'm like, dude, can you just like teach me how to do what you're doing so I can have a chance? And he would go no, and would just keep like, why am I doing this?
Yeah, that's no fun. That's sadistic for sure.
Yeah, no, yeah, but like we played Mario Kart, then it was fine.
Oh yeah, Mario Kart's good because it's like, you can be good at Mario Kart, but it's sort of it's
like, there's only so good though. There's only so good. There's only like, you can only optimize traversing a track so much, right? Like the ideal routes, maximizing speed, because there's like a hard limit as to how quickly you can finish a track before you start incorporating glitches or tool assists, what have you.
Oh, for sure. And there's only so much counterplay you can do against a blue shell, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't have much room to boost out of the way of a blue shell, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but then like in the same vein, you do like no items Mario Kart, like no items Smash, right? And then it gets really sweaty. But then again, there's still a hard limit as to how fast someone can beat a race.
See, what's interesting? What's interesting though is no items Mario Kart is, in my opinion, much less fun than no items Smash.
Yeah. Okay.
Agree.
I was literally about to mention that. I find it fascinating that like competitive Mario Kart still has like all the items on. I'm pretty sure. But then competitive Smash, it's like there's a reason why what is it? No items.
Fox.
Fox only is a meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like that's reflective of the competitive culture of Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
It's like you don't have items on in Smash.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that there's other platform fighters, or at least one that I know of, Brawlhalla. It's like that's a competitive platform fighter, but that has items.
I fucking despise Brawlhalla.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't have a Nintendo console for a little bit, so I wanted to get my Smash fix. So I downloaded Brawlhalla, and I was not a fan at all.
Why? That game is fascinating to me. I don't know how people enjoy it. Rivals of Aether's great.
Brawlhalla has like weird hitboxes that only exist at the ends of weapons and not like the rest of them, so it's really unintuitive because you're trying to set up for your really cool attack that hits the very tip and nowhere else. It's so oof. They might have changed it since I last. Shut up, Zesty. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Nah, it's okay.
Also, Zesty, what is it with you and being bad at video games? I hear that you're just trash at everything, and that's why you hate competitive cultures, because you can't be good.
I don't know. I don't take games that seriously. I play to have fun.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like some major cope to me.
Sounds like you're coping, Zesty. I've seen you rage on stream. If you don't care about the game, why do you get so mad at it?
Because no one likes losing. That's just a natural part of the human condition. Is no one likes losing. The best way you can mitigate it is making the sensation of
Zesty.
losing not feel as AIDS.
Zesty, you don't understand, okay? You can either have two perspectives. Either you're hyper invested and you need to be good at the game, or you don't care and you're completely nihilistic about it. There's no in between, Zesty. What the fuck?
So true. All right, I guess I'm turning into a nihilist.
I don't care about
God
TF2.
almighty.
Oh, look, it's another unusual cosmetic. Yay.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll continue.
In this video, we're going to dissect the way
Wait, let me bring us back so we know the whole thing.
side of annoying the occasional Redditor. Could competitive culture, for example, kill off a game's player base?
We never answered this question.
We touched on it when we were gone.
Okay, because I was just going to say yes, but it's probably the game's fault and not the players.
Yeah, because I mean, there's obviously games that are like exclusively competitive or like largely competitive, like that's the main focus, or people turn the game into that focus, like Melee, you know, and the game's, you know, it's not suffering because that's the main appeal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that, yeah. Hooray.
Yeah, because like nowadays people get into Melee to be competitive and to like, but whereas back in the day when it was more popular, people played the game as like, you know, like the party fighting game, right?
Yeah.
Right,
And
yeah,
to a
which is
lesser
still
extent, the
fun.
competitive focus.
And weirdly enough, I think Smash culture in general is kind of on the downturn, partially because it's become too competitive. And people view the game now as a competitive spectacle rather than as a party game.
You see, I think the main problem is that, like, there's like an online competitive community, but there's not really like an online casual community, really. Like, I don't know, other than like Smash content creators, like Beefy Smash dudes, stuff like that,
Yeah.
who have fun with the casual side of the game. It's like it's not nearly as prevalent as the competitive side, which, you know, you're gonna see all over Twitter if you're sort of in that sphere.
It would be interesting to explore as to why that is. I think that would be worthy of a video, perhaps, for someone to like explore why there's no strong presence of a casual scene inside of Smash Bros. Anymore, or if there ever was. You know what I mean?
I remember that in like the mid to late 2010s, I used to watch people all the time who like would play the game kind of they knew how to do competitive things like wave dashing, L canceling, etc. But they were just having fun. And and so they were playing the game casually with competitive mechanics, and there was a huge scene for that with people like Nintendo and what the fuck is the other guy's name? It starts with an S. I'm blanking. Sherwood. There we go.
I wouldn't. So here's the thing, man. I wouldn't call Smash Bros. Inherently a competitive game. But what does competitive mean? Does competitive mean that there are winners and losers? Then that definition applies to all video games. I think in this sense,
it depends on what you're specifically talking about.
Yeah, I think in this sense, competitive implies like organized tournament play. I think that's what we're talking about here when it comes to competitive, not that there are winners and losers. Because in that sense, every form of a game is competitive because there are winners and losers.
Right. Yeah. Whereas, you know, we'd probably want to be a bit more specific than that.
Yeah. So like in that sense, Smash Bros. Was designed to be a party game, not a competitive game where you have organized tournaments for, you know, definitive winners and losers, right? But
sure,
in a sense,
that's not to say it didn't have some of those aspects in mind, like within its gameplay. You know, there's still like combos and.
No, yeah, and then of course the guy gets mad and says Stardew Valley is pretty good. But then of course you have games where you obviously like don't have an explicit way to lose, games that you just play forever or fuck around in, right?
Yeah. So true, Zesty. Man, I agree with everything you say.
But like if you're playing against someone else, generally, obviously not all the time, winners and losers, therefore competitive at a base level, but does it mean that it's organized competitive esports play? No. That again, depends on the context we're talking here.
Someone said old Minecraft versus new Minecraft. I agree.
In today's video, we're going to dissect the way player skill influences online games, look at some examples of games that might have been affected, and potential ways that these things can be mitigated. Let's cover some important terminology first. The skill ceiling is the measure of the potential peak performance in a game. It's not generally quantifiable, but it becomes fairly apparent through a deep understanding of a game's mechanics. The skill ceiling depends by and large on what the game lets you do, willingly or not. This limit may rise or fall depending on updates or discoveries made by players.
I'm really happy with this definition. He
Me too.
acknowledges
me
that
too.
the game is the limiting factor.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
That is correct.
It's something that is actively coveted by the more competitively focused, for fun or profit. In that vein, you have your own theoretical skill ceiling that might be different to the game's. A maximum ability level dictated by many variables.
Hey Zesty, you see the sniper on screen?
Yeah,
It's a projectile.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's true.
Like age, natural
Don't care.
ability,
See how he missed that? You see how he missed that shot? Because he was aiming directly at the person instead of leading his shot. Because
Lucid.
No, fuck with you. I'm sorry. I know you.
Lucid, we're not going back here. We're not doing that.
I saw him lead his shot, and I was like, "Oh, that was so sexy. Gosh, I wish I could do that." I haven't played Battlefield. Alan wants me to play Battlefield with him.
Battlefield good.
Yeah, we should not have uninstalled BattleBit. It was a mistake that we both made.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should fix that. We should remedy. He's gonna talk about. He has an entire section in this video, Alan, about BattleBit.
About Battle, really.
About BattleBit.
Are you ready? Are you excited?
I'm prepared. My body is ready.
skill ceiling that might be different to the game's. A maximum ability level dictated by many variables, like age, natural ability, or available playtime. Conversely, the skill floor is the minimum performance required to play something. It's rarely the focus of conversation, outside of games that have different methods of play, like unique builds or characters. The skill floor is at its lowest when it comes to single-player experiences, as these are often designed to be extremely approachable.
He means generally, I assume.
I would hope he means generally, because
if he-
there are
if
a
he
lot
means,
of
like,
single player
across the board.
games that are not easily approachable.
Yeah, I was immediately thinking of like a bunch of JRPGs and strategy games and map games. Alan, would you say EU4 has a low skill floor, Alan? I wanna hear it.
A low skill floor.
Yeah. Do you think
No.
the level? Yeah, okay.
Like a learning curve, right?
Yeah, the level to
No.
entry is. Do you think the level to entry is high or low?
Relatively high.
Yeah.
But that's just the kind of game it is too, you know?
Yeah, I think.
But could like a
Sorry.
could a complete newcomer, like a complete casual to that game, could that person like figure it out on his own? You think?
What do you mean on your own? So it's a map game with like hundreds of different modifiers that all affect different
Okay.
things.
Yeah. Sure. Like
So
without
if you-
relying on any outside resources other than the game, like not getting help from friends or tutorials or anything like that.
You could. It would take some trial and error, and some of the connections between different things are not that clear in the game. So if you look on the wiki, it's like it makes it a lot more clear, and maybe
Okay.
easier to learn. But you can definitely like I didn't really use any tutorials or anything. I just played the game and looked at the wiki. But
Gotcha. Yeah, there's some games that I'd say have like a pretty low skill floor, but there are definitely like some mechanics that you wouldn't really be able to engage with without like a higher level of skill or like more knowledge. A good example of that is the Pokemon franchise, like learning how to shiny hunt. It's like that's a whole thing, or
Yeah,
like
but it's
trying
not
to
really
get
a
the
thing in
best
the game.
competitively viable Pokemon.
Yeah. Or EV/IV breeding isn't really.
Yeah, it's like
explained.
those are mechanics that are programmed into the game, but you're not going to really figure that out on your own.
Yeah.
mm,
Also, person in chat's bringing up the Nether portal in Minecraft, and that person's based and correct.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was
Minecraft
was
has a
actually
very
gonna say that.
Minecraft has a very high, I shouldn't say very, but a relatively high skill floor because of the requirement of a wiki, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I watched a video of some guy trying to beat Minecraft as if he were like playing it for the first time without relying on YouTube tutorials or whatever,
Yeah.
or like meta knowledge of the game, and I don't think he was really able to beat the game.
Yeah, because
Can I
it's
talk
fucking
an idea
awful.
here?
I don't know if that's the case anymore.
No, it's worse now.
but-
Yeah, sorry. Is that
I would like to present an opinion and I want to see how people react to it.
Okay.
I would say TF2 does not have a low skill floor. I would say that if you don't do some level of research, or if you don't have a friend ushering you into the game, you are not going to have a good time. It's going to be very difficult for you to overcome that like initial threshold of familiarizing yourself with the base mechanics of the game to not get your shit pushed in for the first 20 hours.
I agree.
Yeah, no, I think I can personally relate to that for sure. Like of the little bit I did play of wait, what?
I was just laughing. You were just like, I could personally relate to getting my shit
Oh.
pushed in for the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like,
Yeah.
obviously, and something else as well, right? Because obviously there are choices a player can pick, like Pyro, where you don't really need to know, you don't need to do much in order to like have an impact on the game.
Or medic.
But the game doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you how any of the classes work. It doesn't tell you what the classes do. It doesn't tell you what their weapons do, what buttons do what. All the players are left to figure it out for themselves. So if they just say, oh, this spy guy looks cool, and they inadvertently pick the most mechanically complex class in the game, and they go in and go, and then they die, right?
Yeah, see, no, that's it. Dude, no, yeah, I picked, like the spy class maybe once, and, I could not figure it out.
Yeah. No, it's...
Like, I know there's like an assassination mechanic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't know how
backstab,
to
yeah.
turn invisible.
Yeah, and I think that's a major problem with TF2, and one that TF2's always had since its inception, is that it is not friendly to new players at all.
I agree.
And ultimately, this is a side effect of older video games in general. Way back in the day, game developers would leave it up to the players to figure out the minutia of the mechanics they baked in.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
ultimately, expectations started changing, especially because over time, games started getting more complex and having more
getting
stuff
more-
involved with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and more buttons. Like
Yeah,
games
more
back in the
buttons,
day had
more
like
mechanics.
3 buttons.
Yeah, more mechanics, more buttons, and then the general expectation as games got more complex is sometimes players need to be told a little bit before they start playing the game. Otherwise, they're going to go in and go, "The fuck's going on?"
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
I have an anecdote from recently. I recently attempted to play TF2 with my girlfriend, who not only doesn't play TF2 but doesn't play video games like ever. And they got she was very, very like frustrated, and she was like playing the tutorial where you shoot the people, and she was deeply frustrated as someone who never plays video games. And it kind of made me come to the same conclusion of like, oh, this game isn't really like beginner friendly as much as it's as good as it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
for sure.
I'm go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that I think it's interesting watching someone who has very little or no familiarity with video games try to play a video game. It really makes you think like, oh, we already have like all this pre-established meta knowledge on how a video game functions, and you know, the buttons on a controller, or you know, using a mouse and keyboard or whatever, that we sort of take for granted. That's all of that stuff we had to learn.
Yeah, you're right.
Usually at like a very young age, at least for me. My first video game was Lego Star Wars 2.
Mine was Super Mario Brothers 3.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. I love that game. I've beaten it like 50 times.
Mine was
Oh,
Sonic
yeah.
Adventure 2. Battle.
Nice.
What about you, Alan?
My first video game?
I think it was
Like well, yeah, but it was the first video game, or the first video game that made you like understand what video games were.
Oh, I don't know, like Sonic on the Sega Genesis or something.
Yeah.
One of the Sonic games.
I feel like Sonic was like it's kind of the, or at least good Sonic games are kind of like the impetus of what like this is, where Sonic games are built to have a low skill floor but a high skill ceiling by design, because the point is to be as fast as
hold
possible.
right and jump sometimes. And if you lose all your rings, just collect 1 ring and you'll stay alive. And you
Yeah.
won't die.
Yeah, and that's like really simple and easy to understand, but you can get really, really good at it. It's a pretty good illustrator of this, I think.
Very true. Actually, question: what would you consider your first game? The first game you ever played, or the first game you ever like owned and played to completion? Like the first game you were ever exposed to?
I don't think it would count if like you were at like someone else's house and like you played 2 seconds of a game and then never interacted with it again.
It's kind of like a spiritual thing to an extent, where it's like I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, but I don't consider Nashville, Tennessee to be my home. You know.
Oh right.
I consider my home to be Okinawa, a place I lived in for 4 years. Which it's like weird, but that's where all of my formative experiences are that made me to who I am today. So with with your quote unquote first video game, you could be like hyper objective about it and be like the first one you ever played in any capacity.
Right.
But I don't know.
That's like you're not gonna glean anything meaningful from learning that.
Yeah,
It's gonna be the one you like actually engage with.
Yeah, which was Sonic Adventure
for the first time.
The one I played a shitload of when I was a kid was one called Math Blaster.
Math Blaster.
That sounds like a Flash game.
It was I think it was on a floppy disk when I was playing it. I think they still had it on floppies. I might be wrong on that one. It could have been on CD-ROMs, but I think that was the first one I played a shitload as a kid. A really fun math game. I love that shit.
You know what? I think I've seen this in like a past life.
Yeah.
In a past life. All right, you guys ready? Keep going.
Yeah.
Games that have different methods of play, like unique builds or characters. The skill floor is at its lowest when it comes to single-player experiences, as these are often designed to be extremely approachable, customizable experiences, fit for any level of play. The use of virtual opponents, or AI, means that players can make a game as hard or as easy as the developers allow them. When it comes to multiplayer games, however, it's rarely that simple. The difficulty is not just dictated by the developers, but by other players as well. For example, to play as...
That's not necessarily... Okay, so... making a distinction between how difficult the developers make it and how difficult players make it is very interesting, because I would argue it's the developers in both cases. As in
yeah.
As in like how the players you're fighting against don't make the game more difficult in the sense that they if you're playing against an easy player, it's not the same as a bad player. It's not the equivalent to playing against a bad enemy in a single player game, like a lower level enemy. The difference is that in one situation they have all of the options you do. You're essentially playing against someone who's like a clone of you but has all the same options and will do different things. And that offers different options, but it's still things that the developers programmed into the game as an ability. It's AI versus being human. It's a weird way to put it, because I think that I don't like you putting the impetus on other players when in reality they're operating into the same rules the developer already established.
Well, yeah, but no, I don't think. What's this guy's name? I forget the guy who made this video.
North Star.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think North Star is making like any sort of accusation regarding like players being at fault. I think it's just a natural consequence of a PvP game that the players you face and like their skill in the game is going to also determine the skill floor.
Yeah, I think that I don't think I would say the skill floor is determined by the players you face. I think that's wrong. Or I don't think any part
I agree.
I think it's determined by the developers and how much they allow the players you face to do.
I agree.
Unless you want to be like the skill floor of an individual match of whatever game you're playing, but I think that's a little pedantic. Like, it's an unnecessary distinction, I think.
Okay.
Certain rank in a competitive game, it might demand a much higher skill floor for it to be enjoyable. A game might have a lot of...
Wait, sorry, I want to roll them back. Don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, all good.
The difficulty is not just dictated by the developers, but by other players as well. For example, to play at a certain rank in a competitive game, it might demand a much higher skill floor for it to be enjoyable. A game might have a lot of mechanical depth or meta build.
I think equating skill level to skill floor is not a good thing.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think that's accurate. Yeah.
That put you at a disadvantage if you don't keep up with them. You might start a game late in its life cycle and find yourself behind in its progression.
What?
These things can change how
What?
Sorry, made a joke.
What did you...
Nothing.
All right.
accessible a game is to a general audience, particularly the casual crowd. Much like you have your own skill ceiling, you likely have your own skill floor too, which is essentially your tolerance for how bad you can be at a certain game before you quit. More experienced gamers might have higher standards for themselves, but they might still be performing above average compared to most people, but it's not enough for them specifically. The skill floor is why game balancing.
I wouldn't describe it as a personal skill floor and skill ceiling, but I agree with the sentiment, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
there's
I agree.
a personal tolerance for how much you're willing to like learn about a game in order to compete, I guess.
Yeah. Like how bad
you can be versus how good you can be, and then how good the game would let you be. Or sorry, not how bad you are allowing yourself to be, how good you will allow yourself to get through perseverance, and then how good you possibly could be if you like no life the game, essentially. So, and yeah, that's good. I think that's good.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with the definitions for sure.
Yeah, me too. I would change the skill floor one, but other than that, I think it's good so far.
The act of modifying a game to keep the experience fair is a significant part of post-launch work. It's so important that even the level of game balancing must be balanced. Don't balance enough and people will feel cheated or forced to play against people who have unfair advantages. Balance too much and nothing sticks out, and everything becomes stale and samey.
What? You can have a balanced game without that being the case.
No. I think he's saying that as well. But if there's, I think what he's more so talking about is like a game where
what, like all the guns are like look different but are functionally the same?
Yeah. But are you saying that you can have an extremely well balanced game but still have like a large, like maybe diversity in playstyle or whatever?
Yeah, no, I think that I wouldn't call it you should. There's no such thing as balancing too much. That's a misnomer, you know.
Yeah,
that's a strange thing to say. Because if your issue is that like it becomes too boring because everything feels the same, because that's not a balancing issue. That's a you've designed your game strangely issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in my mind, this argument is faulty because in my head, I go to the extreme of something like Rat's Instigate, where everyone is doing the same shit all the time. There's only one gun to balance, and then one set of movement mechanics to balance. It's not something you can overbalance, right?
Yeah, it's arguably a perfectly balanced game.
Exactly. So it's like in that instance, is it not balanced enough? It's like, what do you mean by balance? Lowering the floor enough for people to come in? That's kind of I think that's what he's leaning on in this point here, is like adjusting balance to appeal to those personal floors and ceilings rather than or it's weird how these are kind of blending together. Like the mechanical floor and then the personal floor, and then balancing to appease to those things, or if you're not balancing enough, it keeps the level of entry too high.
I feel
it's
like
murky. It's murky.
An argument to be made about the idea of balancing too much. I could be wrong, but like in Destiny 2, often a lot of players would argue that a certain weapon or ability gets like nerfed too much or like becomes balanced, and so a large part of the like player fantasy gets lost. But of course, that's more so referring to like PvE content.
Well, yeah, because in he's referring to like PvP games, I assume, like almost or I would assume he's referring to PvP exclusively.
Yeah, but okay, but what you're saying is that he's falsely conflating the idea of balancing too much and sort of a game's mechanics like becoming redundant or whatever.
Yeah, like and balanced, and me and Northstar over here might define balance differently, because I would say that. A lot of people would say that a weapon being too underpowered is an issue with balance, and I don't know if I would agree, depending on what the game is attempting to achieve. For instance, the third degree, by all competitive accounts, isn't a very good weapon, but it is very fun to use if you use it in its intended way in TF2.
Right. Yeah. Like a game being unbalanced is not necessarily a bad thing. It's like that's kind of like a large appeal of, going back to Smash Melee. It's like, very often people will say that or like some people now will say Smash Melee has like only 5 viable characters.
Yeah, which is kind of silly, but
well, yeah, but it's like you got a Melee player named Amsa who semi-recently won a major tournament with Yoshi,
Yeah,
who's
right.
not considered a great character until Amsa picked him up.
Mm-hmm.
And then more recently, there's a Donkey Kong player who just took a set over the first or second best Melee player in the world.
Yeah.
And Donkey Kong was considered like a D tier character.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is
There's
like,
benefit
an appeal
to
in
yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and then in TF2 you have people that believe only 4 classes are viable out of the 9.
Which is silly, also.
Yeah. Another thing also is that people like sometimes take pride in using an underpowered character or underpowered weapon or
Yeah.
underpowered class.
People are bringing up
Yeah,
Axe
it's
in
like-
chat.
Oh yeah,
Pikachu.
yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like pride is also a large part in people making the decision to use something that may not be like tuned enough.
I think that if your game is perfectly balanced and becomes less fun as a result, the issue is not that you balanced it too much. The issue is that you can't make your weapons fun and balanced at the same time, which is a
You
fault
made
on
your game
yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
because
It's
I think that because this is the thing with TF2 is that like TF2 wasn't meant to be competitively. It's not a competitively oriented game. So when you start balancing weapons around that, they do become less flavorful because that wasn't the intention from the developer, which is why
for sure.
it shouldn't be balanced that way.
The thing is,
And
and
a
Lucid,
large
it's
part
even,
of the
it's
player
even more
base is going to be
complex.
turned off by that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's even more complex than that because in the sense of competitive Team Fortress 2, these are different games essentially because of how they change the formatting.
Yeah.
And therefore, when you change the formatting of the game, it changes the bounds of everything. And so for TF2 specifically, that is an entire it's a nebulous mess of like you cannot balance normal vanilla play towards any competitive format of Team Fortress 2.
Another thing with balance as well that is, I feel like it's way harder to really decide if a game is balanced or not if it has like a very diverse set of options at your disposal compared to something that's a bit more samey, I guess.
Yeah, like Rats and Steel.
Yeah, it's like, you know, again, going back to fighting games, it's like there may be a very, you know, a character a lot of people might consider low tier, but it just takes one, like, extremely cracked player to win a major with that character.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, all your presuppositions about this character you thought was bad turned out to actually be pretty good.
Yeah, and when that happens in TF2 with a weapon, they just ban it.
Yeah.
They don't like their meta being disturbed.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's what's so interesting about Melee is that it didn't have like a single balance patch.
Well, it did, but they don't use it.
Well, yeah, I mean it's like technically, it's
Yeah.
like what is it? It's like
PAL.
the American and European version
PAL. Yeah.
of the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it didn't have like any balance changes or whatever, and you just let the meta develop for over 20 years, you know, and you look at the very first tier list for Melee, and it looks very different to the latest one.
Yeah,
Because it
meta's
had
developed.
so much time, right? Yeah, for people to optimize characters and learn counterplay and stuff like that. And I think that's real hype. I like the people figuring stuff out.
I don't think games being balanced is necessarily good. Like across the board either. Which I don't think he's saying for the record. I just want to throw it out there so we
Right.
don't conflate it. I think that games can be unbalanced and still be good, and it not even
Is
be a
any
flaw.
game perfectly balanced?
Rats and Stiggin?
Chess.
But then what would determine that balance though? Is balance everyone using the
guess-
same guns and
I
mechanics
guess
all the
someone
time?
would have to
or...
move first in chess. I guess that would give you an advantage.
Yeah, the
Rats and
Yeah,
Stiggin
but,
is literally...
but like in chess, sometimes it's seen as an advantage, sometimes it's seen as a disadvantage depending on the player. Chess is a very complex comparison to make, I think, for a video game.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but it's like it acts as sort of like a. I think chess acts as like a pretty good baseline for like the most, for lack of a better word, like sterile, objective
Yeah.
example of like a perfectly balanced game.
Yeah, I think a lot of games stem from chess, which, like, in their ethos, so to speak.
Chess was the first MOBA.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely TF2 before TF2. No, I if you really want to be like really like hyper autistic about it, you could say that the person who has the better internet connection is better in practice to give, therefore it's not balanced.
That's why they have LAN parties and LAN tournaments.
Whoever has the better, I don't know, keyboard, like you, like, because
yeah.
someone brought up rock paper scissors, and my immediate thought was like, well, rock is clearly the worst one because you don't have to move your hand to do it. So therefore, it's like it's the one that people go for the first psychologically, and therefore it's the most obvious, counter. Like,
Yeah,
like,
but then you go for rock anyway because people would think that.
yeah.
It's...
Well, no, but then you have to know if the other person knows the sauce. Like,
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Complex psychology when it comes
And
to
then
rock,
you get
paper, scissors.
a complete sociopath who throws out paper.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
Like, why have you done
I'm
that?
not talking to you anymore.
No,
Freaking paper thrower.
I think that people who put scissors out first are the worst. I think they suck. If your go-to is
Yeah,
scissors,
I
I have questions.
It's the clearest indicator of low IQ. You don't even need to take like an IQ test.
Like, you just think the hand sign
I
looks
can throw
cool.
out scissors. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It's edgy, right? It's
Yeah.
like it's the sharp thing.
Yeah. It really says something about a person's soul.
Yeah, no, for sure. If you throw out scissors first, you have like a sub 80 IQ.
There was a really, really funny meme of like a guy who always and only plays scissors in rock, paper, scissors, and then like complains when someone plays rock and like, oh, you don't understand the skill behind playing scissors all the time. You have to nerf rock players. It's like, why are rock players allowed to do this? Well, like, where is that fucking meme? I gotta find that shit.
I think that if you in a vacuum, games like rock, paper, scissors and rats and Stigib are probably perfectly balanced. Assuming the arena, because people bring up spawns earlier, assuming the arena you're playing on is flat in rats and Stigib, which for the record would make the game infinitely less fun if you were playing on Final Destination.
Rock, paper, scissors also doesn't have a skill ceiling or skill floor.
It does. I disagree. There's
really?
the psychological skill ceiling exists.
Yeah,
Okay,
I sent the meme.
Like, have you
feel like-
ever tried and socially engineer someone into picking a certain thing in rock, paper, scissors by talking to them before the match starts? That's my favorite thing.
Or even just playing multiple games in a row.
Like, I'm
Right.
like, did you turn into your exam paper? And they're like, what? And then they pick paper. I'm like, I got him.
Local sociopath turned streamer reveals his secrets.
Shut up! No.
Oh
no.
how am I gonna open this really annoying plastic package? If only there was some kind of tool I could use. It's your turn.
You like
Let's
rock
go.
candy?
Rock candy, dude. I could go for some rock candy. Right so stupid.
You start talking like a caveman. That's like your subliminal messaging. You're like, Oog wants to play rock, paper, scissors.
But back then it was only rock because paper nor scissors existed.
That's how you trick them. That's how you trick them. You bring it back. You tap into their ancestry. The hominid.
The
hominid brain.
The primordial ooze tapping back to the early days of,
like, oh, rock,
Cro-Magnon
rock.
man.
And they're like, no, I've developed.
Yeah,
a
it wouldn't
new
be
type.
until like the 1700s rock, paper, scissors was invented, and then it was called quartz, parchments, shears.
Have you guys seen? That's horrible. Actually, I just processed what you said. Have you guys seen like the ultimate rock, paper, scissors picture? I put it in my game design video from forever ago. Hold on, I would have posted it.
I think I know what you're referring to.
It's so fucking good. It's probably perfectly balanced. It's not fun though. Hold.
Is it like the hyper complex version of rock, paper, scissors with like 100 different options?
Look. I put it in the.
Holy shit! I've not seen this one. Oh my god!
It's so funny.
What am I looking at?
Holy fuck.
What is this?
It's rock, paper, scissors.
Oh,
There's so many hand signs.
Look, it's important to know that dynamite beats cockroach, and so does tornado. But dynamite
Dude, I think
beats
even
tornado.
deaf people would have a hard time with this one. Fucking sign language to play this game.
Yeah, no, my reading comprehension is just it's in the toilet looking at this. What do the numbers mean?
That's the different kinds of rock paper scissors. They're
Is
the
it
19
different kind of
beats
hand
20,
twenty,
sanitizer.
20 beats 70.
Yeah.
Wait, does the what does the number represent? Is it the higher the number, the more OP it is?
No. That's just the number that's been assigned to that given hand sign. It's like an ID.
Oh, oh, it's in order. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
We have a
How do
woman, baby,
Home.
cage.
Cat.
Dynamite defeats all gestures from tornado through cockroach.
That's good.
Cat beats laser. I
Okay,
think.
so if I pick number 50, I beat the next 50 options,
Yes. This is such a.
but I lose to the
gosh.
50 that
I'm
come
really
before.
lost.
Someone
Taking
said
me a moment.
the
This,
people-
no, this is easy.
the
wait, hold on.
chainsaw beats moon apparently in good chat.
Chainsaw beats moon. Hold on.
Thank
I'm
God
so
Castle
confused.
beats
I gotta
Snake.
Why? What's the logic there?
Did you know that
What's a
Nuke
snake
beats
gonna do to a
Tank?
castle?
Nuke beats tank. That's probably good. Nuke should.
It also
be...
beats the sun, apparently.
I like Prince beats Princess, Princess beats Police, Woman beats Baby, Baby beats Man.
woman beats baby. No. No, take the baby away.
If I'm reading this right,
Society.
Society. Noise beats math.
Wait, why does baby beat man? I disagree.
Child support.
am I reading this right? I think I am. It goes around the circle. Am I wrong?
Yeah, so when you pick one, whatever you picked beats the next 50 options, but the previous 50 beat you.
Okay, yeah. So like opposite to
Whoa.
king is prayer. So everything from prayer onwards he loses. Funny.
Wait, king prayer. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
so like church beats nuke
Oh, that's good.
for some reason.
Church beats Nuke.
No, it's a
So
morality.
does paper.
Oh yeah, it's like nuke. Okay, I'm in heaven. What now?
Butter beats
Toilet
the...
also
Something
beats
Why
is
does-
crazy, dude.
Butter beats the law.
Butter does beat the law.
Why-
I've seen that happen.
Why does butter beat the law?
Butter beats
Someone
the law.
asked if we finished the video. Fuck no.
We're
God.
only
You know
who
we're
we
almost
are.
in. We're talking about
We're
rock paper
talking
scissors
about
right now.
rock, paper,
Wait,
scissors.
there's a video. Wait,
What?
is that gun beats law?
My
Where
favorite.
did you see?
My favorite
Oh.
part about this chart is that not only there are also hand signs for all of them, and in order to play the game, you would have to remember them.
Oh, what's a hand sign
You
for
also have to
poison?
memorize the order. You have to know every single possible combination.
This is a game you would
Holy
definitely
God.
need a wiki to play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is.
I think we should play this instead of rock paper scissors.
I,
It would definitely make it far more interesting. I think.
You're so right.
Man, that was a good tangent for the stream.
Oh, for sure.
Great. Yeah, this game's they gotta balance this game better, man.
They really got to balance that. That's a perfectly balanced game, chat. Okay. All right, back to the video.
Yeah.
This is all to say that multiplayer games are an ecosystem, one that is maintained both by developers and players, with people entering and leaving constantly. These ecosystems also mean that active player count.
Why would you use this as an example?
Why would you use the most botted game ever? This
Yeah,
is
that's
all
not even-
bots.
Is that even a game?
It's
No,
It's
it's
like-
a click.
it's a
You click banana.
yeah, it's a clicker. It's a clicker in massive quotations.
I
Yeah,
think he.
but you can like
he
you
just
can
went to the number
get,
one on
like you
Steam.
can make bank off of it, right?
Yeah. It's just like a TF2 I get hat simulator, but like
I mean, so like all banana is you click banana and at random you are given a banana drop, and sometimes it can be really valuable, sometimes it's worthless.
and you sell it for
And
real
as a
money.
result, people started botting the game to get the expensive bananas and earn money. And
gosh.
periodically, the developer would drop new bananas. It was basically NFT drops. He would drop new bananas
Okay.
that were very valuable for a brief period of time, and then their value would go down as more were generated. And they just they just kept doing it. And like the guy was earning the guy who made the game at one point was earning 20 grand a day from the
gosh.
from the community market transaction fees from his cut.
Yep.
That's insane.
Mhm.
Yeah,
What cookie clicker with consequences?
basically.
So why would you use this as an example of a multiplayer ecosystem? I don't get it.
I think okay, so it's probably a joke, or he just went to like the number
Steam
one
DB
game on
and was
Steam.
just like, that one will work.
I think it was a joke. I'm sure it's a joke. He has to know.
Even constantly. These ecosystems also mean that active player count, something that is tracked for many different titles, and you can directly see how well a game is performing in the public eye. The launch of a multiplayer game tends to be the point.
Yeah, I was gonna say this doesn't sound like a joke. It sounds genuine.
Maybe he didn't know. Well, hopefully he knows now because
this is one of those things where I feel like people are gonna see this and be like, "Wow, UFR don't even understand the video that they're watching." I feel like this is gonna be one of those moments because what does it mean? You know, like, do we not get it? Is this bad faith? Do we not understand?
We get it, but we're just pointing that the example of a game he uses to express the number of players is showing a game where 99% of that player count is not human.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Directly see how well a game is performing in the public eye. The launch of a multiplayer game tends to be the point in which it has the most players. Not always the case, but it holds true for most anticipated AAA releases. At this point, both the skill ceiling and floor are at their lowest. People are still getting adjusted to the game, and the full spectrum of experience level can be encountered. This is usually when you'll run into the largest number of casual players. After some time, the player count usually starts to decline. This isn't really an indication of a game's success or failure. Games built off a lot of hype will invariably have that hype fade, and even really well-managed games will struggle to maintain their initial player base.
I mean, you also have to understand that most people play a game, get what they want out of it, and then move on, right?
Yeah, that's most games.
That's most games, and
that
most
should be the
people.
standard. But with the introduction of live service games,
it is honestly so fascinating how the introduction of live service games, the goal is to always have a game that is constantly growing, and yet so frequently does that ever happen. Like for at least for a long period of time, right? Like some games managed to pull this off for example, Helldivers was managing to pull that off for a little while, but then they started shooting themselves in both feet, then in both kneecaps, and then it's basically dead now. But
that's what's happening to Destiny 2 right now.
Yeah, and like a lot of
its load with the Final Shape DLC, and now nobody really knows what the future of Destiny 2 is going to be, especially with all the layoffs that's been happening.
And I think generally, so many developers want to develop a game that continues growing and earning profit for years. Like so many other developers really just want to make the next Counter-Strike or the next Dota or the next League of Legends. Like all of those games continued growing exponentially for years.
Right.
They've all started tapering off a long while ago.
You only got to get the Grand Slam once.
Yep, and so you have so many people trying to achieve that.
Yeah, and very often, as a consequence, the consumer suffers because of it. Because developers will, or the people telling the developers what to do or whatever, will add certain things to the game that aren't conducive, maybe to like the aesthetic of the game. Like you TF2 guys would probably know that better than anyone, where the aesthetic of a game will suffer.
God, holy shit. So TF2 is an incredibly unique case because when TF2 was released in 2007, the concept of a live service game was still in its infancy, at least in the West. It was definitely being more popularized in like the Asian markets, and Valve was trying. So Valve had made the game, right? And it's so hard to know because none of this is explicitly stated. And I'm spoiling more of my next video, but this is pertinent to what we're talking about. But when it comes to Team Fortress 2, Valve made the game to be, it was more of a passion project. It was really fun. They didn't have any initial intention for the game to become like a live service, smash hit, multi-billion-dollar title, right?
Yeah,
they made the game
cynical.
Yeah, they developed. It took them 10 years to make TF2, which is crazy to think about. 10 years to make that game. And then when they finally released it, they kept developing it for a few years after it released, tweaking game balance, adding more stuff, and that was like the entryway for Valve into live service, like a really hard full board like live service. Before live service was the industry standard, but then Valve realized, oh shit, we can monetize this game and earn money, right? And then they leaned into monetization and microtransactions.
The meta shifted.
Yeah, and then it just snowballed from there. And Valve absolutely pioneered a lot of the live service business model that many other developers use. They were one of the first to really pave the way for that in the West.
For better or for worse?
Oh, absolutely for worse now, I would say. I think it's generally, this will piss people off, I think games are meant to die. I think if you keep a game alive indefinitely by bloating it with content, it's going to irrecoverably hurt its charm. It's going to overstay its welcome. Games, in my opinion, are best kept as these isolated things that you enjoy. And so long as they stay the same, you can keep enjoying them indefinitely. But if you keep trying to make them relevant by adding more and more stuff, it makes them lose their charm and they become something.
Yeah, for sure. But I think there are games that are definitely exceptions. Like this will probably be mentioned later on in the video. Like a game that relies on having a very comprehensive sandbox. Like Minecraft, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
Like...
I think even Minecraft has suffered from being kept alive too long. I think they've. I think.
I mean, the game is just getting. It's just getting bloated with just so much stuff.
That's the word. That's the word I was about to use. They have too much stuff in the game now, and
but no meaningful like change to the progression at all, because I think Mojang is too scared to touch that with a 10-foot pole. It's sort of sacred to them.
Yeah, and
so why not just endlessly add blocks and just like ultimately trivial mechanics.
Yeah, that just adds to the pile.
Right.
But I think I would say, but even like Minecraft isn't like one of the more, I would say, egregious cases of keeping a live service game alive too long. But I also say to try and tie this back to the video, I think it actually can hurt game balance and how people approach the game. Like and TF2, in my opinion, definitely went through this. Really from 2014 onwards, Valve started introducing massive waves of balance changes, like things like crazy waves of balance changes, like very, very often.
When was this?
So starting around the end of so really this started happening 2015 is when Valve really started throwing in massive waves of balance changes. There have been others before.
That's where you pinpoint the game maybe started going downhill. Would you?
So the end of 2014. So it's actually this is I keep spoiling more of my video. So TF2 started going downhill when Valve's outlook on what the game needs to be changed. And that happened starting in 2013.
Like their fundamental game philosophy changed?
Because they ultimately shifted from making good games to trying to make good profit. There was also a paradigm shift that happened at Valve, where in the early 2010s, Valve had a massive wave of firing. They fired off all of their writers, all of their artists, and they shifted towards becoming more of a hardware company than a game development company. So their focus shifted from making good games and maintaining good games to making more profit, to start making more hardware stuff. That's why they got into VR. It's why they started doing the Steam Deck. They had a major refocusing on things.
For sure. Yeah, no. Valve is definitely interesting because a lot of people hold it very high in regard, but from the way you're describing it, it seems as though it's in like a husk as to what it was.
Oh my God! In terms, Valve is not the same company they were 15 years ago, 16 years ago, 20 years ago.
Right. Yes. Same with Bungie.
They're not game devs anymore. They haven't been for a very long time. They're trying to prove themselves as game devs again with Deadlock, but who knows?
What are your opinions of Deadlock? I heard a lot of good things. Apparently, it's being very
So personally, it's not
has a high reception or whatever.
It's not for me, but the game.
But do you have like a principled stance on it, like considering the way Valve has treated TF2 to where like you don't even want to touch their newer titles because it's almost insulting.
They're going to do the same thing they did. Oh God, this is really complex. I'll try to keep this short. So TF2
I'm kind of new to all this.
No, this is great. I love talking about this. So TF2 is like their first model of a game for how they were going to propel forward their business models entering the 2010s and into the 2020s. So TF2 is their first live service, And due to TF2's successes with their microtransactions going free to play, they baked that into Dota 2. They launched Dota 2 officially as a free to play game with microtransactions and an in-game store because of the direct successes those had in TF2. And then they did the exact same thing with Counter-Strike. And oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Where was I going? Where was I going with this? I totally forgot. But no, yeah, and I strongly suspect that they are going to do the exact same thing with Deadlock, because what did they do with Deadlock? They had it inside of a quote-unquote closed beta for a certain test period. This is the exact same thing they did with Dota. They're hammering out the kinks, getting the game into a stable, playable state, and then once it's in like a largely playable state, where like all the visual polish is in, all of the base mechanics have been hammered out, then they're gonna ramp up the microtransactions.
Yeah, that's when you start sucking your audience dry.
Yep, they're gonna start monetizing the shit out of the game even before it's released, because they did that with Dota 2. They're gonna do that, ramp up the monetization, because at that point, all they need to do now is perform minor balancing adjustments, and then they're just gonna kind of keep tweaking the game over and over again. Ultimately, they want to get to a state of minimal input and maximum profit, so they can just kind of leave it idling in the background, just as they've done with TF2, CS:GO, and Dota.
For sure.
All they're really needing to do is throwing in more
recognizable pattern.
Yeah, so it's gonna go through the exact same shit.
Interesting. What's also hi Lucid. I'm sorry. I also find interesting that it seems like a lot of game companies are a lot more weary about like introducing like microtransactions into their game, just because they know about the negative reception that you know it can receive. I think it was like the worst when was it Lock Vader, you needed to play the game for like
that's like that Star Wars game
or something.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, and
when
didn't EA have like the most downvoted Reddit post in history because they were defending their decision to basically effectively paywall Darth Vader, which is so funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paywall Darth Vader in your Star Wars game.
And ultimately, when a game becomes pay to win or pay to access all content like that, then that's when microtransactions suck.
Yeah, no, for sure. When it's you know, just like skins, it's not that big of a deal. But when it actually has
impacts on play,
yeah, for sure,
That's
then
really
it
bad.
definitely starts to become a problem.
Shall we continue?
Absolutely.
Alan, are you alive?
I'm alive. I'm hanging in.
I'm glad.
At this point, skill ceiling and skill floor start to creep up. The logic behind this is that
Wait, hold on. I missed the fucking start of the sentence.
That's all good.
failure, games built off a lot of hype will invariably have that hype fade, and even really well-managed games will struggle to maintain their initial player base. At this point, both the skill ceiling and skill floor start to creep up. The logic behind this is that you're much more likely to stick with a game you understand well over one you don't. Therefore, those players who struggle to play the game are more likely to quit, and the players at the bottom of the skill ladder become less frequent opponents, either because they leave to play something else or because they just get better. This rise
or they don't like the game.
For sure. I think a good example of this is speedrunning.
Agreed.
Like well after you know, a game has like quote unquote died, you know, it still can have an extremely healthy speedrunning community, even though that may not have been the original intent of the game.
Yeah.
You know, take Super Mario Bros. Came out in 1985.
People still
right,
playing
and it has a niche player base that speedruns that game. I've been recently playing a game called Jump King. Are you familiar with Jump King?
Yes.
Yeah, it's sort of like Getting Over It, where it's like a game where you're supposed to rage at it. It's like if you miss one small jump, you lose a lot of progress.
Yeah.
I've been actually playing that game a lot, and yeah, that game has a I could be wrong, but I think it has a pretty healthy speedrunning community. Like I think someone just beat the original Jump King, not the DLC, but the original base game. It might have been like under 4 minutes or something, but it was like a massive like achievement, and this was like very recently.
Yeah. I think that like it's becoming even that though, like indie developers have also started to kind of fall into this trap of marketing their games solely toward that crowd. Like a lot of indie platformers are beginning to start having speedrun modes and built-in speedrunning mechanics, and I think that that's a bit of a slippery slope that could lead to this.
Yeah, and I think if a game is good, then esports and speedrunning will naturally fall out of it, and not the other way around.
I agree.
For sure.
It's bad when you go the other way around.
At the same time, there can be like you take like a speedrunning game. Well, it's not inherently a speedrunning game, but a game that people speedrun often. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Right. It's like that game was like a super like complex and interesting speedrunning game.
Yeah.
Like forever, and then semi-recently there was an exploit that allowed you to teleport to the credits in like less than 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, using Ace.
And then it makes the speedrun irrelevant.
Yeah, that's like, but people will still speedrun that game because they can speedrun the no Ace.
Oh yeah,
version of
sure.
it.
Right, yeah. There's several different categories. You can speedrun,
but yeah, I understand.
What you were going talking about earlier about games like implementing things specifically for a speedrunning community. Yeah, I think that's cringe. What I like about this might seem not very logical, but what I like about the speedrunning community is that it's like, despite what the developers intended,
we can do
the community still found a way to break the game in an endearing way, like we like the game, flaws and all.
Yeah. I also think, I also agree with Zesty that like good games, especially good platformers, lend themselves naturally to speedrunning, and you shouldn't have to design your game around it.
Celeste, great game.
I also am a speedrunner. I have at least one world record, believe it or not.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I would know a thing or two about speedrunning, and
at least he's not a speedrunner grifter.
Can you believe it? I know I'm not a not a grifter. I have so many hours into. Yeah. No. What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I've dabbled a little bit in speedrunning. Like I mentioned earlier, Jump King. It's like when I first played that game for the first time, it took me like 2 days to beat the game.
Yeah.
It was a very frustrating experience, but ultimately ended up being very rewarding. And now when I play the game, like I can beat the game in 7 minutes. Like it's insane.
Nice.
It's a very fun game because it's like there's a very like a linear progression of improvement. It's very simple, but it's like it's fun to get better at for sure.
Yeah.
I've only ever speed ran one game, and it's the game of life. I love meth.
Nice.
See, I knew that like joke was coming, but I thought you were gonna say like cigarettes or something.
No, meth.
But no, just hard drugs.
Hard drug, sweet black tar heroin.
Yeah, in the rock paper scissors chart, meth really does beat all of it. It's the secret symbol you don't know about.
Oh, meth.
Else, or because they just get better. This rise in average skill is extremely apparent for games that don't see a steady influx of new players. As a game continues to age, this cycle continues. Experienced players get better and better, and the player base slowly bleeds active players until they die, whether that be in 10 days or 10 years.
The thing is, I think he also doesn't take into account that you also have player churn, where you have players, both old and new, cycling out of the game constantly, which is something you see in a lot of video games, right?
Yeah.
There's a constant flux of new players in and old players out.
Especially free games.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what he's
when a new DLC
starting to
gets
touch
released.
on, right?
So what was that, Alan?
I think that's what he's starting to touch on, is that some games are better at attracting new players, so even though there is churn, you actually get new people into the game.
Sure.
But some games, they become dominated by the people who have been playing it for 10 years, and they're so much better, and there's no mechanic for the people to come back and get better.
No,
and
yeah, I
actually
agree. But there are all like, and I don't disagree with that. But there are also other games that are very old that haven't had like notable content updates or what have you that still have high churn of new players in, old players out, even though the
I'm
net
curious.
player base isn't growing.
What game would you specifically say that's would be a good example of that?
TF2 has a constant flux of new players in and out. Really helped along by the fact it's free to play. That's like a big driving factor for TF2 having a constant.
Not to mention just the cultural impact it's had.
The constant presence online is and it's a perfect storm of like multiple factors that leads to TF2 having a constant stream of new players.
Yep.
Also,
yeah, but TF2 also has those classes you can pick or those ways you can play that you can have fun even though you are not as good as the enemy team, even if they're all 16 years in the game tryhards.
Yeah.
Whereas some games don't have that, and I think that's where he's going with this, but I guess we'll find out.
And I think that is a flaw with the games that they do not have that.
Probably.
Until they die, whether that be in 10 days or 10 years.
Concord moment.
This is a typical
Concord mentioned. Also,
$400 million.
Also, Wheezy's in chat and said TF2 memes are unironically responsible for like half the modern player base. What do you guys
think? Or
I think they've always been responsible for a huge part of the player base.
Yeah, but I'm familiar with TF2, just like with like Jackbox, or no, not Jackbox. What is it? Like those SFM animations on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
That are like immensely popular and get tens of millions of views sometimes.
Do you count those as memes?
Well, no, not necessarily memes, but it's just more to say about the cultural impact TF2 had to where people who wouldn't have otherwise been familiar with the game are sort of interacting with it in this tertiary way, just with internet content.
I would probably say the cultural impact of TF2 before I'd say it's memes, because I think that saying like TF2's memes are where the player base comes from is kind of
it's
broad.
like it's mistaking the forest for the trees. It's not just the memes, but it's
all of it.
It's overall
the impact it's had on the internet.
It's like it's iconic.
Yeah. Like I know a lot of people who have never heard of TF or have never played TF2 but know what it is.
Yeah.
I made a tweet about how I was in class recently in my film class, and a guy, as part of his film, he showed himself playing Valorant, and someone raised their hand and said, "The only issue I have with your film is that you're playing Valorant instead of TF2." and everyone was, and like half the it was weird because half the class was like, "Oh yeah, that's funny," and the other half was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And like there was this girl, and then there was this girl next to me and was like, "Oh, TF2 fans" or something like that. I was like, "Oh, that's hilarious."
Oh my gosh. Lucid, you also made a tweet. It says, "In its purpose, TF2 should be viewed much closer to Club Penguin than Overwatch."
Yes.
What does that mean?
No, okay.
As a social game,
Yeah. So this is a direct quote from a conversation me and Wheezy had yesterday about TF2, and I think that the modern player base tends to view TF2 as a game in the same vein as an Overwatch or Titanfall or Valorant, when in reality the purpose of TF2 is not the same as those games, which is to win matches and to whatever.
Right.
The purpose of TF2 is to interact with others and have a good experience making friends.
You're exactly right.
That's where that quote comes
from.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like superficially, it would make more sense to like compare TF2 to Overwatch.
Yeah.
But just based off of like community.
Yeah.
It's like I can see how that can be.
Yeah.
And this is very interesting because a lot of people view TF2 through the modern lens of like the online multiplayer game.
Yeah.
Whereas with Team Fortress 2, the sense of communities inside of the game itself is a byproduct of its development time, because back in the 90s and early 2000s, net player bases for online multiplayer games were extremely small. Everyone knew each other. If you jumped into an online server and with an old online multiplayer game, you were always coming across the same people, because like no more than 1,000 people were playing the same game. Right. And that was transferred over to Team Fortress 2 and then also magnified because the players made their own servers. And because the internet was far more compartmentalized in like the late 90s and early 2000s, it bred the perfect environment for people to get together with similar interests, similar ideas, similar ways they want to play the game. And it was just the perfect breeding ground for all of these smaller, tightly knit communities inside of the video game itself. And that's just always been baked in as part of the game simply by nature of when it was being developed.
For sure. And like that can still happen, but just not nearly as often.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. I play an unholy amount of Destiny 2 Crucible. I have over 1,000 hours in Destiny 2, and it's mostly in PvP. And I'm, I sometimes run into players I recognize, and when I do, I'll shoot them a message.
Yeah,
GLHF.
cool, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it reminds me of my first online gaming experience was Toontown. And my favorite part of Toontown was the fact that goes for most MOBAs, I think, but in Toontown specifically was very community oriented, so that you'd be like fighting a cog, which are like the enemies, and then you'd be like losing, right? And then it's like a high tier player would come in and just join your battle and be like, no, I've got you, and then they'd save you, and then you guys would be friends and shit.
That's cool.
And it was like that was such a cool experience, and it wasn't super sweaty. It was just part of the game, and that's what TF2 feels like to me now. It's what's got me playing it a lot more recently, is that like because of all the conversations we had, Zesty, about like casual TF2's video, it got me back invested in playing TF2 actively, like every single day, because I get it now, or I feel like I get it now, because it's not I'm not viewing it in the same way. Like my paradigm shifted, which is really, really cool.
Oh yeah, and that's when you have TF2. It's when TF2's at its best, is when you're focusing on having fun with friends first and winning third. Like that's just how the game was designed at its core philosophy.
So wait, if you're having fun with friends first and you're winning third, what's second?
Yeah, it was also
Vampiro.
Yes. I was trying to come up with something else, but you said Vampiro. Fuck it, we'll take that.
Yeah. What were you saying, Bradley?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like regarding like playing a video game like alone versus with other people, would you say one's like intrinsically better than the other, or does it honestly depend?
Playing preferences. Some people like playing alone, some people don't.
Yeah, and in terms of the game, I don't think the idea is intrinsically better, because I'm not. Look, you're talking to the guy who notoriously said that all ideas are equal. It's about your execution. So yeah, no, I think it's just about how you go about it that really matters.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think most of my like formative like video game experiences have been like playing with other people. Yeah. And I think it just it sort of goes into the like back to the appeal of TF2 and the sort of the community revolving around that.
Yeah,
it's not as lonely as some other games. And I think that's what helps it be a lot more memorable.
Yeah, and with TF2, because of how the game was originally designed, you would spend a lot of time with the same people in the game, even if you just hopped into a random server. Because before the advent of matchmaking systems and official beginnings and ends to rounds, so you could determine the skill ranking for your next professionally built, balanced game of whatever the fuck you're engaging with, you would be exposed to the same people over and over again and build relationships and make friends, even if you didn't want to. Even if you were going into a server just to play by yourself, you would still be coming across the same people and go, oh, I remember that guy, or I recognize that guy.
Oh, yeah. And you sort of build like a sense of camaraderie.
Exactly.
Whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Even if they're not your friend, you recognize them, and it's a familiar space. It's comforting. It's welcoming. You're playing inadvertently with quote-unquote friends, right?
Yeah.
Which is something that's very much lost in modern video games because, God forbid,
and
God forbid.
Like it's not a consequence of nostalgia either. People will often hand wave, like looking back at the good old days as just rose tinted glasses.
I hate that shit. So it makes me
me too.
It makes me so fucking mad. Oh my god.
Right.
It makes me so mad that like people say that I have rose tinted glasses when I was there experiencing it. I was there. It is different than what we are dealing with now. It's like, I hate that shit.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a complete dismissal of the argument. It's like just address the argument, please.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't like the nostalgia thing. Also, Bradley, for the record, most of my like fondest gaming memories are not with friends.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I think that's where you and I are different in that regard.
Yeah, so I was just like, there is the other side of it. Like my first 600 hours on TF2, I don't think I played with someone. I don't think I played with people more than maybe 5 times. Because I for a very long time I played games like chronically alone because I enjoyed the feeling of being isolated. That's what I really liked about old Minecraft.
For sure.
Yeah. And
no, I think like
that has only started to shift for me in the past few years.
Yeah, no, there's like a video game can be very appealing to someone for several different reasons. One can be like the sense of community you get out of it, and then another can be just like, you know, despite even if you are playing alone, you know, there's a lot of appeal in sort of entering that flow state of like maybe playing an RPG or something and progressing through that game.
Yeah. Agreed.
So, yeah, for sure.
Anyways, this video that we're watching.
Oh yeah.
We're watching a what?
Full multiplayer game life cycle. It's not an exact science. A lot of games' post-launch success depends on what the developers and marketers do with it. Some games can even eventually eclipse their initial player counts. But over a long enough period of time, this will be the fate of every game. YouTube videos behave much the same. They get most of their views early on, but after a while only the more dedicated fans come back to rewatch them. I mentioned that players will leave games that they are bad at. I'm sure if you...
Why didn't he want to show his YouTube revenue?
I don't know.
Can we just acknowledge that really good shot there?
Yeah, that was a really good shot.
That was
That
great.
was pretty neat. Rocket League's one of those games I don't think I can truly appreciate because I don't know how hard it is to do cool things, so it doesn't register in my brain.
I think Rocket League is an example of a game that is not killed by the high skill ceiling. I think Rocket League is fun no matter what level you're at. What do you guys think?
I've played a total of 2 minutes of Rocket League, and it was in a Best Buy.
Say that one more time because I got very interesting info that the Halloween maps for TF2 have been picked. Sorry, but go ahead. Say that again. Can you repeat yourself? Sorry.
I assume you're not allowed to share that information, huh?
I can't say what.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Who do you want to repeat? Lucid?
Yeah,
Lucid,
I was saying like I think that Rocket League is an example of a game that was not killed by the high skill ceiling that it has, and it is fun no matter what level you're at.
I agree. My buddy in when I visited my friend in Hungary, we played Rocket League and I'm like, fuck, this is fun. It was really good. I wasn't immediately deterred by someone better than me. It was great.
I once played local Rocket League with a guy who's like top 10 or something at some point in his region, and it was still like a fucking blast. Even though he was obviously way better than me, but it was still really, really fun.
That's cool. Is there any game quite like Rocket League? Is there like Rocket League clones? It seems like a really one-of-a-kind game.
Yeah, no,
it's
I
like,
think it's
let's have soccer, but with cars.
Mario Strikers.
And it's like
Mario Strikers.
Yeah. I like that game for the Wii.
I'm sure if you've played a large enough variety of games, you've invariably come across one you didn't click with at all, got destroyed in a couple attempts and uninstalled, in some way failing to reach your required skill floor. But I also mentioned that skill floor is dictated in part by the people playing the game. So the question is, does the skill floor play a significant factor in...
Zesty, are you allowed to say what you think of the maps that have been selected, like, broadly?
So, from what I know... It's nothing. No, actually, I better not say anything. I can't.
Okay.
I can't.
I was wondering.
No, I can't. I can't say anything. No, right. If I say something, it'll be too specific.
All right. Cool.
In part by the people playing the game. So the question is, does the skill floor play a significant factor in player retention?
We've made it. We're at BattleBit.
Yippee!
BattleBit. Have you played BattleBit, Zesty?
No.
Okay.
Have you played Battlefield?
Have I played Battlefield? Once, briefly.
Got you. BattleBit is just like Roblox graphics Battlefield.
Hmm.
Cool.
It's very,
I'm
try it.
very
pretty.
conflicted about the way BattleBit looks.
I like it.
I've
Yeah.
just been introduced to this game a few hours ago when I watched the video for the first time. It's just personal opinion. I don't think I really like how it looks.
Yeah, I understand.
Like how
think
the
it looks
sky,
neat.
how the sky is rendered versus like how like the weeds and the grass is rendered.
Yeah.
Feels like I'm watching a
Yes.
fucking frag video from 2009.
Yeah.
BattleBit Remastered is a multiplayer FPS game that left early access last year. It was developed by a very small team and did extremely well after it got some traction on social media. You may have seen clips of it before, or maybe even played it. The gameplay is very akin to early Battlefield, but boasts a low poly look that makes it a lot more approachable, especially for players living the low spec gamer life. The modes are strictly team based, and you work alongside many other players to win. It peaked at
Holy,
over
those are the team sizes?
Yeah, because Battlefield and
shit.
Battlefield type games are played on massive maps where you capture like entire buildings.
God
Yeah.
damn.
It's a very
Aren't they,
different
like-
experience.
Yeah. Didn't the latest Battlefield had something like 124 player maps?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's a lot!
Yeah,
It's
something
100
like
v
that, but
100 in BattleBit.
I think they're gonna revert it in the newer Battlefield or whatever because the dev said it was like too much.
That's
I
crazy.
can't say I
Can you imagine?
disagree. That's a lot of people.
How can a server handle that? That's a lot.
They're Zesty. They're like vehicles that you can buy that, or not buy, that you can drive from your base that each have like multiple people in them each. So it's actually really fun. I very much enjoy it. I wish we hadn't. But me and Alan both refunded it, and I wish we hadn't. It was very fun.
Hey, you should try it.
Yeah, it would be a good time. I'm sure your stream would enjoy it because I feel like they'd enjoy watching you get a hang of
Yeah.
it.
It's very different from TF2.
It is very
Well,
very
I'm
different.
sure it is,
Yeah,
but
it's much more.
I
grounded.
do need to stream other games. I know I don't. I should.
86,000 players post-launch, but since dropped to a few thousand just under a year later. By most accounts, a success story. However, some community members suggest that the project was mismanaged, and that the development speed was too slow, which meant that it lost the potential of becoming an FPS staple. Now, I would describe myself as pretty good. I would say at least better than most. I do have a KD of over 2, which I'm very proud of. However, I'm acutely aware of how high the mechanics.
Are constant gameplay updates required to keep interest in your game?
They shouldn't be.
Obviously
IMO.
not. There are several examples of that not being the case.
Because it feels like that was the argument he made there, and that the game wasn't retaining popularity because they weren't performing like
Well, no,
gameplay changing updates.
He didn't make that argument. Someone on Reddit made that argument.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
why.
Someone on Reddit made the argument.
Yeah, some random person made the argument. He hasn't agreed with it yet.
Redditors aren't people.
No, I think that I don't think so. I think that it can definitely help depending on how it is handled.
Oh, for sure.
But I think that you should release your game with as much of the content as you want, and only update it if you feel like it'll really improve something about what you've done.
Yes.
That's what I think.
Or hats.
Or hats.
Ceiling goes. It has all the hallmarks of a first-person shooter with a crazy high skill ceiling, mid-air strafing, snap aiming, sprint reloading, meta builds,
That
just to
looks
name
like
a few.
AIDS.
The game certainly does
Oh,
not
yeah.
discourage players from playing in a very sweaty way. Despite all of this, early BattleBit was actually a very casual environment. Most people weren't very good, and most of the clips generated from the game were from people messing around with the proximity chat. However,
Oh, sorry, what were you saying, Bradley? I'll let you go.
No, it was Zesty. Were you playing TF2 when it first released?
I first started playing TF2 on a daily basis in 2010, but I have been exposed and have been touching the game since it first launched.
Okay. Aside from balance changes or whatever, have you seen the game shift in the sense that players were getting better and better throughout the years? Like,
Oh,
is that something
absolutely.
you recognized?
Oh, absolutely. That's just irrefutable. That does and has always happened, and even from a very early point in TF2.
Okay. Has that affected your enjoyment of the game significantly?
I would say it has affected it significantly. Probably. I mean, I'm still here, so
Oh yeah,
I'm still
yeah, for
playing
sure.
it. I'm still playing it, but have I noticed it, and has it affected my gameplay some more often in recent years? Yes, especially when it comes to classes like sniper.
Yeah, and
Because,
also,
because
sorry.
but yeah, that's
And
it.
that's
Yeah.
like that's it's interesting because that's not like something you can really address. Like, you know, just the idea of people getting better at the game and far more familiar with it to where your experience playing the game is going to change.
Yeah, and like in many cases, so like with it mostly boils down to like I would say high hour counts in TF2 are the most exacerbated on game or the most reflective on gameplay with sniper. It's the most exacerbated with the sniper simply by nature of how his mechanics behave.
Yeah.
Do you notice it with
Being
other
like
classes?
a very
Absolutely.
like high skill ceiling. It's like there's a direct correlation between the hours you put into a class and the level of skill of a player, to where it may not be the necessarily the same with another class that may have
Absolutely,
like a
yeah.
lower skill
Yeah,
ceiling.
like 10,000 hours on sniper is very different than 10,000 hours on pyro in terms of the impact on the flow of a game.
Yeah.
Or like
agreed.
maybe when exactly you achieve mastery, whatever that means.
Say that again. Sorry, you broke up for me.
Oh no, I was just saying. It's like the hours may be vastly different in terms of when you achieve mastery of a certain class.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that's definitely the same in fighting games as well. There are some characters with far higher skill ceilings, and then other characters that were basically probably designed to be more approachable for casuals, like Kirby and Smash.
Yeah.
Pretty simple character.
It's the same way with TF2, where Pyro and Medic are both designed so that basically anyone can play them and be very helpful. Whereas if you play if you play like Spire Engineer, you might not be very helpful if you don't know things. Or at least know some amount of things. But yeah. Also, this clip reminded me of a very old Battlefield 4 commercial, where all they did was they had a bunch of people play the game before launch, and then they had them recount what their experiences were, and it was like the coolest sounding shit ever. And that commercial really resonated with me as like what I want multiplayer games to kind of strive for.
Yeah, you don't really see that often.
You don't see commercials for video games at all anymore.
I mean, you do. You just gotta.
Yeah, they're
Not on TV.
Yeah, well, you don't watch. Or I don't. TV is like a. It's not really the market.
I haven't watched TV in so long.
Yeah.
Like I only watch TV to catch the weather on my local news. Otherwise, I just don't watch. Like I guess they still have video game commercials on cartoon channels,
for sure.
right?
Yeah, or on YouTube.
Like legacy media, like cable television, it's so cancer. I can't watch TV anymore. It's like I'm not going to sit through 10 minutes of commercial and then watch 10 minutes of a movie and then another 10 minutes of commercial.
I don't do that shit. Streaming services, yeah. Subscriptions.
However, as the average player got better and better, and understood more of the mechanics and the maps, it became progressively harder to play the game casually. Voice chat got quieter, and the focus shifted towards keeping up with other players. The game quietly lost what had made it popular to begin with. In my opinion, the game's primary shortfall is that it failed to nurture what should have been its main strength: teamwork, and instead bolstered an extremely self-sufficient, mechanic-focused playstyle.
See, this is interesting because I feel like this is the opposite of the issue most other games that suffer from this have. Whereas they focus actually too much on teamwork. In the case of CSGO, Valorant, and Overwatch, they probably focus too much on teamwork and suffer for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's intrinsically reliant on you, like hopping in a lobby of other people and like talking to them. It's not a very approachable experience for solo players oftentimes.
Yeah. This is interesting to me.
Yeah, I think there's a very good middle ground to be reached where you need to, at a base level, in a game, in a multiplayer game like this, where teams are an inherent part of the gameplay, you need to, at a base level, make teamwork a minimum requirement, but not a strict requirement in order to progress or play or have fun, right? But if you put no strong emphasis on team play and maximize the individual experience too much, then there's no point of having a team, which appears to be BattleBit's problem.
Yeah, I think that the one of the reasons why TF2 is good is because it was geared toward like the social aspect that we discussed earlier. And a lot of the teamwork that happens in TF2 is incidental. This is also true in Deep Rock Galactic, where by doing the things your class would already be doing, you are going to be a good team player, and you don't really have to put an effort to do that. You can, but you don't have to. Yeah, it's pretty good for that reason.
Yeah, and something I'm noticing about BattleBit, I've never played this game before, so take this with a grain of salt, is the maps look really, really big, and so everyone gets really dispersed, and so the element of team play is heavily de-emphasized when everyone's just spread out and kind of looking for people to kill. Like in an earlier clip he showed, he's taking out people on this rooftop miles away from his other teammates. Like, how is that having a helpful impact on the flow of team versus team, right? See what I mean? Whereas in TF2, like, everyone's much more closely dense, like closely packed together. And this is something I think a lot of people notice on like larger TF2 maps as well. When a map gets too big, the teams get too spread out and it becomes too overly focused on like player versus player and not team versus team. There has to be a good middle ground between the size of the map and the size of the teams.
Yeah, no, I'm curious, since this game is very similar to like Battlefield, I'm curious if you would make the same argument for like Battlefield. Is there some inherent difference to where like BattleBit would be lacking in teamwork, whereas Battlefield isn't? Like, is there a meaningful difference between those games where one may suffer from that particular issue, whereas the other doesn't?
Zesty hasn't played either very much.
I've only played Battlefield very, very briefly.
Yeah, so I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not necessarily looking for an answer necessarily. I'm just curious what he would think about that.
I'm thinking. I think having. They're different games, right? So.
Oh, for sure, but like
I don't know if I have an answer.
In the ways that matter, you know, it's like
my thing is like I think that BattleBit's teamwork aspect is present, in that you can tell, like, when you spawn, you can be dropped next to your teammates, and often in clusters of teammates start to form as different factions, like within the army, start to kind of take on different areas. And they move to different areas, and that offers, in my opinion, the best part of the game when you're moving with a squad of people. You're also assigned to a squad at the beginning of a game, that offers a decent amount of given teamwork as well. The issue is just that like, you aren't really incentivized to stay with your team necessarily, which leads to things like this happening, I think.
Yeah, and that can also be like, that's the consequence. Like, time to kill, that can play a factor in teamwork as well.
True.
Like a game with like a much slower time to kill. Would you agree that a game with a slower time to kill relies far more on like team play than a game with a higher time to kill?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because a game with a very like a much slower time to kill
would benefit multiple attackers.
Yeah, team shotting for sure.
Yeah. Anyways.
It doesn't take much playtime to realize that you interact with your team very little. It didn't help either that the devs seemingly kept buffing things that made working solo more convenient, like the healing bandages, that over time have not only increased in number, but also heal you more and are applied quicker. At this point, you must force yourself to team play, otherwise you're just running from objective to objective, shooting people on the way, which not only gets old very quickly, but when mechanical skill is the primary focus, not playing well matters a lot more.
Alan, what are your thoughts? Someone super chatted $10 to ask this question.
My thoughts on what?
The TF2 economy, apparently.
What?
What does this mean for the TF2 economy? What do you think?
What does BattleBits gameplay mean?
Yeah.
Oh, great politics. I'm
I-
gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Politics?
Oh,
Oh
great, you
my
just got
God.
political.
Alan, tell me
Oh, boy.
exactly tell me what you think of all of the new Halloween maps that are being added.
The
to it.
Halloween maps, they're sending their worst. They're not sending their best.
They're not sending their best. Oh,
I don't
shit.
know. I don't know what the maps are. I'm not privy to that information.
If they added
Hightower, but it was Halloween, would you be happy?
What? Hightower, but what?
But it's like Halloween themed.
They have
Halloween.
Halloween
We don't
Hightower.
need another variation of Hightower in
What
the
if they
game,
added
do we?
2 Fort, but it's Halloween themed?
I'm
Do
surprised
we-
that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Also, yes, I know that they already added it. I was doing a bit. It was a funny joke. We need Halloween upward. Okay. I
We have
know.
that.
Okay. Chat.
Listen, I'm sorry. It's hard to know if you're joking.
It was fine. You know, it's okay.
Since there's no other aspect of the game to fall back on, like interacting with your team. I think even the devs noticed this too, as they added a squad preference screen where you can choose
Oh, I didn't change the number. I'm sorry, chat. This is the title's supposed to be say 33. I'm sorry.
how serious you want your squad to be. An overwhelming focus on mechanics that
I want to roll him back so I didn't miss what he said. Sorry.
game to fall back on, like interacting with your team. I think even the devs noticed this too, as they added a squad preference screen where you can choose how serious you want your squad to be. An overwhelming focus on mechanics that drives non-mechanical, casual players away, whether intentional or not, is the crux of the problem.
I don't agree.
I disagree.
I think you can focus on mechanics that support each other. You can have mechanics that benefit your team. You can have ways of interacting with other people on your team. You can have a game where you're independent, but there's benefits in talking to your team because things are fun. Like TF2, this isn't mechanical. The mechanical depth of games isn't an issue. That's a good thing. We should be striving for more mechanical depth.
Yes, but do you think a game can have too many mechanics?
Too many, like in terms of number?
Yes.
Oh no, we're getting into this again.
Well, yes, of course it can have too many mechanics, but like the depth of said mechanics should be high whenever you have them. Like I would prefer a game where I hit X to click a bandage or put a bandage on, and it's like, oh, okay, now I have 50 health, but it's like, oh, okay, but we could add depth to that without taking away the enjoyment of it. So yeah, maybe I click my bandage and I do 50 and I heal 50 health. But maybe if I'm in a calmer situation, I heal more health. So like if less is happening around me, I heal more health. Or when if I'm doing it in the middle of a firefight, I heal proportionally less health. And we can like add to it to make it more engaging.
Yeah, for sure. I think I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think any of that takes away from the ability to talk to people and enjoy being with your team.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I think I understand. Is Lucid cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he cuts out for me quite a bit. I don't know if it's
okay.
his threshold on his mic or his
What?
internet connection. It's on Discord.
It's all Discord's fault. Oh, they're trying to silence me. They're trying to silence
Have I
me.
been? Have I been cutting out at all?
No, you're good. You're
I
good.
hear everyone else fine.
It's just me
Okay, alright.
being cringe.
It might be
Gotcha.
your threshold. I don't know.
Nah.
and BattleBit is far from the only game that suffers from it. I describe it as the mechanical arms race, and it's a really tough thing to quantify, but it's noticeable on both an individual game scale and across the games industry as a whole. In some way, either as a symptom or a cause, games get too competitive for their own good, and bleed their casual audience because of it. It's a problem not just for competitive.
Yeah.
We've made quite a jump, I think.
Well, I was just gonna mention that I think Splitgate is an excellent example of what he described. Games becoming too competitive for their own good
I agree.
and bleeding their casual audience. It's like what I mentioned earlier, several hours ago. It's like Splitgate has this super OP movement mechanic that just makes you rethink just FPS shooters and sort of invalidates like cover in a map,
Mm-hmm.
because you can just shoot a portal behind someone.
Yeah.
It's a very big brain game, and from what I played of it, it was pretty enjoyable. But
It's
But then
fun. It was
um,
fun. But my brain wasn't big enough.
So
right, yeah.
I'm curious if he's going to touch on this, but to me, it feels like they've baked in a mechanic where you have to learn how to use it and master it. Otherwise, you're always going to be at a disadvantage against someone else who does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole gimmick of the game is the portal mechanic. So if you're not gonna work to try and learn that, you should just go and play something else, basically.
Yeah.
For sure. Did you guys ever hear of a game called Quantum League?
Yes,
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
been a minute.
it's I think it's like an arena shooter, but it involves time travel. So like every round, there's like a ghost of your past round you.
What?
I heard
it's
about it,
so
yeah.
weird. It doesn't. You watch gameplay of it. It doesn't even look like a video game. It looks like something. Like it looks like a video game you'd see on like a sitcom.
That's
Mhm.
interesting.
Yeah, no, it's very weird. I'm not sure if it ever exited beta.
It's
I
a
haven't heard.
Seinfeld game, clearly.
Hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a real video game, but it's so weird. It's just like this FPS, but the gimmick is we're messing with timelines.
That's
It's like, oh, no thanks.
Too
It's
much.
like Splitgate, but worse.
Yeah.
Because you know,
yeah.
I feel like Splitgate is much more approachable in the sense that it's easier to it's easier to understand. It's like, are you familiar with the Portal franchise? It's like, yes. Are you familiar with Halo? Yes. Combine the two. It's like, okay, I understand that. But Quantum League, it's like, all right, so you have like multiple, you get an increase, like amount of players per round, but it's like it's a ghost version of you, and you have to have those ghost versions of you capture a point. It's weird.
It's apparently been taken off the Steam store, and the servers were shut down. So.
Good.
Rip.
Just for competitive games, but casual ones too. It's often such an issue that you can always tell how competitive a game is going to be in the future just by playing it for a few hours. Answer this question for me. Have you ever played a new release, either alone or with friends, and had that thought creep into your mind that you're not going to be playing this game in a month, despite how fun it might
Awkward moment.
be
The
in
game
the
wasn't even fun.
Well, yeah, like 'cause I don't think games don't have to be like
Forever.
yeah, games can not be forever, and we can enjoy them while they exist. That's okay. I think that's how most people consume games.
Yeah, I
I do-
dislike the mentality that like developers now have to make the forever game that forever earns them billions of dollars because a handful of them were so successful. Now they want to copy that.
Now, to
Yeah,
be
it's,
clear,
it's like the Emperor in 40K, just keeping like a skeleton alive.
yeah. To be clear, I do think it is a sign of excellence when a game exists, regardless of its support from developers, and
for sure.
goes on
Yeah,
for
that's-
years. Like I think like games like Melee and TF2 are examples
Yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
exactly. That's like a very, I would say, a very clear indicator of the quality of those games.
Yeah.
It's like they hold up on their own, and they have a gameplay loop that's fun and addictive enough to hold an audience for over 20 years.
Yeah, and I think that there's that in that statement there's a fallacy that a lot of game developers and players alike fall into, where they believe that a game has to last for a long time to be excellent, which is not true. Like just because games that last a long time are typically excellent, that doesn't mean that's the only path
It depends
to
on what
victory.
you. It depends on what you mean by a game last forever. Is it like, do you want the game to last forever because it constantly gets updates and it's being like artificially kept alive or whatever, or like would you want a game that just for the novelty of itself stays alive?
Well, yeah, like if Minecraft didn't get updated past 1.0, people would still be playing it. I'm almost certain.
I think so.
Yeah.
That thought passed in my brain and I pondered it.
I
And
don't
I
know,
think that's
man.
correct.
I don't know. Minecraft's kind of a Reddit game, kind of a YouTube game. I feel like it's a joke, obviously, but part of me does think that if
you're
Minecraft
not
stopped
wrong.
receiving updates, I think its popularity would have significantly dwindled and would have to have been entirely carried by its modding scene, which, to be fair, accounts for like 95% of Minecraft content. So,
well, I don't know if I agree. I think that I think we'd be looking at Minecraft in a very similar way to the way we look at TF2, where it would be an encapsulation of old game design with the lack of a lack of a way to go, a defined goal. Its uniqueness, its sense of culture, because unlike our current timeline, 1.0 Minecraft would still have, we'd be looking at like the way we see like SFM TF2 animations is how we'd look at like the creeper memes, which don't even really exist in modern Minecraft because it kept getting updated, and now the creeper isn't even really an issue anymore.
Yeah, no, Minecraft became like a pop culture phenomenon. Like pretty early on, so yeah, I don't think it really needed to rely on constant updates to hold a player base. Of course, it probably wouldn't be nearly as big as it is like now, but it would definitely still have like a niche player base who like adores the game.
Absolutely.
Maybe not even that niche.
I doubt it, given how significant it was on the internet, even by its 1.0.
Yeah, for sure. Not to mention just the intrinsic nature of Minecraft.
Just
The fact that it's like Legos.
It's just like Legos.
Yeah, it's just like Legos, and it's right.
Yeah,
it's like you're going to form the experience. It's. Like your experience playing Minecraft is largely going to be determined by yourself.
Moment, or maybe you're playing a game and you suddenly become aware of how the game operates, and you can foresee what the rest of your playtime would look like. So what if I do that, you might be wondering? What does it matter if I play a game for 100 hours and then burn out after a couple months? I still got my money's worth. For you, not really a problem, but it runs counter to what most multiplayer games companies are aiming for, and it's having serious implications for the gaming industry.
Yes.
Games as a service isn't all too new of a concept, but has surged in popularity as of late. The concept is simple. Games are supported post-launch with new content, and in turn you continue to play the same game, and continue to support that game through various means. This is why it's common for someone to have a main game that they play more often than others, as introducing new content to an old game keeps it fresh, and means that fans get more of what they know they'll like. This tends to work in favour of games companies too, as they get more money from the average player.
Yeah, so basically games as a service is a mutually beneficial thing hypothetically, but it hasn't been used that way in recent years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very often it can just be...
handful of games, it's great. DRG, for example.
Yeah, but it's been so like cynically like abused to the point where when people like hear live service game,
it's like a stain.
Sort of repulsed, right? Yeah, just because of just how cynically it's used to with its predatory.
It all goes back to MapleStory. It all goes back to fucking MapleStory and their goddamn gambling.
Yeah. Gambling. I love gambling.
Me too.
More money from the average player with much less development time. A 2023 study that surveyed over 500 games companies.
I like how it said with much less development time. How long were they working on Concord? 8 years?
8 years of
long ass time.
Was it like a $400 million budget or something?
$400 million, and they refunded everyone's money.
It's funny. This is it's interesting. It's like how like even like recently there's still like these crazy stories that are just going to be remembered for like decades on end.
Yeah, that's like
and with Concord specifically, it's yeah, for sure. It's like Concord has become one of those like ironically iconic games just for how miserably it failed.
Yeah.
Can't even. It's like it's $500 million, almost $500 million. Probably $500 million by the time all things are said and done.
Is that right about the $400 million budget?
Yep, 400 million. So someone interviewed a guy who worked on Concord, and he said it cost $400 million
That's
after
insane.
everything was said and done. That it insane. Fuck you. Blue Archive is not a game. It's a virtual novel first.
Way
and
of
the
life.
gameplay matters not
It's a way of life.
What's the game that was developed by one guy? It's kind of like Animal Crossing.
Dwarf Fortress.
It is not.
I
like
mean,
Animal
that's
Crossing.
probably.
I like Animal
Is it
Crossing.
Hoko
No. What is it? It's
Stardew Valley, people are saying.
yeah, Stardew Valley. Yeah, that's the one.
Animal
I guess-
Crossing?
Whatever.
Well,
No, keep
I
going.
don't know.
My bad.
I'm not too familiar with the game, but what I do know is that it was developed by one person, and it's had like this, massive success story.
Mm-hmm.
And then you compare that to like a live service hero shooter that costed $400 million and
Bombed.
yeah,
In
no,
the
it's,
most spectacular way. Holy cow! Also, another success story in a similar vein is Lethal Company. That was initially made by one guy.
oh really?
Yeah, pretty sure. Or if it wasn't one guy,
Very
it was a
small team,
very
I think.
very small team.
He was like
Right,
people.
yeah. That's interesting.
Mhm.
Maybe we need more smaller games.
Yeah.
Indie devs will carry the world of gaming on their backs, man. They keep cranking out the good shit.
Oh, for sure. And it's funny. I find myself like playing like older games and smaller games more than like these massive releases
Me
coming out.
too. Me too, because almost nothing in the new market is appealing to me at all.
Right.
Yeah.
I was talking yesterday about my Epic Mickey is the first time I've pre-ordered something since 2021, and that was Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Both games, one game is a sequel to a classic game, the other one is a remake of a classic game. It's just like I'm not interested in this these big, massively budgeted $60, $70 games anymore.
What do you like about Epic Mickey?
Oh, I'm so excited. The art style. Oh, the art style and the story are so good.
Oh yeah, and I know it got like a huge like graphical overhaul.
Yes, oh
the
my
remake that's
gosh.
coming out.
Yes, it looks so fucking good. It looks exactly like how it was supposed to on the Wii, but it couldn't because of how bad the art style was.
Yeah, no, I think I watched the trailer. It looked very pretty.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna stream it. I'm so excited. Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
very cool.
I haven't been this excited about a game in so long.
Yeah.
Development time. A 2023 study that surveyed over 500 games companies reported that 95% of them were aiming to release a live service game in the future.
Sure.
The only limit to this system is that these games live and die by their ability to retain players, which involves not only keeping people interested year round, but also competing against other similar live service games for their attention too.
They don't have to be that way.
Right.
Like they're not. It's not necessary for them to literally only be multiplayer, PvP multiplayer, and nothing else.
Yeah.
Like you could do other. It would be a smart decision to just add a PvE mode or add a single player campaign.
Oh sure, but like
Just make a good game, please.
oh yeah, no, but they're like they're doing what works, right? It's like Fortnite is probably the most popular game ever.
Everyone wants
And-
to be the next Fortnite. That's the one
Oh,
people are chasing.
Yeah, for sure. But you look at Fortnite and as Goku and Peter Griffin.
But you want to know
and
why Fortnite was
Thanos.
successful? Because it originally started as a PvE game, and then it added
Wait,
the Battle Royale thing separately, and it never stopped
No.
being a PvE game. It maintained both of them at the same time, so people couldn't get bored. That was one of the main reasons why it got popular. I'm not arguing against
Are
you,
you
by
sure?
the way. Well, yes. Because
Well,
it added the Battle Royale.
I haven't heard.
Sorry, my bad.
But I thought the PVE in Fortnite was just completely like trivialized. Like it didn't get like nearly as much attention as the PvP of the game because
The
of,
PvP
like,
is
a
what really
battle-
launched it to popularity.
Yeah, for sure. And then they dropped the PvE aspect.
The
So
reason-
I don't
what
think
I'm-
I'd consider the PvE of Fortnite to. I don't think I'd consider the PvE of Fortnite to be like a live service game.
The reason why I'm saying that is because the PvP is what really launched it to popularity. The reason-
So I don't think I'd consider the PvE of Fortnite to help Fortnite with its success. But I don't know. What do you think?
I'm being for the record. I did think there was PvE still in the game. I'm being corrected about that. But I maintain that it had to do with the game's initial success, not its continued success. That's very different. But
Oh, okay. So do you think if Fortnite launched as exclusively a PvP battle royale, it wouldn't have gotten the success it otherwise would have gotten?
I don't think so. No, I think that
Really?
I genuinely believe that part of the reason why. Well, okay, because it was also a free alternative to PUBG, so maybe it would.
Yeah, I'm kind of just like, I don't know, man. I think the PvP is what really solidified it as the biggest
'Cause
game. I think if it launched as PvP, it would be the same level of popularity.
Yeah, probably. Because I don't know. I would think Fortnite's massive success had to do with its battle royale, which it was like a pretty novel concept at the time. Like it was PUBG, but
People still play Fortnite?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would think so. It's
How many people are playing Fortnite right now? Ah! 2 million people. Holy shit.
yeah, no, it's scary. It's like, oh, that's the standard in the gaming industry.
2.5 million people today. Holy mother of
I mean,
God,
yeah.
that's a lot.
I
Yeah,
mean, say
so
what you
it's
will.
like-
Fortnite's also really mechanically dense.
Yeah. What's also interesting about Fortnite is that it's like going back more to the topic of the video, but like Fortnite it appeals to both super casual players and also extremely competitive players.
Yeah, no, I think that is one of the benefits of Fortnite. Also, I'll rescind my statement. I think you guys are more right than me. My apologies.
It's okay. I'll
No,
forgive
don't
you eventually.
apologize. Don't listen. You can't apologize. You're wrong. You have to be flogged with a wet pool noodle 30 times for
No,
your sins.
I don't wanna.
If Apex Legends, for example, flopped on release, that likely would have killed the Titanfall IP right then and there, potentially alongside.
Do you guys agree with that? Do you think if Apex Legends failed, we wouldn't have seen any more Titanfall?
I mean, we haven't really seen any more Titanfall anyway, have we?
Well, yeah, but that's just a consequence of, I'm assuming a consequence of Apex Legends doing as well as it is.
What that we
Yeah,
haven't.
it could be that if Apex Legends failed, they could have pivoted back to Titanfall.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could go either.
Because that's the only thing Respawn has going for it, right? Is Titanfall IP
Titanfall and Apex.
before Apex, of course.
Yeah, it could go
Did they
either.
make
It could
anything
have.
else?
It could have gone. I don't think so. Not that I know of. There's n- I don't. I think this is a weird. I don't know. I think it could go either way, where they give up on the IP or they revert back to what worked for them, which was Titanfall 2.
Oh, for sure. Not to mention, like, people look back at, like, Titanfall and Titanfall 2. Not saying that people don't play those games anymore, but people look at those games with a lot of endearment.
Yeah, especially TF2.
For sure. But, like, with
Should I
like,
try this
Titanfall
game?
2...
I've never touched Apex.
Apex is it's okay with friends.
I've only been shown how people bot in this game, which is pretty fucking crazy. There's a lot of bots in Apex. A lot of bots. It's scary.
I've never played it.
Yeah, I've played very little of it, so I can't really give a solid opinion.
Yeah, we need to know what Alan thinks.
I said it's all right with friends.
Do you have any?
If you want to get like try hard and sweaty with it, then you can. But
there you have it.
Example, flopped on release, that likely would have killed the Titanfall IP right then and there, potentially alongside Respawn Entertainment. While the gaming industry is huge, there's only oh so many players to go around. So maybe sort of ironically, competition is fierce. So what
Solution? Have sex.
True.
Yeah.
More kids,
Chat,
get more customers, more gamers.
Chat, all of the of age people, all of the above 18 people, this is a message to you. We need you to bring back the gamer population. We are dying out. This is a call to action. We are dying out.
Call to action.
Yes. Also, unrelated, a lot of these videos we cover that are more generally about gaming are very not Nintendo biased. They have a bias against bias toward everything that is not Nintendo, because Nintendo's examples of live service games are often much better than anything else in the gaming industry, because
Splatoon.
Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash. all still
that's
live.
weird. I never really considered those.
Yeah, you never
to be,
think
like,
of
live service.
Yeah,
but...
you never think of them as live service games. Splatoon is heavily
That's
TF2 inspired. I'll probably make a video about it one day. But regardless, like Splatoon was one of the first games to start doing the free content update shit.
You're fucking.
What?
Sorry, your voice cut out. It made it sound like you said free cock, and I just lost my shit. Oh my god.
No,
I'd play that game.
no, Splatoon was one of the first games to do like regular free content updates on console. Whereas Minecraft and TF2 were doing that on PC. Splatoon was one of the first games to be like, oh no, we're gonna launch with a low amount of things, and then we're gonna keep updating the game into its life, and then carry it on sequel after sequel.
And although that's like not like sustainable in the sense that a company's not going to be like directly making money off of that. Ultimately, what it does is it builds a lot of goodwill for a player base.
Yeah, no, it's really really good. It's one of the better ways of doing it. But they don't. But Nintendo doesn't really get. It's weirdly enough, Nintendo probably does this better than most other gaming companies, which I hate to say because I actually don't really like Nintendo as a company.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nintendo does a lot of things better than everyone else. It's genuinely insane.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts because then they do a lot of things worse than everywhere else, and you're like, man.
Well, yeah.
Like, why do they have to say that thing about like the piracy and shit? Like, why do they have to have such cringe opinions about fan games? And fan
Are you a 17-year-old that made a fan game? We are going to slap you with a $17 billion lawsuit.
The mafia is coming.
Gosh.
That'll show you.
That'll
Did
show
you use a sprite in a school project? We will rain holy hellfire down upon you and your entire family.
You want to organize a tournament for this game? How about no?
Okay, well if we're talking about Smash, that one's a little bit more justified.
Smash. Oh well, yeah. I mean, the Smash community has just completely ruined its reputation for sure.
Yeah, no, they look. Nintendo made an effort. Like they tried. It's just that the Smash community sucks and is incompetent. That's not really Nintendo's doing.
No, for sure. But like Nintendo shutting down
Evo.
Was it the Big House the Big House 10, I think.
Yeah, because of Slippy. Yeah. No,
very goofy.
Also,
very
Evo
goofy behavior.
Yeah, I wish that they would. I wish that they would chill. But so be it.
For sure.
Yeah. In regards to the live service model, Nintendo's doing a great job. And they often get ignored in these conversations, so I feel like a Nintendo should be mentioned. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, and I think that's just indicative of people not considering those games really a live service.
Mm-hmm.
Because people have a very different idea as to what that is in their head.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's fierce. So what does this have to do with game mechanics? Well, you have to enjoy something about a game to continue playing it. There's only so many marketing tactics a game can pull, and if you find a game too stressful or uninteresting, most people can't be manipulated forever. Even addicts will eventually drop games that stop treating them well. But casual players can drop a game over the small...
And once you're addicted, you're there. You're not leaving.
Well, yeah, you're invested.
Wait.
Addicted is a strong word. I would just say you're invested in it.
But what about like genuine question? I'm not trying to be like bad faith or anything. Like boycott TF2. Like what's your guys' stance on that specifically?
The in reference to, you're asking like how is it different?
Well, yeah.
From the question is how is it different from us being so we're invested in the game, we want to see it be better. Boycotting TF2 is different because the game was unplayable at a point, and there was a movement to boycott the game so that the company would treat it better. The difference being that it's not that the company is like adding balance changes that we disagree with or anything.
They stopped adding hats or something.
Yeah, it's like you can't play the game. You know, it's similar with the other TF2 Titanfall. They did a similar.
They went through their DDoSing, and then TF2 went through its bot crisis. So.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if your game becomes like actually unplayable, then yeah, like even if you are addicted, it's like You know, if you can't
like,
really
like even
play
the addicts
game.
couldn't play, and that pissed them
Right,
off,
yeah.
like me. So we got mad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hope I didn't like come across as like bad faith or
No,
anything.
no,
I
no,
was
no.
just like,
No,
it was
not
a
at
fair,
all.
It was a fair question because, like, I can
Okay.
understand why that'd be conflated. Where, like, oh, like the even addicts, you know, yeah.
No, like
I
as
get
an
it.
addict, as a TF2 addict, that was enough for me to go, no, fuck you, do something. Like
Yeah.
that was enough for me to get like, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's indicative like of like a real issue for
Yeah.
sure.
If,
Yeah.
if you bar the addict from going to the slot machine, then they're gonna be upset. You know.
For sure.
Over the
Zesty's a
smallest of
gambling
things.
addict.
Which means that
I am a self-admitted Valve pay pig and was for years, 100%.
No, I understand.
I don't deny this. I was.
No, I am. I'm definitely captured by the Pokemon franchise,
Mm-hmm.
despite all the
Captured. That's a good way to
heinous,
put it.
you know, development decisions
Yeah, mismanagement.
with Pokemon. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna buy the new
Stop
Pokemon when it comes
treating
out.
them well.
Sorry, that was an accident.
Oh no, it's alright. Yeah, I was just saying, you know, despite the poor quality of Pokemon's games, it's like, man, I've been playing Pokemon since I was like 9.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe I do want to capture all the little critters,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
But like the games haven't been uglier. Like they look like crap. It's insane,
Yeah, I understand.
especially for like your first like home console Pokemon game,
Yeah.
and like that's the level of quality of it. It's super disappointing.
Have you played a Cassette Beast?
No.
You should. It's very good. It's my favorite
what-
Pokemon-like game, including the main series.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I recommend it.
Forever. Even addicts will eventually drop games that stop treating them well. But casual players can drop a game over the smallest of things, which means that how a game handles its experience.
Oh, I really.
Is this where
is
PewDiePie
something-
said the N-word?
No, this is
Oh, no.
not.
No,
No,
that
this
was
is a very
PUBG.
different
That's
bridge.
a
Yeah.
bridge.
So this goes back to what we were kind of touching on earlier. Is like, how do we define casual gamer? How do we define competitive gamer? Right? These feel like very nebulous terms.
Peoples whose priorities are steeped in their win-loss ratio versus people whose priorities are steeped in everything else, basically. There you go.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
I think that they both targets can be turned off by a game's thing. Like, and they can be turned off by small things and big things. That's really dependent on the person. That's not really a casual versus competitive thing. Like, competitive players aren't going to be like, oh, I got to stick with the game when the game's gone to shit. If anything, they're the most vocal minority about when the game has gone to shit, and they will.
Yeah,
be
they're the
someplace
most
if they
sensitive
go.
to those things. Yeah.
Especially with the battle royale genre, because there's always a new one or a different one that they could be playing instead that they could be getting good at. So if the one that they
for
like
sure.
isn't treating them well, they're going to leave.
Yep, and I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
we saw that with
competitive players
TF2.
often play the game far more than a casual player.
Yeah.
So of course they're probably going to be a bit more vocal with how their game's being treated.
Yeah.
We saw that with TF2, right? With at least with TF2's competitive scene, when Valve dropped the ball with Meet Your Match, a lot of TF2's
People left
competitive
in
players
droves.
went over to Overwatch.
Yep.
It was the greener pasture. Their time was going to be worth more money, so they went there instead.
Yep.
And the consequence of that is still being, well, you can still see the consequence of that today. There's probably several TF tubers that have switched to Overwatch and are still playing Overwatch. Is that the case?
There's many TF2 YouTubers that left TF2 and have not returned, but also in the opposite sense, some TF2 YouTubers that left TF2 for Overwatch and came back because they're fed up with the modern gaming market. They came back to TF2 because it's still the same as it was mostly.
And some of them moved on to other things like Fortnite.
Yes.
Most of them are not still playing Overwatch. I think.
Yeah, and
most
also
of them.
someone mentioned a lot of people are moving over to Deadlock now.
Who's one of the more notable examples? Lucid
Star.
in is that who it was?
It was-
Because Lucid had a video of breaking out of the TF2 bubble.
Yeah, it was Germa, Star, RT Game, and fucking what the fuck?
Don't forget Musalt.
Soundsmith tried and it didn't work. And then outside of that video, there's Muselk and Funk are the two other notable examples.
You're cutting out a lot, man. Say that again. I don't know what Discord's doing to you.
The other two examples are Funk and Muselk.
Yeah.
To do that. Also, I'll leave and come back. Hold on.
He moved over to Overwatch.
Gotcha.
You there, Lucid?
Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry, my bad.
Cool, just making sure.
Hello.
Yeah.
These are how a game handles its experience. Determines a lot about how it performs publicly. And since so many games are vying for your attention, the options to go elsewhere are usually extensive, which means that it's easier and easier for games to bleed casual players if they're not careful. New games must also compete with established ecosystems that have now been around for an incredibly long time.
Awkward moment.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike, for example, has been around for over 20 years at this point, and as much as I'm sure veteran players love to poke fun at the game, how the game feels to play has been carefully refined for decades. Even now, Counter-Strike continues to break player records year over year. It's kind of like...
It's also interesting because and I'm sure he'll bring this up because there's no way he doesn't mention it, but like there's a financial investment given to games like Counter-Strike at a point, you know, and that's part of the reason why it's hard to leave those games specifically as well.
Yeah, Valve can't drop Counter-Strike because it earns them billions of dollars a year, so they kind of have to keep it going along.
Yeah.
So you can't really can't blame them, really.
No.
Between a friend you've known your entire life and a new person who may or may not be a better friend in the long run. You might try hanging out with this new person, but you know exactly who you're going back to should things turn bad. All of this...
This is a really good example. I made all my best friends, like, when I was 12, and they're still my best friends.
Isn't this...
And it's very similar with video games. I find myself going back to video games I played in my childhood because it's like, oh, this is a guaranteed good time.
Yeah. Isn't this like a contradiction of what he said about casual players being the ones to be finicky earlier?
In a way, yeah, a little bit.
Because this applies to... Unless he's saying the people who are fair weather are casual, which is an interesting way to define it. Like, competitive players are the ones that are invested, but casual ones are the ones who aren't, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, if anything, they're the ones that are going to be floating around much more from title to title. And in this case, he's really focusing on people who are invested in one game, potentially being drawn to another.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I would be interested to have a definition for those two terms because I'm confused now.
Yeah.
All means that producing a live service multiplayer game in such a saturated market is a serious gamble. Now, having a game flop because it fails to retain a casual audience is a very real issue faced by many in the space.
But you said that BattleBit was successful. What happened to that? Is it?
Well, he said it was initially, but failed to keep its casual audience engaged, and people left.
No. He said by all accounts it's a success, and he showed and he said it made millions, and with the text at the.
Well,
bottom.
I think he meant success by that they got a return on their investment. I don't know if he meant success as in continued success with player counts.
Very like long term.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
A casual audience is a very real issue faced by many in the space. When it comes to talking about skill in games, it would be silly not to talk about the elephant in the room, which is skill-based matchmaking.
Here we go.
Hooray.
I did.
I love skill-based matchmaking.
I love skill-based matchmaking. Chat,
I love it. I love how it never fucking works.
Press 1 in chat if you love skill-based matchmaking.
Real skill-based matchmaking has never been tried.
More like Nathaniel
Real
V.
skill.
What does that mean?
Real. Have you ever heard the?
Have
you never seen
comment in
the?
chat.
Have you never seen the Nathaniel B? The video of the two high schoolers in a rap battle. One of them says, "What are you, Nathaniel B?" And then the other ones start booing him.
No, I haven't seen the.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the reference.
Is that a game measures your performance, usually through some sort of...
Wait, hold on. I don't know. Would like right now, would you want to talk about like skill-based matchmaking versus like connection-based matchmaking? Would there be
or I shouldn't say we, I should say me, but I dislike skill-based matchmaking because it incentivizes the people to get better at the game, or else be in lower quality matches with people who don't know what they're doing more often than not.
Yeah, no, it's like I think it punishes you for just wanting to like chill out.
Also, it leads to smurfing. Also, it disincentivizes playing with your friends who are worse or much better than you, because
not to mention,
sorry, you go.
You know, your connection will also suffer.
True.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in a, like, say if you're like really good at a game, you know, you're going to be matching with people all over the world, and if you're really good, you're going to be in a very small pool of players relative to if you're a bit more casual.
Yeah, don't worry, guy in chat. I tear into skill-based matchmaking in my next video.
He's like,
to keep my opinion on skill-based matchmaking brief, fundamentally I disagree with it largely, because fundamentally it can't work based on how these algorithms behave, and also depending on game complexity. At best, a game is typically better off at filtering players based on general experience and not based off of some kind of set of arbitrary game statistics, because at a certain point these models mathematically cannot properly account for all of these different variables and produce something that resembles a functioning model. It's what we call an overdetermined system. You're trying to tweak too many knobs in order to put people into a balanced game, and then at a certain point it just doesn't work. It fails to make balanced games. And so ultimately you end up being better with something like you said, a connection-based matchmaking system, and then you have to incorporate some kind of means to even things out once the game's already been made.
It's like, that's not to say that knobs can't be tweaked.
No, of course, yeah, but I think when you try to overdo it with a skill-based matchmaking system, then it just generally doesn't produce balanced games.
Well, for sure, it's like any algorithm, like a YouTube algorithm or a social media algorithm. It's looking at factors that are indicative of the truth.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
so this
isn't to say for 12 seconds you must be into everything related to this picture.
Yeah, and this isn't to say that skill-based matchmaking doesn't work. It certainly does, but for certain games.
Yeah.
And typically matchmaking systems work for games where all players are doing the exact same thing. Like tennis, chess. I combine tennis and chess, tennis. And typically simpler games where everyone's doing the exact same thing over and over again. Then skill-based matchmaking systems tend to work really well. But when you start to overcomplicate things, when you start incorporating the concept of a team, then all the players on teams doing different things, then it becomes a mess.
Yeah, you might be suffering because of the actions of other players.
Exactly. When other people's performance has an influence on your own, and then this feeds into the problem that Lucid said, right? Now players are over incentivized to try even harder, because if their team sucks, now they have to sweat and do well, otherwise they're going to be punished for how other people around them are behaving. And then to me it just sours the fun in a game where, like, why am I being punished for something I have no control over? It's just
also awful. It leads to smurfing, which is more of a problem. And it's also a symptom of a bigger problem, where because people want to have fun while playing the game, they don't want to sweat, so they make a level 1 account so that they can play against people and beat them, because the game's not fun if they aren't winning, which is a problem. Like that's a whole issue.
For sure.
It's a whole mess.
Is that very common to where it becomes like a big problem, smurfing? Because I know that was a bit of an issue in like Overwatch.
Yes, in Overwatch and Valorant, I know for a fact.
CS:GO as well. Smurfs are big. They banned Smurfs in was it League or was it Dota, where like Smurfs got banned?
Do you think
which one?
Is it League?
Was it League or Dota where Smurfs got banned?
It must have been Dota, because like everyone's a Smurf in League.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Dota.
Determine who's a Smurf? Like
if they're like level 1 but they're really good at the game.
Oh, gotcha.
Why is this person queued with me when he's picking the broken character that's been broken for 10 years and is wiping the floor with everyone?
This feels very bigoted against prodigies.
It's bigoted against the Yasuo players.
It's bigoted against people who've got that dog in them.
No, yeah, and someone in chat brings up a good point. Is like now other players expect you to play in a certain way, and now players aren't allowed to engage with the game in the way they want. Now you have to force yourself into a meta game because like, oh, now this guy can't use the fucking gun. I have to use the good gun. You know?
Right? Yeah. No, I've run into situations where I just want to chill. I just want to. I don't want to sweat right now.
This is why like tryhards in TF2 often have to keep to themselves, and if they start yelling at people in chat, everyone starts laughing at them because they look ridiculous yelling at people in a casual game of TF2 where half the other team is congaing on the other side of the map and no one's actually playing the game. Like they look ridiculous. But that's not really the case. They will find their home in other games where that is the culture.
Good point, Boot, Scoot, and Boogie. I just want to grill. I just want a video game equivalent of grill. But I can't do that in skill-based matchmaking very often.
It's very sad.
I will read this paper from Activision. Yes, this seems very interesting. Guy in chat.
It would be silly not to talk about the elephant in the room, which is skill-based matchmaking. The idea is that a game measures your performance, usually through some sort.
Also, because I haven't mentioned it in a while, this this video is very well edited.
It is. Oh yeah, it's very good.
I give the video maker a high five. North Star gets a fist bump from me.
Or rating system, and then curates matches so you.
Also, all of this footage is of games that he is playing, which is also very much appreciated because I don't even find the time to do that if I'm editing and I need footage of like a TF2 map I didn't get footage of. It's like well, you know.
No, I mean, yeah, that's something I keep in mind, is like, what I'm saying in the script, is it like matching the visuals on screen? That's something I'm pretty self-conscious about.
Yeah, no, I want to always have a relevant visual.
Yeah, for sure.
You play with and against players of similar skill to you. The main benefit is that it provides tangible progression for players in ways that some games would lack otherwise. It also helps prevent less experienced players from getting stomped. And it allows games with small.
It does not.
It does not.
It does not. It does not at all. It should.
Smurfing or
because of smurfing, because of people queuing with friends who are better than them, because of this general entropy, it does not do that. It is supposed to do that hypothetically, but it does not.
Like
do
on
that.
paper.
Yeah.
It works in some games at the very extremes, at the very extreme ends of the bell curve. Like the best of the best and the worst of the worst rarely cross over, but in the middle where most people play, then everything falls apart and it doesn't work.
Yes. Real.
I'm curious, like you were talking about earlier, of like a potential solution to that, where it's like it's not quite connection based, but it's not quite skill based. It's like I'm curious how you would go about sort of doing like lobby balancing.
So the way Team Fortress 2 did it, or I should say did it, because it doesn't do it this way anymore. The way Team Fortress 2 did this is they balanced the game based on the current environment of the server. And what would happen is players would either seed a server and populate it themselves, or some years later, when the game finally got a game coordinator, and it would randomly place people into a server, not based on any kind of skill ranking, mind you. The game would play out, and the game would pay attention to how quickly a round ends. And if the round ends too quickly, then the server would scramble the teams, and it would scramble them based on their points. And so because the players would get shuffled around, then that would end up producing a fairly balanced team. But that's because it would base it on the points that were earned in the current game environment with everyone's current skill level, instead of trying to predetermine that beforehand. So you have to play the game. You have to play the game for at least a round or two before the game goes, okay, I need to do something about this. And then it just shuffles them around. And it worked, and it traditionally worked really well for TF2.
And like that first game where it's like it's purely connection based and it isn't sorting by skill. That's like it's not like ultimately consequential. Like I guess it's not that big of a deal if say like the first match you play you get pub stopped or whatever.
No, it was never a big deal in TF2 because players understood that if that was happening, the game was going to even itself out the next round. And because of how TF2's gameplay loop would last for long periods of time, where you would just play round after round after round after round, it didn't matter if you lost a round or two because you were about to do it again with balanced teams fairly quickly. And players just understood that and went
inconsequential.
Yeah, it was totally inconsequential. So.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And something like that can't be applied now because there's such an overemphasis on winning the game that you could not shuffle players around because, well, that defeats the purpose of ranks and that defeats the purpose of my battle pass progression, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I propose a random hypothetical that chat will get mad at me about?
I'll get mad at you about it.
Okay, we can move on. All right, I'm sorry.
No, what is what's the hypothetical?
Yeah, no, did you guys ever growing up we play playground games and you pick 2 team captains and they pick one person at a time? You guys ever do that?
Yes. Yeah.
What if, and this wouldn't be like a TF2 type game, but or it could be, but wouldn't want to put this in TF2 specifically. But what if a game was like at the beginning it just randomly chose 2 team captains and then they just picked the teams? That would be
maybe.
That'd be especially that could be like an interesting way to do like a community thing, because if you see people that you know that you're in matches with before, then you pick them because you know them better.
Yeah.
And then you get put with people who you don't know and get to know them better. That'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't know. Maybe in like a high trust gaming society.
Look,
I trust that's what we live in.
Yeah. Real gaming hasn't been tried yet.
Helps prevent less experienced players from getting stomped, and it allows games with smaller lobby sizes, like 2015's Rocket League or 2023's The Finals, to maintain a sense of fair play that wouldn't exist if things were random. Chances are, if you're watching this video on game mechanics, you likely have seen some strong opinions on skill-based matchmaking.
That's a cool edit.
Oh yeah. I wonder how he did it. Did he like motion track?
I assume it's a green screen, right?
Oh, I
he could have also maybe he also just watched himself watching a smaller cut of the video. That could also be it.
No, because you can see the screen clipping the hand.
Yeah, Oh yeah, he just.
Oh, you're right. Fuck, I didn't notice it.
Oh, dude, you could have got a green screen off of like a free video assets thing. Come on, it's all right. Nitpick. Editing.
It's a very, very small editing.
Listen, I'm being nitpicky. I'm sorry. It's just I notice it now.
Yeah, I think it looks good aside from the clipping. I didn't even.
If you didn't pause it,
you wouldn't mistake when they announced.
You might even have some of your own. A common perception is that these systems, even when well managed, frustrate players and sometimes don't prevent the things they were designed.
What is the 10th dentist? What is that?
Because 9 out of 10 dentists,
right. Recommend.
So it's about hating on things. I understand.
Not necessarily.
Well, no, because
not recommending.
Yeah, well, not you. That's what I'm getting.
I think it's just a silly name. You might be looking too much into it.
No, because the 10th dentist doesn't recommend it, so it's presumably. Oh my gosh, I've done it. Okay, sorry. It's presumably about.
Kind of like.
The example would be like, oh, this person doesn't recommend XYZ thing, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, so it is a negative thing.
If you're watching this video on game mechanics, you likely have seen some strong opinions on skill-based matchmaking. You might even have some of your own. A common perception is that these systems, even when well managed, frustrate players and sometimes don't prevent the things they were designed for, like unfair matches. A long-term concern with skill-based matchmaking is that, almost against your will, you're fast-tracked into a competitive arms race just to enjoy yourself. Since everyone you play with has...
I'm so glad he said this. I love when the game tells you that I'm only allowed to have fun when I win. Fuck.
Yes, correct. Based and correct pilled.
Yeah, it's like I didn't ask to sweat,
Yeah, I want to have fun.
Yeah, no, with a game like I keep mentioning Destiny 2, but I play a lot of Destiny 2. What's cool about Destiny 2 is that you can have there's item drops, right? And you can get weapons with random rolls, and sometimes you get like a weapon with a particular role it's real neat, and it can synergize very well, and it can lead to some very interesting gameplay situations. Like there's a pulse rifle that you can get with a few perks that with when the right conditions are met, you can basically one shot with it.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, it's just, like it's going to be extremely hard to do that in skill-based matchmaking.
Yeah.
And if you're like already a really good player, it's like you're not going to be able to get away with doing like fun synergy like that.
I agree.
So, since everyone you play with has, and usually expects, a certain minimum level of ability, there's no opportunity for you to relax and maybe take things a little slower. Your reward for playing well is harder games, and your reward for playing casually is, well, losing.
Right, yeah.
On the money.
You're getting punished.
Yeah, on the money.
Yep.
Exactly. So good, so cool, North Star.
So
you get
true.
one more fist bump.
So true.
I ration these out normally, but you get one more.
So in some way, you're left with no choice but to endlessly improve, even if focused gameplay isn't what you're looking for. On a larger scale, these systems also promote competitiveness and raise the mechanical skill of your average gamer, which in some ways is a good thing. The recent competitive push has allowed mainstream games to become more mechanically complicated and include greater depth.
This is a interesting screen.
That is
Have
a
you seen
lot.
Have any of you seen this before? Do you
What
know?
is this?
I don't know what
Star
I'm looking
Citizen, a PvP game?
I wonder if it's...
Isn't Star Citizen that game that was in like early development and people dumped shitloads of money into it, and it's
Yeah, they
like
bought
nothing's
like
come of it?
$80 spaceships.
Yeah, a friend of mine spent like a shitload of money on the game, and it's still not done.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, it looks like a flying sort of game because it has engines, shields, weapons, flying.
It's a space game.
Space. Yeah. You see, there's the space button right here.
As your average gamer is a lot more.
Oh, there it is. See, we found it. I was right.
But is this
Good job. I wonder what kind of game Star Citizen is.
No, you had the space button. The space button was on the diagram. It's important.
Right,
Star
you're right.
Citizen makes me think of Kirby.
700 million
That's a
in
good- that's a
crowdfunding.
good
That
thought.
can't be right.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah,
No,
that wouldn't surprise me.
It got
the
like
game is still not
very
done.
funded.
nearly $1
very
billion
fun.
in crowdfunding?
Go play Pulsar Lost Colony if you want to play a space game. It's very good.
Competent at understanding new games than they were in the past. However, this does mean that multiplayer games in particular are harder to approach at a casual level. It's almost a requirement for any player versus player game to feature some sort of rank progression, as a lot of gamers have come to expect that whenever they're faced with human opponents. The near absolute saturation of competitive modes means that, oftentimes, non-competitive modes might as well be competitive anyway.
Based, yes.
Yes,
I've
and you
been
know
saying
why they
about
do
the-
that?
Oh gosh, yes.
And you know why they do that? Do you know why they have their non-competitive modes still be a competitive mode?
Because they have money in esports and they get money from
Oh,
esports.
yes, sir. Because how can their game be a vehicle towards money in esports if everyone's not playing the same game? Man, I gotta stop spoiling my next video.
You know that picture of LeBron James dunking while Dwayne Wade watches and looks away and like runs toward the crowd. It's like a famous picture. That's me and Zesty talking about skill-based matchmaking.
Hands up. That's funny.
Hell yeah.
Though I might be a little lost. How are what's this guy's argument exactly with casual experiences in games also being like competitive now?
So if you have a casual mode in your game, the casual mode gears people toward the competitive mode. Because with the existence of the competitive mode is where most of the resources, or the rewards for playing the game are. So the game is designed in a way where you play the casual mode, but people who play the casual mode also play the competitive mode. So they end up playing the casual mode like the competitive mode. So there isn't really a difference aside from there are no like rank stakes, but people still play it at a very high level.
No, and also the casual mode acts as the vehicle by which people access the competitive mode, because you have brand new players that go, oh, casual, that's like the easy thing to try out to get familiar with the mechanics and what have you, and then they move on to the real game, which is the competitive mode, right?
Oh, so you think like a delineation between a casual and competitive mode sort of sets this stigma that the casual mode is just for
Yes, casual
it's the
implies that it's not the
gateway
real
into-
game.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, casual mode implies that it's not the real game, and
That's
then
interesting. I
competitive
never thought of
implies that
that
it's
before.
the real game. Yeah.
Huh. What's your opinion on Smash 4's like for fun versus like for glory?
It's
I'm not familiar. I would assume. I mean, to me, that's like the same mental game that it's playing.
It's a little bit better because For Fun is
vastly different gameplay wise. Like For Fun is
it?
like all of the items, all of the maps, 4 players usually. You can play 1v1, but you can choose for 4 players.
Like it's inherently
It's
like a
very,
different
very
experience
different.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know the difference because I haven't played Smash 4.
Yeah.
So
no, it's much better because it is very, very different. Whereas like For
Okay.
Glory is like no items, like a competitive rule set. Yeah, no.
Right. Whereas
It's
it
a little
can
bit
be harder to tell the difference between a casual and a competitive a playlist in an FPS sometimes.
Yeah, For Fun did have its own issues though for different reasons. Just because like the people who were playing it often had poor internet connection because they were often younger players.
Oh yeah, and
which
it's
is kind
like
of a
you weren't.
issue.
Was it the case where like you weren't guaranteed to be put in the game with like your requested like match settings or whatever?
Yeah, the requested match settings thing basically never worked from what I remember.
It was like a whole thing.
But yeah.
Access granted.
I like this method a lot.
Yeah, good.
The Finals is a free-to-play, team-based, first-person shooter released at the end of 2023. I've spoken about this game before on this channel, but to give context here, it mixes a lot of different shooter styles to make quite an interesting blend of both familiar and experimental mechanics. The game has a very typical player count story, a really strong start with over 200,000 players, and a slow decline as the months rolled on. As of May 30th, it's at the lowest player count it's ever had, although it looks like it's going to stay at around 15,000.
I understand the pain recording audio back in May with a video coming out in September.
Yeah, I don't, but I feel for him. I recorded my voiceovers and then I like do the video, and then it releases like 2 days
Likewise.
later.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. My most recent video, I started it back in May, right? And that's when Mr. Bertram just came out. So I describe it as like this brand new adult animated comedy, and then I released it 4 months later in September, and I'm getting comments that are like brand new. It's like,
Really,
it
man?
takes a long time. Yeah, it takes a long time to make a video.
Yeah, especially when you're like animating things. I
yeah,
can't even imagine.
your type of work is way more involved.
Oh, it's very arduous, but I'm getting faster, getting more efficient.
That's good.
So yeah.
Glad to hear it.
A 94% drop in the initial player base over 6
What
months.
the fuck is with the squiggles? What's with this? Is there a reason why that's happening? Zesty,
Yeah,
would you know?
what is that indicative of?
So what is the time scale here? So there are what appear to be just like your normal weekly cycles, weekends being higher player counts, middle of the week being lower player counts. And then I'm assuming that spike must have been an update to the game.
Right.
But they're like squiggles. Like it's like a bunch of people go on, a bunch of people go off. Bunch of
Oh,
people
I
on,
see.
like, vastly.
I am not sure. I would need to actually. Let me just pull up SteamDB. I can look at it more closely. SteamDB.
Interesting phenomenon.
Let me see what their player counts look like. Charts. See, past month. Looks like fairly normal, healthy player counts.
Interesting.
Yeah, that looks like an artifact of SteamDB because I'm looking at the player counts right now. There's nothing abnormal
like
happening
that?
in the player counts.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it looks fine.
Weird. Whatever.
Player base over 6 months, which might sound bad, but for Embark Studios' first foray into gaming, 15,000 daily players is something new games companies would give anything for. I really enjoyed playing the finals. It has a lot of fun with different mechanics, like environmental destruction. It gives
Oh yeah, no, this game looks like a lot of fun. Are you guys familiar at all with
I
was
finals.
told to play it a lot when it came out,
Yeah.
but I have not.
I've
Yeah,
heard
I've heard
people
about
sing
it
its
and just
praises.
never got around to it.
Yeah, 'cause I'm looking at the gameplay, and it looks like a lot of fun.
It does.
Might be something I would eventually want to check out.
Did a nice edge over more streamlined FPS games. It also encourages team play in a really healthy way, as each class has strengths and weaknesses that make it dependent on teammates to work effectively.
Could you imagine?
Can you imagine
What? A game with classes that have strengths and weaknesses, and therefore other players have to make up for said weaknesses with their strengths? Could you imagine a game like that? That would be crazy.
What?
That would be wild.
No way.
Chess?
Hey.
A really healthy way.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
I mean,
Each class
that's and I'd say it's an interesting conversation, like comparing a game that with like classes with specific strengths and weaknesses, and I mean I think we already talked about this, but like comparing that with a game where everyone has the same toolkit and how that affects teamwork and like synergy and whatnot.
I just you know, I think that is a good fundamental game design principle for a team-based game of any kind. And I like me want more.
Oh yeah, and it also like it adds individuality as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. It allows people to self-insert and get better at different parts of the game through the different classes that they can play. Also, I'm looking at this footage. Zesty, isn't it crazy that like the yellow team has like bright yellow associated with their part of the map?
What? You mean I know that I'm in enemy territory and the game has good readability? What?
I need to play it. Maybe I do need to play the finals. Maybe it is. Maybe it's real. Maybe it's real fun. Yeah, we could play it, Alan.
Maybe this is
Later today, Alan, me and you. Me and you, the boys.
Yep.
The boys is
it on
the two
Steam?
of us. Yeah, it's on Steam.
There has been a lot of racism going on with yellow paint in video games.
Apparently,
recently.
there's no yellow
What?
team. I've been had. Never mind, Zesty. We're throwing the game out.
Oh, it's trash.
It's trash. There's no yellow team.
But you guys have seen the trend of people. I think it's mostly on Twitter, being like very upset at like yellow paint in several games.
Oh, yeah, like games being too handholdy. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean like literally like racist.
like-
I was just being silly.
Like they need a game journalist mode so they can actually play their game.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that is probably a big difference of like how much readability do you add like in a competitive PvP game versus a single player game.
Oh yeah, the thing is, there's a difference between like readability in a PvP game and then like encouraging people to explore and interact with the world you built in a first-person game, right? Or a single-player game.
Yeah.
I mean, so
yeah, it's like
and so like if you
want,
go ahead, sorry.
like I was just gonna say you probably don't want you know, to like try to encourage people to. You know, I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
That's good.
I'm just gonna stop talking.
I don't mind yellow. I like yellow. It's probably my favorite of the base 6 colors.
But I can mess with the aesthetics of a game for sure. It's like, why is there yellow paint on this barrel? What was the point? Why did they do that? Why is there a yellow streak on this cliffside? Who put that there?
Well, that's why I like TF2, is that most of the team-colored elements make logical sense to be there, in especially in the older maps. I talk about that in the payload video and the details video. Whereas,
We
like,
don't need that anymore. Not in modern TF2, no sir.
Hush, my sweet summer child. It's all going to be okay.
I'm gonna go fucking drive an ice pick through my scrotum.
No, you need that part of the body.
Not anymore.
You don't really need it, do you?
It would feel. It feels better without it. Or fuck, it feels better.
I can be a
Whatever.
Also encourages team play in a really healthy way, as each class has strengths and weaknesses that make it dependent on teammates to work effectively. The problem for me, and something that ultimately led me to stop playing the game regularly, was the matchmaking. My first impression of the game was extremely strong. I was really enjoying playing as each of the 3 classes, and the people I was playing against were admittedly not very good, and I felt a lot of control over whether our team would win or not. However, as I continued to play and win matches, I found that the matchmaking was putting me against increasingly difficult, and overall sweatier, opponents. Suddenly, the fun strategies I was implementing stopped working against players.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have fun. You're not allowed to have fun. You got to play to win, and so you can keep winning. Otherwise, no fun for you. I love matchmaking systems.
Oh yeah, no, his example right here is exactly what I was saying earlier. You know, implementing a fun strategy and it's just not working anymore.
Yeah.
Makes you so fucking
And for the
mad.
record, sometimes strategies that worked in earlier games shouldn't work in newer games. Like if I play one game of TF2 on Upward and I do a thing and that works, it shouldn't necessarily work the next time. Like, that's fine. That's variance. That's not really a matchmaking thing. But if it's like it stops working permanently because I'm playing against, much better players, that's probably an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like especially with games with a lot of customization and a lot of experimentation. It's like, you can't get away with a lot of things you otherwise would.
Yeah, the margin for error is much lower, which makes the game less fun.
Yes.
For sure.
And the potential scope of the mechanics began to narrow down. It even got to the point where I felt like I couldn't use certain character abilities, as they would almost...
Yeah, so that's really a problem. Like, if that's not variance at that point, that's oh fuck.
And kids, what do we call that? We call that the meta game. If you don't use the meta, you lose, and you're throwing. Oh!
Someone in Little Goober in chat says that this isn't true anymore. Because it's a little bit outdated, because they've improved upon this. And you know what? For me and Alan's sake later today, I hope so.
So many changes to make almost every other gun's viable.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Got to the point where...
Looking at Deadlock right now, they apparently finally implemented a matchmaking system 24/7 as of the 13th. Curious as to how that's going to affect the game in the long run.
Interesting.
Well, what does that mean? A matchmaking system 24/7?
So now that Deadlock has enough of a stable player base, they now can leave the matchmaking system on 24/7 instead of waiting for people to populate the game and then organize games afterwards.
Yeah.
So now it's just now it's like we're just running 24/7.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Scope of the mechanics began to narrow down. It even got to the point where I felt like I couldn't use certain character abilities, as they would almost universally achieve 0 results. I even eventually went entirely off the heavy class, as it felt too clunky, and I couldn't contribute positively.
That's interesting. Are there are these just the 3 classes in the finals?
Looks that way. Light, medium, heavy.
Yeah, I think there are 3 classes.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen something like that before.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, yeah.
Very quickly, the game became just another sweaty shooter. Despite the fact that I never actually touched any competitive mode, I would find myself getting annoyed at certain classes and common matchups, and I wasn't having nearly as much fun as I was when I started out. It's not even that the game is bad, it's a really well made game with interesting mechanics. However, I was hoping for a more...
It's a really well made game with interesting mechanics, but
Yeah, I think he just means the matchmaking system has made the game unfun. I don't know if that's... I think that is an issue with the game, but I think he's saying like that's not an issue with the game.
If it's like a large enough issue, would that be indicative of like an overall bad game?
I think the matchmaking probably exacerbates bad or a game being unbalanced. Which, like I'll reiterate, I don't think a game being unbalanced is necessarily bad. But in situations where the skill-based matchmaking forces you to use the best option, then the unbalanced nature of the game does become an issue, because now it's being exacerbated and you're not using the other parts of the game that are implemented.
Yeah, it's like a massive chunk of the game is
that you
almost
could be
like locked
considered
off.
fun.
It's like trivial.
Man, where have I seen this before?
And I wasn't having nearly as much fun as I was when I started out. It's not even that the game is bad, it's a really well made game with interesting mechanics. However, I was hoping for a more casual experience, and it's not one I could find within the game's matchmaking. But being disillusioned by a game due to its matchmaking does raise an interesting question. Is it really the system's fault to begin with?
I don't like where this is
Yes.
going. Yes.
Just yes.
Yes.
But let's see where he goes.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You may have heard this phrase before. Given the opportunity, players will optimize the
No!
No,
my nightmares! No! No, fuck!
I'm not sure if I have much contention with this quote specifically. It's what he says after this that I take issue with, but I'm interested to hear what Lucid has to say about this.
So I think this statement holds true given the previous example he just said, where if players are going to try their hardest to win, they're going to optimize their play to be as efficient and as good as possible, and then throw out these other potentially fun options that aren't as effective.
I fell out of my chair.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, often players will feel like forced or like pigeonholed into a particular play style just to compete with others.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that's not the player's fault. That's
No.
it's the game's fault. So
Include limiting factors in your games.
Now I understand why you take.
Yeah.
Now I understand why you dislike this, and I agree.
Just my gosh, I hate it.
Is it not true though? Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game.
I don't think it's 100% not true. I think some players will do this because some players value winning more than anything else.
The important part of this statement is given the opportunity. Who gave it to him? You know?
Well, the developer, obviously.
Well,
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, is the quote an accusation against players, or is it just like an observation?
It's not optimizing the fun out of the game if the fun of the game is optimizing it. This is my point. Like, if you're playing a game, right? If you're playing a game and if you're playing Sniper in TF2, if you're playing Sniper in TF2 and you start headshotting people on the other enemy team and everyone gets mad at you, that's not your fault. That's not the Sniper main's fault. The Sniper main is doing what the character was designed for. The problem is that there are no limiting factors to prevent them from headshotting the entire enemy team and winning. Unlike a character like Soldier, who has several limiting factors that prevent him from killing the entire enemy team in one fell swoop, because he's not very fast, and he hurts himself if he decides to be fast, and other forms of game design. This is my problem, because a lot of these games make it where getting to the best possible point means that you are better head and shoulders over everybody else, and they shouldn't be allowed to get to that point. If you've designed your game where the distance between a novice and a really good player is so vast that one invalidates the other, you've designed your game badly, and you need to change it. Fuck.
I think so. I'm sorry. I was letting my cat in through my window.
It's okay. I just hate it. I hate it. I
hate this mentality
that's the player's fault for finding out things about the game that make them better at it, when no, what you need to do is design your game so that optimizing the fun is impossible. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think this quote is like what do you think the quote's stance?
I think I want to listen to what he has to say about it. I just hate this quote because it makes it seem as if it's the player's fault. It also makes it seem like the optimization process isn't fun. And
I think both of them are erroneous statements.
Yeah.
But we'll see where he goes.
the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game. This is a quote from Soren Johnson, one of the leads on Civilization 3.
I like his haircut. Very goofy.
I also
Bro's got a Tootsie Roll on his head.
That is a very shameless haircut.
That
is a guy who he doesn't care.
Dude, he has thick fucking hair if he can have a haircut like that. Holy shit.
You think you think Remy from Ratatouille would be able to pull on his hair to make him do things, or do you think it would just not work?
Dude, I could bounce a fucking dime off that hair.
Oh man. Yeah, and it doesn't really look like that was a decision out of like a receding hairline or something. That looks like just like a I don't care. This is my haircut now. This guy's a Chad.
3. It suggests that some people view games less as an entertainment medium and more as an optimization puzzle, one that...
No.
Optimization can be entertaining.
Yeah.
Factorio. Satisfactory. Minecraft,
for sure.
Redstone.
Let me just transcript real quick. You may have heard this phrase before. Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game. This is a quote from Soren Johnson, one of the leads on Civilization 3. It suggests that some people view games less as an entertainment medium and more as an optimization puzzle. I take issue with that. I think everyone who plays games view it as an entertainment medium. And yeah, like you said, some people simply have fun by fully optimizing a game.
I agree.
Just that some people...
What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
View games less as an entertainment medium and more as an optimization puzzle, one that, no matter the game, can be solved through either practice or understanding mechanics. The problem with solving, or even attempting to solve, a game is that it effectively becomes complete and no longer interesting. And
what?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
I don't like this
I might need
anymore.
to hear that again.
I don't like
I'm
this
so
anymore.
upset. No, okay, I'll roll him back. Oh my gosh. Oh, fuck.
Yes,
I hate
expose
this.
me to the cringe.
through either practice or understanding mechanics. The problem with solving, or even attempting to solve, a game is that it effectively becomes complete and no longer interesting. And the more games you play...
Who treats games
Who
as
the
things that need to be solved?
Who on earth says...
Chat, press 1 in chat if you've ever... Wait. We're gonna do that. Press 1 in chat if you've ever watched a movie twice. Because by the same token, if you ever watch a movie twice, then you cannot consume the movie again.
Oh, for sure.
Because you've
just like in a
completed
movie.
it. It shouldn't be interesting to you anymore. You've consumed it, and therefore it's over.
Yeah, no, that's a little retarded for sure. Like just like with a movie, you know, after watching it for the first time, watching it a second time, you're going to be noticing, you know, some things you didn't previously notice, and the same things with the video game.
Yeah, like what the fuck? If your game is only fun the first time through, it might be bad. Like I can't comprehend this mentality about things. That things become.
I'm still kind of held up on like who views a game as an optimization puzzle and not a thing to have fun with.
Well, no, because
no.
wait.
It takes a certain breed. It takes a certain breed.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's
also,
not
what do you mean optimization puzzle? Why would someone do an optimization puzzle? It's because do they find entertainment out of it?
Well, yeah,
Would that not make it an entertainment medium?
Yeah, that's
entertaining.
That's what I was gonna say. Like Factorio is a game. Alan as a person is that person. Alan is not speaking for. I'm speaking for him. Alan is a person who finds entertainment out of optimizing things. That is why he plays a lot of the games that he enjoys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but on the same token, I can see what he means when he says once you've solved the game, meaning done it so many times that you understand it in and out.
Yeah, sure.
It loses some of the
but, like,
enjoyment.
How many?
Well, not necessarily.
How many people are like realistically going to do that though? Like get to the point where like they've played, a game so many times and just like, optimize every single little thing that there's just like nothing to glean from it anymore. I feel like it happens very rarely.
Do you play single player games at all?
Yeah, for sure.
Like so in single player games, I feel like there comes a point when you can optimize, you can figure out the game enough and have done it so many times that you have to at least take a break from it, right?
I suppose you're right.
Like there's only so many times you can play Portal 2 in a row.
Yeah, for sure.
But that isn't a problem with me or the game. If anything, the fact that I went out of my way to optimize it means it's a good thing. And also, that means I have investment in it, which means I'll probably be more likely to play it later on, as opposed to a game I've never played before, by his own logic that he used earlier.
Like I feel like you do it enough times, you have to at least take a break.
Well, yeah, of course, I don't play De Blob every waking moment, but I will go back to that game if given the choice between that and a game I've never played before. I have to be in a mood to play a game I've never played before. I have to be excited for it. De Blob feels like home to me, in the same way that TF2 feels like home to me, because I've played it so many times. It doesn't matter how optimal I've made De Blob, you know, the second place any percent and all that. You know, it doesn't matter. It's about whether or not the game is engaging to me. Whether my investment is not contingent on how much of the game I know. I don't think most people's investment is contingent on that. You know, like roguelites are an example, and a roguelite, or at least a roguelike, a good roguelike is random every time in a way that isn't predictable. You know, it's like a. If you can optimize, say, The Binding of Isaac, but you can also not do that and still get more content out of the game with every new run that you do of it. This is a weird thing. I don't think things become uninteresting at any point necessarily, but I definitely don't think they become uninteresting once you know them in and out. If anything, they become more interesting because now you can compare them to other things. Or because you know literally every part about it.
A deeper understanding.
Yeah, I think this is a bad. I think this is bad.
Yeah, I feel like this is like the lowest common denominator of consumer, where they just.
Zesty has gotten sad. Look what the video's
like,
done.
They look at thing, they interact with thing, and go, yes, I have dopamine, and then they go back to their bugs and soy. And then they come out of their pod and go, I need more stimulation. And they don't really care about or invest themselves in the thing they enjoy.
For sure.
Therefore, they put down, I'm going to go drink 35 gallons of Soylent strawberry.
Why is Zesty? All of Zesty's optimism and youthful joy has been dissipated. It is gone.
Youthful? You flatter me.
You're more youthful than some people.
You're youthful at heart.
I'm a child at heart.
But just to make sure, I just want to make sure we're not representing his point. Is his position that like that's just like the natural consequence like of games, or that like that's how games like should be? It's where it's optimized and then you just sort of toss it aside.
It seems that's what it is. I guess we'll keep rolling forward. If he goes back on it, if he does like a gotcha, then I'll rescind everything.
If he goes back on it, I owe him 37 pizzas.
Optimization puzzle, one that, no matter the game, can be solved through either practice or understanding mechanics. The problem with solving, or even attempting to solve, a game is that it effectively becomes complete and no longer interesting. And the more games you play, the better you get at solving them, and the easier new ones become to solve. I mentioned earlier the concept of...
What? No.
But games, there's a lot of different games.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's... I could maybe... Even if you were gonna go by genre, like I feel like I've never played a Jak and Daxter game. I played a lot of 3D platforms, never played a Jak and Daxter game. I don't think that my skills at Super Mario Galaxy 2 are gonna really translate all that well to a game with completely different mechanics, even if they're both 3D platformers. You know?
Except for the basic fundamentals of moving around in a 3D environment and jumping on platforms.
Yeah, in like a very broad sense, this is true on like a very minute scale. That like as I get better at clicking button or pushing buttons, I get better at pushing buttons in other things. But like in terms of any specifics, no, not really.
Yeah, but I mean, like there are some games where like your skill in one game gets translated easier to another game, but in like a more like in a more like
direct
a deeper
way.
sense.
Well, yeah, like in Super Mario Galaxy 1 to Super Mario Galaxy 2. You know?
But yeah, but not even that. But even like games made by completely different developers, I'm sure there's a lot of carryover.
I don't know.
Exactly, Mr. Learner 12. Your 9,300 hours in TF2 are not going to help you do better in PlanetSide.
And
true.
It will help in some way.
It'll help him understand that I have to move and shoot, but beyond that, I don't understand.
Yeah, but like games that were inspired by other games, like maybe
I have made
what is it?
scrambled egg. I know what a whisk is. I know what a bowl is. But how the fuck do I make a cake?
I don't know, like Rivals of Aether. That was
No, that's like a good example though, because there are some skills that transfer there.
Yes.
Yeah, but like the point that you therefore making a cake, you understand how to do it better because you've made eggs before. That's true, but you wouldn't say, "Oh, I can bake a cake," or "I will become a better cake master one day because I know how to whisk an egg." The two things are related, but only on a very surface level. Once you get to the deeper fundamentals, they differ wildly. Or sorry,
I'm
the
just a
deeper
little
not
lost as
fundamentals.
to what the point he's trying to make is.
I think he's saying, well, we'll let him go in a second, but
We will let him go and cook.
We will let him cook.
But no, I think he's saying basically once you solve a game, you're done with it, and because you play more, us gamers play lots of games. We get we solve games quicker and quicker,
Easier and easier.
Yeah.
Well, but I
Man,
don't
if
know,
that
is
were true, I'd be an
necessary
expert in so many games.
Like, is that necessary to mention? I feel like that. It's like if you're looking at it as like in the obvious sense that it's like if you play an FPS, you know, it's like those fundamental skills of aiming and shooting are going to carry over.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
if that's what he's talking about, I feel like that's
obvious.
kind of unnecessary to say, right?
Yeah, but if he's talking about like, oh, if I play the finals, or if I play TF2, I'll be able to solve the finals quicker. It's like, no, not really, or maybe, but not
game.
to
A game. So they effectively.
Again,
Zesty, are you doing like the Oscar music, like let's wrap it up? Is that what that is?
I accidentally hit my space bar. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like, let's get out of here, please.
No, I hit my space bar.
Lucid, I think if you talk to him and you challenged him on that, I think he would agree with you.
I think he would too, but let's see where he goes, because maybe he wouldn't. I don't know.
It becomes complete and no longer interesting. And the more games you play, the better you get at solving them, and the easier new ones become to solve. I mentioned earlier the concept of figuring out a game's systems, and knowing that eventually you'll stop playing. That's you effectively solving the game in your mind, almost seeing the future of what the game will offer, and deciding that, since you already know what's coming, it's not worth sticking around to see it.
What?
But this is why people like doing puzzles, because they know what's going to happen. They're going to make the pretty picture. They like the journey.
It's about the satisfaction of getting there. What the fuck? Your visual contradicts your point.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is he more so talking about like the gameplay loop becomes like very obvious? Like of course you know what you want the outcome to be, but you know the gameplay loop isn't very stimulating to where it's.
I think we're giving him too much credit.
Extremely predictable.
I don't think he said that. Hold on, let me hear him again.
I mentioned earlier the concept of figuring out a game's systems, and knowing that eventually you'll stop playing. That's you effectively solving the game in your mind, almost seeing the future of what the game will offer, and deciding that, since you already know what's coming, it's not worth sticking around to see it.
Yeah, so basically, because you know you've played other FPSs, you know what this FPS will eventually offer to you, or will eventually end up with you achieving, and therefore you don't want to play it because you know how it will end. Which I think is bad. Yeah. I think that is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if that's definitely what he's saying, then I definitely do not agree with it.
If he is saying that I've played FPSs and therefore I know what an FPS is like, and this FPS will be unsatisfying to me because I've played other FPSs and they were also unsatisfying, I agree like broadly, but I don't think it means anything because like of course if I don't like FPS games, I play FPS games. I'm like why don't I like this? This is fascinating. Whatever. Hold on.
Yeah, no, you might be right because he just got done talking about what was it? What was he just done saying directly before this?
He was talking about the finals. Is that what you're talking about? Or he was talking about solving a game and then not being interested in it. He was saying this is you solving the game.
Yeah. It's like skills of a particular game translating over to like a different game.
Yeah.
Like him saying like that before what he currently said about
Hold on, someone's at my door. Keep going.
sorry. Games being
What?
predictable because you've played other games. Like if that's what he's saying, like what Lucid said. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, again, this is just loops back to what we said a moment ago. Is like you know the basics, but it doesn't mean you're gonna solve the game, like he says, any quicker than you would have without previous experience, right? Because it's a different experience. It's like saying you've read one book, you already know how the next book is going to go.
Yeah, you know the process of turning pages, and maybe you know the plot structure. It's like the story might still be interesting for other reasons. Boiling games down to that, or boiling stories down to that, seems disingenuous.
Yeah, I don't like it.
And deciding that, since you already know what's coming, it's not worth sticking around to see it. The destiny of games is to become boring, not to be fun.
Who said this?
Let him finish. Let him cook.
Was this Hitler?
Was this Hitler?
Is this a Hitler quote? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I assume it's a bait.
Definitely
It has to be a bait and switch. There's no way.
Spoiler alert.
You already know what's coming, it's not worth sticking around to see it. The destiny of games is to become boring, not to be fun. Those of us who want games to be fun are fighting a losing battle against the human brain, because fun is a process, and routine is its destination.
This is a gross way to look at things.
Who, Raph Coaster, I'm coming to your house and I'm turning you into a coaster.
Who?
That's such a funny threat.
I'm gonna put a drink on you.
Oh my gosh.
I will reduce you into a piece of leather for my whiskey, sir.
And then I will drink to cope
Okay.
with the pain of your quote.
Yeah, so
Okay,
yeah,
wait.
this quote has several issues.
Yeah, let's break this down. Okay, so the destiny of
Feedback.
games is to become boring, not to be
on
fun.
keyboard.
That's step one, which is like games
Yeah, no,
become boring eventually. Like in the totality of time, anything becomes boring. It's not a games thing. Soccer hasn't become boring yet, and it's been around for centuries. So
Yeah, no, this quote definitely comes across as some pretentious, fart-huffing behavior for sure.
like nihilism, like it will all become boring eventually.
Oh,
I mean, it's like,
I don't
let's-
find games fun. Therefore, no one finds games fun. They're boring.
The destiny of games is to become boring. Like, what does that mean?
Well, it means
The
that games
destiny
will
of all
always
grass
become
is to
boring.
die.
Yeah, it's just everything
But
will
I
be
don't-
everything lacks permanence. I think.
Yeah, I don't even think that's like necessarily true. Like, what about games with randomness?
You know, I just realized.
Can
Wait, I just realized. I think I know the one genre where this is true. Brace yourself. I'm cooking.
okay.
Porn games.
No. Completely the opposite.
No. Porn games?
Porn games?
Porn games. Porn games become
Right.
boring. They must become boring faster than any other game.
I don't know, man.
That's a
Some people like
climax.
beating into the same shit every day. They're out there.
You know, so
Mm-hmm.
some people have the TF2 of porn games out there.
Yeah,
That has.
they're out there, man. Some people just can't move on from one image. It's just how it is.
Anyways, my joke aside, I think that this is a bad. Okay. Also, yes, I agree with. I said while you were gone with whatever you were doing, I was saying like roguelike games disprove this idea, and they definitely disprove this one. Like
Yeah, games with randomness. Yeah, for sure. Like, I was talking earlier about a game with like a sandbox, so that like your gaming experience is heavily determined on the player input. It's like you can sort of make your own gaming experience.
But to play devil's advocate, is that not still the same game with the same base routine and inherent game mechanics?
Not the same routine.
It's like saying if I walk out it's like Zesty, that's like saying when I wake up and I go throughout my day and then you turn to me and you're like, but didn't you wake up yesterday? And then you went to sleep at the end of yesterday? What's the difference?
No, I know, but like the devil's advocate point I'm trying to make, like for example, Enter the Gungeon, right? Another roguelike. is you're performing the same series of relatively similar steps over and over again, just with slight variations.
Well, yeah, but the variations change how you approach each situation.
But is it still not a routine?
But yes,
Of course, from day to day, there are slight differences from day to day, and some days can be very different than others.
Well, yeah, but it's the same as life. Life is a series of repetitions where each thing is different.
That's why I don't like this, and that's why I don't like this statement, because this is very nihilistic in that everything becomes boring because everything's routine. You're waking up every day. You're eating every day. Eating is boring.
Like, yeah, I don't understand the point of this quote. It does come across as
gaming nihilism.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
journey is the destination, man.
Well, no, because routine is its destination. Is like, oh yeah, you'll fall into those patterns eventually. It's like I've been playing, De Blob for however many hours, and I'm still finding new things to enjoy about it. So.
Oh yeah, but if like the argument is that you're eventually gonna be bored with that game, it's like, I mean, yeah, maybe, but like at that point, is it like
who the fuck gives a shit? Like, I'll be bored with anything.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it comes across as extremely.
This flies in the face of playing games twice or watching movies twice. I reread my favorite book. I finished it the day before yesterday. So what now, bitch?
It's been too long before I mentioned Legos. I'm going to mention Legos.
Legos.
Is it the destiny of Legos to become boring?
Yes. It's the destiny of everything to become boring. It's the destiny of life to become boring. I hate this.
The only way it cannot be boring is if it becomes routine.
No. If it becomes routine, that is when it becomes boring. That's the point.
Also, what about like self-imposed challenges in video games?
Oh no, no, that's silly. You see, there are only so many self-imposed challenges you can give. Guys, I made a video about the TF2 fonts. Isn't that crazy? I must be running out of ideas. People play Super Mario 64 with their feet. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? How dare they?
People be
you see fucking
time blindfolded.
Zesty woke up.
You say talking about fucking feet, dude?
People are beating Super Mario 64 with their feet.
That's
surprising. Beating what with their feet?
Mario 64.
Shut up, Alan.
I'm sorry.
Whoa, Alan, where are you going with this?
Nowhere. What are you talking about?
Alan, how many self-imposed challenges do you think Honey Pop could offer?
I don't even know what the gameplay of Honey Pop
is.
Shut the fuck up.
What is that? No, is that like a Bejeweled thing? I don't know.
Shut up.
It's some shitty puzzle, isn't it?
Shut it up, dude. I don't believe you. This is a bit. This is a lie. You're lying live on.
What Honey Pop is?
No,
I know what it is. I just don't know what the gameplay is.
No, he knows what the gameplay is.
He knows what the gameplay is.
I'm looking it up right now.
I'm hitting play. I want to hear what he has to say.
Hitting play. No,
yeah, it's like a Bejeweled thing.
We're not done covering the quote.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't get to the last part.
Okay. Those of us who want games to be fun are fighting a losing battle against the human brain. That's not true at all. I can boot up Bloons Tower Defense 6, and I'm gonna have a fun time. I'm not fighting a losing battle.
What is this? Should I not want games to be fun?
No, you just don't want fun. You're a fool. You are an animal. You are a lesser being. You don't understand. Emotions are a construct of a mixture of chemical reactions in a brain, and you're a fleshy meat pile whose destiny is to rot in the sand from whence you came.
Oh, this is very Love is a Chemical Pilled, actually. You're so right. I didn't even look at it that way, but you're so right.
Right. Those of us who want games to be fun, like, do you mean everyone ever on the face of the planet?
This is crazy to me. Also, for the record,
not necessarily even, because sometimes you want games to be entertaining, but that doesn't necessarily mean fun. Like Omori is very not fun sometimes because it's really sad.
Sure.
Like
but like I don't know, like define fun.
Like enjoyable
process.
Yeah, I don't know, like,
it's a process and routine is disgusting.
Yeah, can we address the last part of the quote? I would address the last part.
Horror films are fun. Scary houses are fun. But you know, it's the nature of those things are you're being scared. And like you're on edge.
This is, ooh, man, because fun is a process and routine is its destination. Fun
the process of optimizing something can be fun, but it isn't necessarily. There are people who intentionally avoid optimizing things in games because they want to lengthen the shelf life of the game for themselves for long periods of time, meaning they're having fun without committing to the quote-unquote process of getting into a quote-unquote routine. This is sad.
This is quite the yes.
This is a sad way to look at anything, much less video games.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this quote at all. I think Raph is wrong.
I think Raph is wrong as well. Well, he could be right. He would just have to commit to nihilism, and I don't think any human on planet Earth is really willing to commit to nihilism. So,
well, I mean, I don't know. Like,
oh no, I know some
those
people.
of us who want games to be fun are fighting a losing battle against the human brain.
Zesty, when I say commit to nihilism, I mean like they act as if nothing matters, not like they believe it.
Oh no, I know some people who even in the presence of a succulent piece of cake will look at it and wonder why they woke up that morning.
Do they kill people flippantly?
For all I know, they probably do.
Oh, okay, well, you know
Are
some
we talking about nihilism now?
No, I don't want to talk about nihilism. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because fun is a process, and routine is its destination. While this quote is more about gaming's place among society in general, I think it applies here too. The ultimate problem is...
Oh gosh, it applies not only here, but to society in general. Oh god.
We live in a society.
Oh man, I was so ready to call this one of the best videos we've watched on this show. I was so
What a turn.
I was so
What a
ready. I was so
turn.
excited to praise a video because this video is really good up until this point.
Society in general, I think it applies here too. The ultimate problem is that what makes a game interesting is some degree of uncertainty. If you knew how a strategy game was going to play out from start to finish, you wouldn't find it interesting.
Like I might. I don't. You don't know. I could find
I don't know.
any element of the game interesting.
You might.
If you know exactly how it's going to play out.
Why would I be? Alan, I know how the Blob's gonna play out. I still play through the game regularly.
Not a.
Oh sure, but
strategy game. You're there for like the tech. At a certain point.
Yeah. Also, your level of skill during that day. It's like you could mess up a certain part.
Yeah.
Like especially if you're speedrunning, you don't know the outcome of your performance necessarily. Like what this guy's describing, like if you do, what if I know everything that's going to happen and there's no uncertainty whatsoever, I don't have any issue with what he said.
But for most, for most games that's not possible. Most games have too much randomness or entropy in them. There's no way to know how everything will play out.
Oh well, right, yeah.
So it's not even a relevant
describing
statement.
a hypothetical that can't exist.
Okay, so that's your issues. That it's not very relevant.
Yeah, like and
well, I mean,
and
I think
this
his
also
overall point is that overall point is that uncertainty is like intrinsic to a game's enjoyment.
I don't agree. I don't think there's uncertainty in getting better at something.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some uncertainty in it.
Well, I don't think necessarily. Like if I go out and I practice scoring upper 90s in soccer, like there is no uncertainty in the. There might be uncertainty in the time that it takes for me to do to get better at it. But other than that, there's
not just the time, but like your own performance. Like you can't guarantee like a perfect performance on your behalf.
Well, yeah, but that's never going away.
there.
But that's never going away, no matter how good I get.
Well, right.
That's true for all games.
Yeah.
That's true for anything.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. It's. I mean,
that's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. That's my issue with this statement.
I know. It's. Well, yeah, for sure. It's. Yeah, I guess it's just a rather obvious thing to say.
Going to play out from start to finish, you wouldn't find it interesting. Like how tic-tac-toe stops being an interesting game to play once you know how to never lose.
What?
You agree with that?
I hate the word interesting. I want him to stop using the word interesting. I want him to throw it away.
I mean, we can have a little bit of benefit of the doubt.
I know, but it's frustrating to me because
for this
of course I find tic-tac-toe interesting even after I know how it works. Like I do.
In the novelty of playing it, or just like
why? You know, why? For instance, it is interesting why tic-tac-toe has lasted so many years despite being a solved game for over a century.
Oh, for sure, but like interesting in the sense of like a gameplay loop or the game itself. That sort of dies when it's solved.
Why are we isolating a game to just how it is played and nothing else? Isn't that a little reductionist?
Like I said, well, I mean, like I said earlier, I think uncertainty is like an intrinsic part of playing a game, for sure. So I think maybe you and I have differing definitions as to what that might mean.
I think that there's an intrinsic uncertainty to every part of living. So I think it's a non-statement that doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, sure, yeah, for sure. But I think you're making two separate arguments. You're like arguing against the idea that tic-tac-toe stops being interesting the moment you take out the uncertainty out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're also agreeing with it in the sense that it's the most obvious thing in the world.
I'm not saying I don't like the word interesting because it's too subjective. That's why I dislike the word. Like
yeah, I don't know. Maybe if we replace that word with something a bit more like objective, I guess.
See, this is the problem: is that his argument hinges on the word being subjective. If he were, because there's no objective way to determine how interesting something is. It's not possible because like
I guess. But once again, I'm not sure if there's. I don't know. Is there anyone who would find enjoyment in playing a video game if they know exactly how everything is going to go? Like even your previous example of watching like a movie for the second time, it's like the enjoyment out of that is like, you know, you're still going to be noticing things for the first time. Right?
But
it's like there's still some novelty there.
But that's like
if there's no novelty in there like at all.
But that's like caveman brain thinking though. That's like it, because there's one that's like only being interested in what your eyes look at and your ears hear, and there's no greater thought that goes into it. Because
I think that's
of course
reductionist.
No, because of course if you watch a movie for the second time and you know everything, you've noticed everything that there is to notice, you could still find interesting parts of the movie to discuss, like why they did things the way they did, or like what the actor was thinking when they recorded a certain scene. Those aren't that's not noticing things, that's drawing conclusions from things you've already noticed. And that can be, and you could argue that could be done outside of the art itself, but I think that watching
you're still learning those things, right?
Yeah, but it's not noticing things. You still know everything that's happening. You've noticed everything in the film itself. You're just choosing to think more about it, and that can be infinitely interesting to someone.
Yeah, but isn't like thinking more about it, wouldn't that, like, I don't know, help you like notice more about it?
Why?
I don't know.
What that noticing implies visual or some sort of sense is being activated. I'm talking about like you just think about it more. And like things about the film, like watching the film will incline you to think about the film more, but it doesn't have to be anything you haven't noticed before. I think this is just a bad way to look at things. That's why I don't like it. It makes the reason why I'm pushing back against this so hard is because to me it illustrates a bigger issue, which is that we play games for what they have to offer on a purely immediate level, and we're not thinking any deeper about what the game is or why the game was constructed.
People are bug people. They want external stimuli. They want dopamine.
Like BattleBit Remastered. Oh, that it lost its luster for me because the game got over optimized. It's like, okay, have you tried? Like it would be like if someone played Melee, right? They have no incentive to play any other characters other than the quote unquote 5 viable characters in the game. And then someone went.
But if you take Melee, if you take Melee and you apply this imaginary hypothetical, this scenario that both players playing against each other, they already know. Careful, cat. They already know the outcome of the match, and like every detail within the match. It's like, would they still play the match? My guess is probably no. I think uncertainty is
if
an
they
intrinsic
knew
part
if they knew
of
how their
playing a
bodies.
video game.
Yes, but of course it's a part of life. Because that implies that they know exactly how they're going to react to things, and that's not knowing how the game's going to play out as much as knowing themselves and the person they're fighting well enough to know how everything's going to go. You know, like that's a different argument.
I don't know. I don't think so. We might actually be agreeing.
I think we are. We're just putting different value on the thing. Because I just think that saying there's uncertainty in experiencing a video game, and that's important, is like, but because there's uncertainty in experiencing anything.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what he's arguing, and I think really the most you can criticize is like, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but he's applying it to gaming specifically and saying that it's an issue with us.
An issue with us?
As in, like, like the fact that we optimize things as humans is the problem. And it will always be a problem. There is nothing a game developer could do to fix it. And maybe that's not what he's saying, but everything that's led up to this point from the start of this chapter seems to imply that that's what he means.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, I suppose so.
Yeah. Zesty, you've been awfully quiet. Are you okay?
I'm alive. I apologize. I may have fallen asleep for a moment.
I've had
a long day. I apologize.
You can drop out if you need to.
I'll stick around for a few more minutes. I got a little second wind.
Okay, cool.
Tic-tac-toe stops being an interesting game to play once you know how to never lose.
I'm sorry. Do you agree with that statement, though? Oh, wait, okay, so your contention is with the word interesting.
Yeah, if you said, like, tic-tac-toe becomes, I don't know, predictable, then yes, if that were the words, but I wouldn't say that makes tic-tac-toe bad. Oh, well, no, I would say tic-tac-toe is bad, but not for that reason, just for other reasons.
He said uninteresting to play, specifically.
I still take contention with it, because not necessarily.
Okay.
Have you, for instance, because someone mentioned earlier that it's a game you play with other people anyways. What if you're playing it with someone who doesn't understand how the game works? Or what if you're playing it with a toddler or someone who played a different version of the game before then? Like
I guess
you would have to know exactly how the game will be played, which isn't true for any video game where you're playing with other people.
I suppose.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because he's equating tic-tac-toe to like the finals or other games that have been over optimized, and that's not at all how it works. That's not that they are not analog to one another.
I like what this guy said in the chat, that there is not endless value to a piece of media, but treating media as something disposable from the get-go and saying it's inevitable for it to become boring is sad.
I think there can be endless value to media. Depends on how you consume it.
I think I agree with that, just because we live in a world where, like, games will have uncertainty very often.
Mm-hmm. I think that there could be endless value to anything if you just interest yourself in it. It's just a matter of
it's relative.
You can find endless value in Concord. It doesn't make it a good game. It's just
I want to find the one guy that did. Where is that one motherfucker that found endless value?
We can talk about. You could talk about why something didn't work and find value in that. Because for sure. Yeah, like we've all done it. We're doing it now.
That's my favorite YouTuber's job. It's just talking about media.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, media analysis. Mm-hmm. It's super entertaining, for sure.
Tic-tac-toe stops being an interesting game to play once you know how to never lose. However, uncertainty is uncomfortable and something most people avoid fanatically in their day-to-day lives. The irony of gaming is that to enjoy at its best, you must chase uncertainty and avoid optimization.
Ah! Oh!
I think I take issue with the... The irony of gaming is that to enjoy it at its best, you must chase uncertainty and avoid optimization.
Must chase uncertainty. I don't want to chase.
It feels like it feels like it should be the other way around. Like the process of playing a game is solving uncertainty through optimization.
Why don't we all play video games blindfolded?
What?
I'll do it right now.
No, I'm serious. I'm being completely real.
Where are you going with that, though?
That would be the most way to. You would be constantly uncertain all the time. Why is that? Why is
because you're not playing the game. Well. You're randomly slapping a fucking keyboard and hoping something happens.
No, you can hear. You can hear. You still have half of your senses. Why not? It's uncertainty, right? We should chase uncertainty, Alan.
It's not uncertainty. That's a lack of perception.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem is what I said earlier. It's the other way around. Like uncertainty is like the obstacle, and then optimization is solving that obstacle.
Correct.
Like how does Mario avoid falling into a pit?
Mm-hmm.
Or how do I craft a pickaxe in Minecraft? Mm-hmm. Like that's uncertainty.
Yes.
And then timing your jump correctly to avoid the pit. And then in Minecraft, 2 sticks and 3 wooden planks in a specific pattern. That's optimization.
Yes.
And that's where the satisfaction of the game comes from. It's slowly learning and optimizing. And yeah, avoiding optimization is a little goofy.
Uncertainty is such a bad word for. It's just it's like randomness.
I'm okay with the words being used.
A lack of information?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's...
Is that uncertainty? A lack of information?
Yeah, no, yeah, that sounds right.
So is a game progressively less fun as you learn more about it?
Well, I think the process of learning is where the fun comes from.
Can you not have fun with? Can you not have fun with something you've learned about? If you're not learning more about it.
Well, I think applying your, the aspects you've optimized to new situations, it's like that can be fun.
Does this fly in the face of comfort? Or, Also, I disagree with the person, in fact, that says that you can get endless meaninglessness out of anything, but only a certain amount of value. I think that's stupid.
I'm not sure exactly what that means.
He's referring. I'm assuming he's referring to me stating that you can analyze something endlessly and get value out of whatever. The value you get out of something, dare I say it, is subjective. It is the value you get out of it.
Like it's
I can talk for as long as I want about this water bottle and why the iconography on it is the way it is. I could even make YouTube videos about it, perhaps, but that is value to me.
Yeah, for sure, and it's inconsequential, like what the universe thinks.
Yeah, and that's not. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the quality of the bottle. Talking about whether or not the value equates to quality would be another endless discussion we could have. Like that. This is all the point. Yeah. I want to stay focused on what he says here because I think it's interesting.
The irony of gaming is that to enjoy it at its best, you must chase uncertainty and avoid optimization. It's why games like Rust and DayZ, relentless survival games, which from an outsider's perspective seem like a nightmare to play and manage, are insanely popular. There's a thrill to their uncertainty, that there's no guarantees from moment to moment, and even logging on doesn't guarantee you the same position that you're left with. Competitive gaming...
Hey, the whole uncertain thing, what about drawing? Like, or painting?
I don't know, I think there's satisfaction in
learning
the uncertainty of, like, how a piece is going to turn out despite your intent. It's like a challenge.
Well, you have, like, the image in your head, right?
Yeah, for sure, but it's, it's probably not going to be exactly what you imagined it in your head. It's kind of like why people still draw despite the existence of AI tools. It's the novelty of the challenge of drawing.
Mm-hmm. So Is there ever a point where there is no more uncertainty in drawing?
I guess a stencil.
What
is that drawing? Though?
That's what. Okay, yeah, yeah. I guess using an AI would be the equivalent of not, not having certainty.
I mean, the AI can be very uncertain sometimes.
That's also true. That's a good point.
Yeah, no, for sure. The whole AI conversation is so cancer. I don't like
agree.
it.
I agree as well.
If you use AI, you are not an artist. You are poopy, and you make me very upset.
Someone in chat said.
I'm alright with.
No, you go. Sorry.
I don't know. Like defining what an artist is. It's like I don't know. How are you gonna do that?
As someone who does art, checkmate.
Oh yeah,
fine art.
It's very it's very nebulous. And the most popular argument against AI I see is that it doesn't have soul in it. It's like, yeah, I guess, but what does that mean? You know? And if you mean it wasn't created by a person, then it's like okay, but it's like if there's been several examples of people pretending or passing AI art off of as their own art and fooling people. And those people being like, wow, your art has so much personality in it. You're so talented. This is beautiful.
It's like
but then
a robot
made this. Yeah, no, it's made by AI.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know, not a fan of that argument.
I'm a fan of the argument because all AI is a series of mathematical algorithms that copy existing things and paste them back out based on a prompt. None of it is truly original. It is merely copying something that already existed.
You can make the same argument about art.
That is untrue because you have the inherent human condition where whatever they produce is never going to be an exact perfect one-for-one copy, whereas with an AI. No, that's not true because whereas with an AI algorithm, it can copy things down to the bare bones basic zeros and ones, pixel for pixel, and then spit it back out based on a certain prompt.
I think that
a one-for-one copy of an art piece.
If you tell AI to do that, it will do that for you. Yeah.
I think it's a kind of an apples and oranges comparison on both ends.
Because necessarily true, though.
I think it's kind of an apples and oranges comparison to just be like to try and justify AI by how the brain works because they just work fundamentally differently. I don't think it's a fair comparison at all. Because the way in which humans use inspiration and the way in which an AI uses quote unquote inspiration are very, very different fundamentally. They don't work the same. Now, granted, I'm willing to say that AI art is art, but that's because my definition is much broader than most people's, and I think it's
defining art is so it's tough because it's like, how do you define art? Is it
once you remove the human
expression of themselves?
Once you remove the human element, it is not art.
Can animals make art?
Could you? Oh, that's a good question.
Zesty, can animals make art?
Can animals make art?
Yeah, there's they're monkeys who can paint. Okay, so that's not art. Okay, cool. Then yes, then in that case, then yes.
From a tree.
Yeah, and that
is that art? Does it become art when you take a picture of it?
I think if Zesty's willing to be consistent and just say no, animals can't make art either, then I agree with his perspective.
No, animals cannot make art.
Okay, then sure.
So you believe the art is intrinsically human?
Yes. It is not a concept that could be understood by an animal.
I might agree with that. Animals are expressive, but can they express themselves?
Not in the form of art. No, of course not.
I found a picture of a famous monkey painter, and he's painting, and he looks very studious.
I guess maybe because art is supposed to be, consumed, emotionally, I guess, and animals aren't capable of doing that, or animals aren't capable of the intent of creating something that expresses.
Zesty, look how studious
emotion,
he is.
Or to elicit emotion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'd be willing to go either way on it. I had this conversation with a philosophy professor recently about whether or not animals could create art, and I'm really not willing to go either way on it because it's not. it's not really important to me, which I know is kind of a cop-out, but it really isn't that important to me whether or not they can or can't.
Yeah, do you like your professors?
I like that one.
Oh, yeah. No, I have a pretty poor experience with college professors.
Most of my professors are kind of cringe, but that one's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a huge argument with an English teacher about whether or not writing can be objective.
Oh.
And
oh
yeah, it's big old can of worms. That was not a fun conversation to have.
What does that even mean? Writing can't be objective.
As in, like, there's no objective quality to how fiction is written, I assume.
Right. Yeah.
Which is
yeah, but no, it was a very frustrating conversation to have, and it's yeah, the whole class was against me. It was a 1v20 or something.
20v1 is 1v20. Anyways, can we get through this video?
Yeah.
We're about to come on 5 hours, and Zesty's on the verge of tears.
I'm alive.
Gaming, both as a genre and a subculture, is about removing uncertainty in as many aspects as possible. And while professional gaming is a beloved subgenre of gaming, it directly defies games with more casual intentions.
Sports.
Which means that games can lose their casual communities extremely easy if they're not careful.
Sports.
And since casual players tend to outnumber...
What you're saying is...
soccer.
You know, sports, despite being extremely competitive, is, you know, obviously a super casual hobby as well.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Number hardcore gamers by a significant margin. Live service titles rely heavily on being able to retain them for long periods of time. But what can be done to counteract the mechanical arms race? It's a systemic problem that is reinforced by competitive trends in gaming. And while it seems like a
systemic problem is crazy.
It's my favorite kind of problem.
Systemic problem might be wild.
No.
I don't want to really go into it, but that's a wild way to describe this issue.
All right, so we're basically at the part where this guy is offering solutions to this to the issue of the mechanical.
Well, I mean, if surely there can't be solutions based off what he gave, right? It's impossible because inherent to fun is uncertainty, but we will always optimize the uncertainty out of fun, or uncertainty out of games. So there's nothing we can do, right? Every game becomes boring. There's no reason to bother.
Right.
I guess we'll see what he says.
Done to counteract the mechanical arms race. It's a systemic problem that is reinforced by competitive trends in gaming. And while it seems like a far-reaching problem that's nigh impossible to solve, there are practical things that can be done on many levels to counteract it.
Okay.
On a personal level, if you feel like the games you play are becoming too stressful, or they're just routinely frustrating, it's okay to switch to casual or more controllable single-player experience.
Yeah, no crap.
Yeah, you gotta take a break. If you're getting annoyed, do something else.
And it's not even addressing like the problem.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna optimize the uncertainty out of Hades. Fuck.
The premise, from what I understand, is what can be done to counteract the mechanical arms race that's causing games to lose players.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with you individually.
Yeah, and the first solution is stepping away from those games.
Yeah, which is what
you know what's really funny? It's really funny, and it just occurred to me that this video could not have existed in like the 2000s, early to mid 2000s and 90s and 80s.
Yeah,
when it was normal for game to come out, people play game, put game down, and then move on. Like you can't say this game's dead, this game's dying, and people be like, yeah, no shit, it came out like a year ago, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But this guy.
Now it's like this. You have this expectation in people's heads that like games have to last forever. If a game dies and if people stop playing the game after a few months, like, oh, it's dead forever. What was the point?
Ironically, TF2 is one of the reasons why that perception exists.
Yeah.
Because the difference being TF2 is a game that is very, very good. It is the exception and not the rule. Same goes for Minecraft.
Yes.
Same goes for Melee.
Yes, and so many developers want to have the exception become the standard and the rule that it's placed the idea in so many consumers' heads. Like, oh yeah, if your game doesn't survive for more than a few months, it fucking sucks, dead. Why your game's doing something wrong?
Yeah, it also results in games being worse because they're taking a massive swing. Like, they're trying to achieve something that is probably one of the most, if not the most difficult challenges as a game developer. And as a result, since they take such a big risk, such a big swing with their game, it becomes worse as a result. And it becomes much worse than it would have been if they had stuck to something much smaller.
Yeah. But this guy was saying earlier, you know, like, was addressing, or was like talking about problems of, like, BattleBit. Is that what it's called? BattleBit?
Yeah,
BattleBits?
BattleBit.
Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, it's losing players, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're at the part of the video, it's like, how do we, like, address the problem that I've been highlighting? And it's like,
go play something
stop
else.
playing.
Yeah, go play something
it's
else.
like, right,
No,
it's just like, I don't know, it feels like
it's not our fault.
contradictory, almost.
Literally has nothing to do with us. It's so.
I feel like this part could have been taken out of the video.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very relevant.
Yeah.
This dude needs some fucking sunlight. He's in a dark room. Is that a fucking bowl of chips?
Shout. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't like playing video games in a dark room.
Me
I like having the light on.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Frustrating. It's okay to switch to casual or more controllable single-player experiences. The
Who's
concept
telling you
of
it's not?
retiring from competitive games is a frequent phenomenon, especially for older gamers who have much less time to keep up with them.
This person has an interesting thought. The online competitive community is toxic. In real-life sports, you are a team and support your teammates no matter what, whether they have a good game or a bad game. In competitive gaming, everyone is so concerned with maintaining their rank that if you play bad or even make a mistake, you'll be verbally abused constantly. Playing on your own is also incredibly frustrating. In Counter-Strike, teamwork is key. If you match with one player who decides not to listen or play as a team, you essentially lose because of them and have to sit through the whole game knowing no matter what you do, you'll likely lose.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of these problems can be found in IRL sports as well. But
I've seen
it's
plenty
going
of
to be...
teammates be toxic to each other in real life.
For sure.
Oh, for sure. But like, you can actually interact with them on like a personal level.
I can see that it's you know, it's definitely way less common.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call my teammate the N-word 37 times if he was right in front of me, you know?
Yeah, but in TF2, you do it all the time, right?
Oh, TF2,
Discord call.
daily. Yeah, I gotta hit my
N-word for sure.
Oh yeah, I gotta hit my daily slur quota. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Daily slur quota.
That's the DSQ for those in
the
know.
DSQ.
Oh boy.
The dark side quill.
The race. Even just partially stepping away can do wonders for your enjoyment of games overall. Another option is to pick one competitive game to main and then avoid all others.
Isn't
that like counterintuitive to what you just said?
Yeah, these are both great ways to make all of those games you mentioned lose players. You know,
right.
You mentioned it.
Yeah, no, like I said, this part feels extremely unnecessary.
Also, this is like sorry, no, you go first. My bad.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's he's addressing a different problem entirety, and that's like personal, like player satisfaction, or like mental health or whatever.
Yeah, like we've covered videos about like, oh, gaming isn't fun anymore, and they all just come down to like play different games, don't play games.
Right.
And it's like fucking like obviously. It's just, except this one came at it with the nihilism angle. It was just like, yeah, no, actually all games get boring eventually, so you should just stop. It's like, whoa, dude, chill. We don't have to do this. We don't have, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm still a little confused as to what his point was with in regard to that stuff.
You know, Bradley, what this like why I pushed back so hard against the thing earlier, because I figured it out. I figured out the like thing that I wanted, like the
conversation about like solving a game. And,
yeah,
like, it needs to be interesting, because otherwise, like it's not gonna be fun or whatever.
Yeah, the core of that issue, right, is that the idea that it can't be fun for 100 years or for a lifetime. Because you would never, ever, ever say this about, like, a sport or something that has permanence. Perceived permanence anyways, right?
But no, yeah, because with those games, there's always going to be variability in, like, how you perform.
Yeah, because, but that's so because... Sorry, you go.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna finish and say, like, in that regard, there's always going to be novelty.
Yeah, because of...
like, how well you perform.
Because of the way the game's designed. Like, there's nothing about video games and sports that differentiates them in that way. They're both games.
Yeah.
The physical aspect of it is just placed in different parts of the body for each of the two experiences. But fundamentally, the variance is present in both, assuming the game is designed well. The issue comes when games can be optimized to the point where that physical element no longer matters. And you're invalidating other people who are really giving their all, which gets back to the whole, like, skill-based matchmaking thing. Yeah. Gross. I just wanted to say, because I feel like this is being put on the players when it's really not the players' fault. That's all.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, it always goes down to the consequence of the game. You can't really blame players.
Yeah.
Game developers, it's a difficult situation. No matter the type of multiplayer game, it's an open invite for players to try and optimize it. But the best course of action is to make something non-mechanical the primary selling point. It could be story, or a social feature, or any
TF2 Melee. You can make the mechanics the selling point, and it will still do well.
I think you might mention that a little bit later, though.
Oh, okay.
Or like a game focused on competition. I could be wrong though.
Okay, sorry, my bad then.
Feature or any number.
Although this does work, for the record. I won't deny that this does help. But if your mechanics aren't good,
specifically,
you were focusing on, like, the story or the world. You should also probably care about those mechanics being good.
Yeah, for sure.
Feature or any number of things. If you want to make a competitive game, it's better to fully commit to a competitive experience, rather than having it be a small part of a wider game.
I agree.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to wake Zesty up. Zesty was like, oh, small competitive mode? What? Oh, TF2,
I mean,
miniature match?
goddamn, oh god, I'm so excited to get this fucking video done. I'm so ready for it to be done. You have no idea.
Me too, dude. I'm excited.
I'm ready for this to be out. I'm so, like, people need to hear this shit, man.
I think there's an outro, so there's, like, less than 1 minute left.
It's important to note at the end here that gaming isn't necessarily fated to continually get more competitive. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that the opposite.
Yeah.
What I'm working on, by the way.
The one video he's working on, not this video.
Yeah.
Is happening. All one has to do is see what the most popular games of recent years are. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company.
Yeah.
All games of
Valorant, Fortnite.
I don't. Okay, but I don't know exactly why this he's making this point.
Among Us.
It's important to note that at the end here that gaming isn't necessarily fated to continually get more competitive. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty obvious. Like, single player games have always been popular and will continue to be popular, because there will always be a market for those kinds of games. Like, no one is going to force people to play competitive multiplayer experiences.
Also, massive massive non-Nintendo bias. Just throwing that out there. If you want to play single player games, I've got a console for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't know. It's like it just feels extremely unnecessary. It feels like an empty platitude.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
Like, he has to find a way to wrap up the video. It's like, was anyone really thinking that?
No, single player games are dead. They're gone.
Right.
They're never coming back.
Any competitive underpinnings. It's also fairly evident through browsing online forums that there's a growing disdain for competitive elements in video games, particularly matchmaking algorithms. Maybe one day in the future, games might find a happy balance between casual and competitive all on their own. But until then, it's probably best to keep your head on a swivel.
Just.
GG.
Cool. That was really good up until the last 4 minutes.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, no, I
going,
thought it
going
was
so well, going so strong.
We were
It
doing.
was alright for the most part.
Yeah.
My least favorite part was
The quote.
The quote by Raph. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Raph
I don't know
Coaster.
those.
Shout out to Raph Coaster, UFR legend. Put him in the history books.
He needs an emote now.
Need to get the Raph emote.
Yeah, the destiny of games is to become boring, not to be fun. Those of us who want games to be fun are fighting a losing battle against the human brain, because fun is a process and routine is its destination. I don't know what Raph wants me to do with that quote.
He wants you to be sad.
I think it's a little cringe.
He wants you to be sad. He wants you to be sad and upset and
Yeah.
sad.
Like, the destiny of games is to become boring. Like, I don't know.
Guys,
Not necessarily.
everyone in chat, make sure to play games, enjoy them, optimize them if you enjoy them. If the game becomes optimized to the point of it no longer being fun, do not blame yourself, please. Blame the game developers for making the game poorly. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
$5, please.
I would
Who's Ted?
Guys, can we get $5 right now? We could do it.
Don't.
Oh, never mind.
No, actually give him
50.
No, don't do that. You don't have to. Yeah, that
Give
was
me 50 instead.
That was really. Don't give Bradley anything. Doesn't get paid shit for this.
No.
Never coming back. No, I'm joking.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you're here too.
I'm very tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
We're
This is great.
Would you like to? When is the Meet Your Match video coming out? Would you like to say anything about that? I'm sure people are willing to. Excited.
I'm editing it. Soon.
Soon.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I don't have an exact day. October for sure.
Alrighty.
All right.
Well,
Peace out, y'all. I gotta go to sleep. See y'all.
Here's Zesty.
Good night. Bradley, what have you got in the works? Anything important?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, obviously my channel is still pretty new, so it's still a crazy science experiment. So, but yeah, no, people seem to like what I'm putting out, so I definitely plan on continuing. I'm definitely planning on my next video not to take 10 months.
Yeah, right.
Or like have a 10-month break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in between uploads, and I'm definitely getting faster at editing and script writing and animating and all of that. So I'm very excited for the future. I don't really have much to share as to what I'm working on. I'm still gonna keep that under wraps, but I might make a community post pretty soon regarding, you know, just thanking everyone for the support and maybe even a potential like name branding change. I might change the name from Bradley G to something else.
To something. Maybe just Brad.
Yeah.
Bradley?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I don't know, I might put like a sneak peek of what I'm working on in that community post.
Nice.
But yeah, that's it for me.
I look forward to seeing more from you. I appreciate you. You are more than welcome to come on at any time. You were a wonderful guest. It was great to have you on.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, no, this was fun.
I'm glad.
This was a time and a half for sure.
I deeply enjoyed our conversation.
Me too. You know, Alan, what have you got in the works?
You know me. I'm out here. I'm gonna be uploading UFR.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
You know how it. When is this one coming out? I'm sure the people would love to know.
24 hours.
24 hours. You heard it here first.
Maybe less.
Maybe less. Maybe less. So yeah.
I've decided I will be going by Brad G Spot now.
Nice. That's good. Yeah. So I have no. I already said at the beginning of the UFR, but the video I'm making about Pyro will be out probably first week of October. And I will be probably almost certainly streaming the entirety, or not the entirety, I don't want to say that, but a decent amount of Epic Mickey, like the moment the game comes out. For those who have missed my late night streams, I will probably be doing those late night. So be excited, be ready, be hyped for that. It's going to be really cool.
When does that game come out?
It comes out on the 24th.
Oh, very cool.
Yes, there is a Fall Guys stream. It is on tomorrow, probably, hopefully, assuming I don't get upset. But yeah, we're gonna go to bed now, and by we I mean Bradley, and me and Alan are gonna go eat food, because I'm slowly dying from lack of nutrition.
Yeah, I could use a bite to eat as well. Might grill me a cheese before bed.
I hope you have a lovely grilled cheese.
Thanks, bro. I think I will.
All right. Say bye-bye to everybody.
Bye-bye to everybody.
Bye-bye.